Chapter 1593. When they learned that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was actually able to walk out of the vortex in their territory safely, the Origin King realm masters in the stone pavilion suddenly burst into an uproar. They instantly saw the unimaginable potential of this origin returning realm cultivator. "Heh heh, this old woman has reserved this little guy for Sword Union," the old woman chuckled. "If he can walk out of the blood prison alive, this old woman will immediately take him back to Sword Union's home star and vigorously cultivate him." "Senior Sister Lei, have you not woken up yet?" A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar sneered. "You've reserved him with just a few words, shouldn't you ask your friends here first?" "My Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to give up such a good seedling." "My purple star also wants him," the beautiful woman interjected. "This old woman doesn't care. If he can really come out alive, this old woman only wants him, the rest is up to you," the old woman said firmly, taking advantage of her seniority. "Senior Sister Lei, you can't decide on this matter. Not to mention where he came from or whether he has a great backer behind him. Even if he doesn't, Senior Sister Lei, are you sure he will follow you? Perhaps he is more optimistic about our Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. After all, in Star Territory, Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce is more famous than Sword Union." The middle-aged man was not to be outdone and sneered. "In terms of fame, our three forces aren't much different, right?" The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly, a look of disagreement on her face. "Maybe you will like Purple Star more." Old O coldly snorted and said with an unkind expression, "You too, do you really want to compete with this old woman for this little guy?" "It's not that we want to compete with you, Senior Sister Lei, you're being too presumptuous." The middle-aged man slowly shook his head. "Enough. Stop arguing." Luo Hai frowned and interrupted the quarrel between the three. "Whether that little guy can come out alive or not is still unknown, so what are you three arguing about? Maybe he was just lucky this time, and that's why he was able to escape the domain whirlpool. Maybe he won't be able to hold on until the end. If he really dies in there, and you guys are making a ruckus here, won't others see you as a joke?" Hearing Luo Hai's words, the three of them were still a little hesitant. Hearing this, they all nodded. The old woman said, "Master Luo Hai. Then I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to this little fellow's movements. If he really dies in there, please inform us so that we don't have any expectations." "This king will do his best," Luo Hai gently nodded. "Many thanks, Master Luo Hai," the old woman quickly thanked him. The stone pavilion regained its tranquility. Within the blood prison, Yang Kai picked up the space ring on the ground. His own power shrouded his body. He quickly walked forward. The terrifying whirlpool in the territory couldn't stop him at all. He swept through everything like a hot knife through butter. Yang Kai easily left the area enveloped by the whirlpool within the territory. After a few days of confrontation and comprehension, Yang Kai felt that his Shi had clearly grown. His understanding and control of Shi had also deepened. This was a reward that could not be obtained through meditation. The blood prison is really a good place. Standing in place, Yang Kai swept Su Ding Yang's space ring with his divine sense before silently putting it away. There was nothing good in Su Ding Yang's space ring that made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Although Su Ding Yang's wealth was astonishing compared to that of an origin returning realm master, Yang Kai's vision was very high and naturally wouldn't be moved by his wealth. As for Su Ding Yang's request before his death, Yang Kai didn't care. He and Yang Kai had met by chance and had no friendship, nor had he ever agreed to his request. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't go to Scarlet Wave Star to inform Blue Feather Sect for a stranger. If fate wills it, we'll talk about it later. Looking up and identifying the direction, Yang Kai walked forward. The blood prison was different from the places Yang Kai had gone to in the past. Whether it was the Lu Yen Desert on Shadowed Star or the Emperor Garden in the Great Emperor's courtyards, the space inside was extremely wide and there were many restrictions, so even if many people entered, they rarely had the opportunity to meet. But the blood prison was different. Although the blood prison covered a very large area, because it had existed for tens of thousands of years and was famous enough to attract countless third-order origin returning realm masters from all over the star territory. Yang Kai often encountered strangers along the way. Most people didn't like looking for trouble, so when they noticed the aura of strangers, they would take the initiative to avoid conflict. However, when they noticed that Yang Kai was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, they all showed looks of shock before quickly turning to despise him, casting sympathetic looks towards Yang Kai's position, as if he would immediately die. Yang Kai naturally didn't pay attention to them. He had encountered several life-or-death battles between cultivators. The great forces in the star territory weren't harmonious either. Many of them had their own conflicts and grievances, so now that they met in the blood prison, it was natural for them to start fighting. Yang Kai didn't get involved in any of this and instead just searched for the vortexes in his territory, hoping to obtain greater benefits from them and improve his comprehension of Shi. His cautiousness brought him peace. Since entering the blood prison half a month ago, Yang Kai hadn't had any conflicts with anyone. He had encountered 3 powerful vortexes in his territory, risking his life to enter them, and in the end, emerged safely from each of them with great gains. Yang Kai's Shi was growing at a terrifying speed, having already surpassed the minor accomplishment realm and was moving towards the grand accomplishment realm. However, to his disappointment, he couldn't find the specialty of the blood prison, the territory stone. The birth of the territory stone was inseparable from the existence of a territory. The remnant power of a territory that had existed in the blood prison for countless years had been absorbed by some peculiar jade in the blood prison, and after countless years of evolution, it had formed the special territory stone. Therefore, the territory stone generally existed in the vortexes in a territory, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they had to break into a territory vortex. Therefore, where there was a territory stone, there must be a territory vortex. Yang Kai felt that his luck wasn't very good. On this day, while he was searching for a territory vortex, he suddenly heard a piercing sound coming from afar. Yang Kai frowned and immediately knew that he had encountered a fight again. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to avoid it, but when he swept his divine sense in that direction, he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and paused in place, staring in that direction suspiciously. He noticed that the life aura over there was somewhat familiar. The cultivator who was rushing over obviously noticed the existence of Yang Kai and immediately increased its speed a lot, rushing straight towards him. After a short while, a rainbow light appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the rainbow light flew in front of Yang Kai, revealing a graceful but embarrassed figure. "It's you?" Yang Kai frowned and showed a look of surprise. She was actually Shue's son from Furious Crab territory, who had set off from Monster Star with him. At this moment, her aura was chaotic and there seemed to be some injuries on her body. Her green dress was dyed red, and it was unknown whether it was her own blood or the enemy's. After landing in front of Yang Kai, she gasped for breath, her full breasts heaving up and down exaggeratedly as she looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. She didn't seem to expect that the one standing here was actually a human she had only met once. She just felt that the aura here was a little familiar and wanted to ask for help. "You look embarrassed, are you injured?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. "Don't make sarcastic remarks, I'm being chased," Shue's son replied coldly, her attitude not very enthusiastic. "Help me." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked behind her, where 2 figures were rushing over with murderous intent. "Why, it's none of my business." Yang Kai frowned. If he had known it was Shue's son who was coming, he would have fled long ago. A trace of helplessness flashed across Shue's son's beautiful eyes as she bit her red lips and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I have a good relationship with little sister Qing Luo." "That's none of my business," Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Did she think he would help her just because she mentioned Shan Qing Luo? Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, "You're mistaken, I'm just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You'd better run away quickly, those 2 will catch up soon. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it'll be too late. A second-order cultivator like you can't be taken lightly. I know what you did in the palace. You defeated Shuel Yan, you're not weaker than us." Shue's son was obviously unwilling to give up on the reinforcements in front of her. Yang Kai still shook his head. Girl, your current situation isn't so serious. With your strength, even if you can't beat those two, running away shouldn't be a problem. Why must you drag me down with you? It was precisely because he saw this point that he didn't want to intervene. Shue's son's insistence made him feel somewhat repulsed, as if he was being used. Of course, running away isn't a problem, Shue's son replied proudly. The Snow Falcon proudly replied, but have you ever thought about this? I am a monster race. If I brazenly flee in the blood prison like this, once other human race experts notice me, won't they chase me down and intercept me? Running away will only make my situation worse. That's true, Yang Kai was stunned, not having considered this point. Help me kill one of them, I'll take care of the other myself. Shue's son stared straight at Yang Kai and quickly said, I'll owe you a favor. A favor is fine, but what kind of tangible benefits do you have? Yang Kai asked casually, looking her up and down, his eyes pausing on her full breasts for a moment. A trace of disgust immediately flashed across Shue's son's beautiful eyes as she leaned over and asked lightly, what benefits do you want? It's not what I want, it's what you have. Yang Kai raised his brow. Shue's son's brow furrowed as a trace of hesitation flashed across her pretty face. Seeing the two pursuers getting closer and closer, she grit her teeth and said, I found a territory stone but didn't have time to take it. I can take you there. A territory stone? Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded, deal. Seeing this greedy look on his face, the disgust in Shue's son's eyes became even stronger. She really couldn't understand why such a proud and arrogant girl like Shan Qing Luo would have such a soft spot for such a man. After going back this time, it seemed she would have to persuade her sister Qing Luo to interact less with such a man, lest he hinder her future. Chapter 1594. Just as Shue's son's thoughts were running wild, the two people chasing her suddenly landed a few dozen meters in front of her. One was a man and one was a woman. The man had fair skin and oily hair, but the powerful aura radiating from him was not to be underestimated. The woman was dressed coquettishly, wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes that exposed her snow-white thighs and arms, attracting the eyes of the man. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with lust, giving her a seductive appearance. Landing on the ground, the woman glanced at Yang Kai and her beautiful eyes lit up, showing a look of interest as she giggled and said to the man next to her, Brother, this guy's figure is very good. Does junior sister like him? The man didn't seem to care at all and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest before nodding. His figure is really good, he's really your type. Saying so, in front of Yang Kai and Shue's son, he pinched the seductive woman's buttocks and grinned wickedly, Junior sister, are you tempted? Brother. The woman hesitated for a moment before her pretty face became flushed. Junior sister and the other men are just playing around. With you, junior sister is truly in love. Brother knows, the man grinned meaningfully. Yang Kai and Shue's son were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Although Shue's son was from the monster race and had inherited some of their bold and unrestrained nature, she really couldn't stand such a scene, and the lewd atmosphere exuding from the words of this man and woman made her want to vomit. He's not a good thing. Yang Kai glanced at Shue's son and frowned. Is this guy chasing after you because of your beauty? Shue's son heard this. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, she ground her teeth and said, Enough with your sarcasm. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Seeing them acting so fearless and indifferent, the man and woman chasing them were a little surprised. The man took a serious look at Yang Kai and couldn't help sneering. A second-order origin returning realm boy actually dares to come to the blood prison? This is quite interesting, junior sister, this guy's courage is quite big. I like bold men. The seductive woman stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips, a look of interest on Yang Kai's face. The expression on her face became more and more amorous. As she swayed her waist, her curves were even more captivating. Good, then this man is yours, the man nodded, pointing to Shue's son, this dragon lady is mine. Senior brother has lived for so many years. He had never played with such a high-level demon before. And I'm sure I'll enjoy myself. Demoness, did you come all the way here hoping that this guy would save your life? I advise you to surrender obediently without a fight. As long as you cooperate, I won't make things too difficult for you. Instead, I'll make you happy. What do you think? He asked casually, as if he was certain Shue's son and Yang Kai would win. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, Shue's son coldly snorted and shouted, I'll leave this woman to you, this man is mine. Can we exchange? I don't like to kill women. Yang Kai looked at her, but before he could finish his words, Shue's son had already rushed out, her monster chi surging fiercely and enveloping the man in a gust of wind. In an instant, Shue's son and the man exchanged blows, leaving Yang Kai and the seductive woman staring at each other. Little brother, did you just say you wanted to kill me? The seductive woman didn't seem to be worried about her brother and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai grinned, how could I be willing to kill a woman like you? The woman was startled for a moment before giggling, looking at Yang Kai charmingly and saying, since you're unwilling, how about we find a place to talk? Little brother looks so young, elder sister can't bear to embarrass you. Her breath smelled like orchids and a sweet scent suddenly filled the air, lingering at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. This sweet scent was like an invisible hand, teasing the depths of Yang Kai's heart, causing his blood to boil and his heartbeat to accelerate. As she spoke, she stretched out a jade white hand and stroked Yang Kai's cheek, her eyes soft and gentle, her movements gentle, as if she could make all men in the world let down their guard and let her do as she pleased. Okay. Yang Kai smiled brightly, not waiting for her jade-like hand to touch him, his eyes suddenly filled with a cold light as he reached out to grab her wrist. Caught off guard, the woman's wrist was caught by Yang Kai. The seductive woman's beautiful face changed slightly, and she couldn't help crying out, staring at Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression, little brother, you're hurting me. Saying so, her white arm shook slightly. Her white arm shook like a snake, as if it was boneless, trying to break free from Kai Yang's control. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he grabbed her wrist and dragged her towards him. Realizing that she couldn't resist such a violent force, the woman's face finally changed, and her other hand, which was not under her control, suddenly took out a few thin needles and threw them into Yang Kai's arms, mercilessly stabbing towards Yang Kai's waist and abdomen. Yang Kai and the woman's skin were pressed together, and the woman's breathing suddenly became heavy as her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Gently blowing towards Yang Kai, she giggled and said, this 7 emotions and 6 desires needle is elder sister's exclusive artifact. Little brother, if you're obedient, elder sister will definitely satisfy you. This is called the 7 emotions and 6 desires needle. Yang Kai grinned, it's not very good, it can't arouse anyone's interest at all. The charming woman's smile immediately stiffened on her face as she looked down and was surprised to find that on Yang Kai's waist and abdomen, at some unknown point, a layer of purple fluorescent light had appeared. Her artifact was actually blocked by this layer of purple fluorescent light, unable to pierce through it all. Immediately shouting, the woman's figure flickered as she pushed her Saint Chi and sent a palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his fist burning with black demonic flames as he punched towards the woman's jade palm. Kong, with a loud bang, the two Saint Chis collided, and the woman's jade palm was unable to resist Yang Kai's violent power and was directly knocked back, her hand landing on her towering chest, the sound of bones breaking resounding from her chest. With a scream, the woman's tender body flew high into the air like a broken kite. The black demonic flames burned the clothes on her chest, revealing her seductive white skin, but this seductive beauty that men were infatuated with was quickly scorched black. Crimson blood dripped down her chest and flowed down her thighs, forming a stark contrast with her white skin, giving off a seductive sense of beauty. The woman staggered as she desperately pushed her Saint Chi, finally managing to stabilize her body. Standing mid-air, she looked down at her chest and her face immediately twisted as she glared at Yang Kai viciously and screamed, I'll kill you. Yang Kai's expression became cold as a golden light flashed in front of him and 2 golden blood threads appeared. With a single thought, the 2 golden blood threads immediately transformed into arrows and shot towards the woman without mercy. The woman was shocked. She had never expected that this second-order origin returning realm man would be so powerful. She had thought that she could easily deal with him, that he would definitely prostrate himself before her and allow her to do as she pleased. It wasn't until this moment that she realized how wrong she had been. This second-order man was no worse than any third-order master. In fact, he might even be stronger. As the 2 golden lights closed in on her, the woman didn't dare to neglect, and with a shake of her tender body, a light blue artifact armor immediately appeared and wrapped around her tender body. At the same time, she waved her hand and sent out a series of needle-shaped artifacts that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. With a series of clanging sounds, the 2 golden blood threads were stopped mid-air. But before the woman could breathe a sigh of relief, the 2 golden blood threads twisted and transformed into 2 huge golden and red monster beasts with wings on their backs. Thunder flame flying lizards. The woman's expression was dull as she was completely unable to comprehend the mysteries of this secret technique. The 2 huge thunder flame flying lizards rushed towards her from both sides, opening their bloody mouths as if they were trying to swallow her whole. The woman's expression was one of panic as her beautiful eyes filled with panic and her tender body couldn't help trembling. Before she could use any kind of secret technique, the huge claws of the thunder flame flying lizards had already arrived in front of her. With a muffled bang, the woman was immediately sent flying as the other thunder flame flying lizard bit down on her. The light blue artifact armor flickered as it resisted the terrifying bite of the thunder flame flying lizards. Yang Kai flew up, and under the woman's desperate gaze, a short arrow-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Feather Spirit Arrow. After being fully charged, this strange artifact could be used twice. Its lethality was so great that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not ignore it. With a slight flick of his wrist, Yang Kai fired an energy arrow towards the woman. The aura of death rushed towards her as the woman cried out in alarm, "Brother, save me!" The cry for help came to an abrupt end. The feather spirit arrow had directly destroyed the defensive armor on her body, shattering it into pieces. Without the protection of the armor, the thunder flame flying lizard had bitten the woman in two. Her physique was not fragile, but it was still unable to resist the thunder flame flying lizards. Her body fell from the sky as the smell of blood filled the air. The two thunder flame flying lizards twisted again and transformed back into golden blood threads before flying back into Yang Kai's body. Standing in place, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before showing a satisfied look. Last time in Shimmering Moon City, Yang Kai had killed Mi Tian's 2 chariot monster beast and used his golden blood threads to absorb the blood essence of the thunder flame flying lizards and refine them into blood beasts. This was the first time he had used them in battle. The power was truly extraordinary. What was most commendable was that once they were refined into blood beasts, there was no need for Yang Kai to control them as they had the ability to fight on their own. This made Yang Kai very satisfied. Turning his gaze to the other battlefield, Yang Kai watched for a while before relaxing. The arrogant man from before seemed to be no match for Shue's son at all, as the demonic chi on the other side completely suppressed his aura, allowing Shue's son to occupy the absolute upper hand. Chapter 1595. It wasn't that the man's strength was inferior to Shue's son's, but in a one-on-one fight, the two were actually on par. Even if Shue's son was stronger, she wouldn't be able to kill her opponent on her own. However, Yang Kai's lightning-fast battle had greatly shocked the man. The seductive woman's screams and cries for help before she died had disturbed his concentration, making it impossible for him to face the enemy with his full strength. What's more, Yang Kai was still standing not far away, glaring at him, causing the man to become more and more uneasy. He couldn't understand how his junior sister had died in just a few breaths of time. He was well aware of his junior sister's strength, which was similar to his own, so how could she have died at the hands of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator in such a short time? He was completely shocked and had no idea what had happened between his junior sister and this young man. The fear of the unknown made him lose his ability to fight, so how could he display his full strength? Shue's son naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and vented all her anger from being chased all the way here, using all kinds of artifacts and secret techniques unique to the monster race to the fullest. The man was completely suppressed, and the battle became one-sided. Obviously, he didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to cast a powerful secret technique, blocking the snow falcon for a moment. Then, his figure turned into an afterimage and suddenly disappeared. He decided to retreat, not daring to continue entangling with Shue's Sunday. Before leaving though, he glanced over at Yang Kai and found that this unfathomable young man was just standing in place, seemingly having no intention of stopping him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he had escaped death, the space around him suddenly became viscous. His figure came to a halt involuntarily as his eyes shrank and he shouted in horror, "Sure." He was also a third-order origin returning realm master, so he naturally knew the mysteries and effects of Sure, so he stepped into this viscous space. He knew he had fallen into a powerful Sure. The power of this Sure was much thicker than his own, so powerful that it made him tremble. Moreover, this Sure seemed to be mixed with some other strange force. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly released his own force to resist it, but it was only able to recover a little of his freedom. It was impossible to escape from this situation in a short period of time. A silhouette entered his eyes. He raised his head and exclaimed, "How could you be here?" At this moment, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who was supposed to be watching the battle from afar, was actually standing not far from him. However, he didn't notice the other party's movements at all. "Why can't I be here?" Yang Kai grinned and gradually increased the power of his Sure. The man who fell into it was immediately drenched in sweat, and it was difficult for him to move. Chi-chi, soft sounds came from all directions. The man looked around and found that the space around him seemed to be collapsing. Strange, pitch-black cracks the size of a cow's hair appeared one after another. Disappear, his liver and gall were torn apart. He never knew that someone's potential could cause such an unimaginable effect on space. At this moment, he finally understood that it was not an accident that his junior sister died so quickly. This second-order origin returning realm young man was his most terrifying enemy. Without giving the man a chance to resist, Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a dozen pitch-black space blades one after another. These space blades easily shattered the man's Saint Chi and defensive artifact before cutting his body into several pieces and banishing most of his flesh and blood into the void. The man fell to the ground with a loud bang, his body scattered across the ground. Shue's son's beautiful eyes trembled as she watched all this, her tender body shivering slightly. Although she also knew that Yang Kai killing this man was a bit of a sneak attack, there was no doubt about his strength. No wonder Shuel Yen was taught a lesson, and no wonder Mi Tian was so wary of him. There was a reason for all of this. Judging from his performance just now, when he dealt with Mi Tian and Shuel Yen, he should not have used his full strength, otherwise, how could those two still be alive? Shue's son had always thought so. In the origin returning realm, Shuel Yen and Mi Tian were already strong enough, and both of them were existences she admired greatly, but today, she realized she had been a frog in a well. An origin returning realm master could be even stronger. The arrogance and disdain in her eyes quickly converged as she began to re-examine Yang Kai. Perhaps little sister Qing Luo's choice was not wrong. She thought so in her heart. Yang Kai looked towards her, but Shue's son hurriedly looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. She did not know why she was doing this, but deep down, there was a trace of fear towards this young man. He could easily kill the two people who chased after him in a very short period of time, so he could also kill her without any effort. Shue's son's figure flickered as she picked up the space rings of the two dead men, walked over to Yang Kai, and handed them to him. "Thank you." Yang Kai chuckled lightly and did not refuse, putting away the two space rings without even looking at them. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Where is the domain stone you mentioned?" "I'll take you there." Shue's son volunteered, using her movement skill to fly off in a certain direction. How are your injuries? Yang Kai followed behind her and asked casually. Minor injuries, nothing serious, Shue's son replied faintly. Yang Kai did not say anything else and simply followed her through the blood prison. The place where Shue's son found the territory stone was not too far from the previous location and would only take about an hour to arrive. There's one thing I have to tell you. Halfway there, Shue's son's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she had a guilty conscience. What is it? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. In fact, the two people you killed had companions. Shue's son turned to look at Yang Kai. Where? Yang Kai was stunned. Near the territory stone. Shue's son became even more uneasy as she gritted her teeth and told the truth. I found a few territory stones earlier and wanted to go in and take them, but I ran into those guys. There were 5 of them in total and they seemed to be from the same cultivation star. 2 of them chased after me while the other 3 stayed behind. I don't know if they have succeeded or not, but if they have, that's good, we can just snatch them, Yang Kai grinned. Shue's son frowned slightly as she looked at him seriously. Aren't you angry? I didn't tell you the truth before, I lied to you. A little, Yang Kai gently nodded. Shue's son's expression changed slightly. But it doesn't matter to me, so I won't bother arguing about it. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Continue leading the way. Good, Shue's son breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling relieved. After a while, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of joy as he asked, It's up ahead, right? I can feel the fluctuations of the territory field. Shue's son nodded and sped up a lot. Soon, Yang Kai and Shue's son arrived in front of a territory whirlpool. This territory whirlpool covered an area of about 2,000 meters in radius and gave off terrifying energy fluctuations. At the center of the territory whirlpool were several fist-sized stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Territory stones. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the territory stones with scorching eyes. This was the first time he had seen a territory stone, so he was naturally curious, but because of the territory whirlpool, he could not release his divine sense to investigate carefully, so he did not know how many territory stones there were. However, it was undeniable that any territory stone was extremely valuable. If taken out, one could exchange for many precious cultivation resources or absorb the power of a territory stone to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. Within this 2,000-meter radius, there were 3 people, each occupying a different position, sitting cross-legged. Judging from their postures, they seemed to be comprehending the mysteries of the territory whirlpool and preparing to rush in and take away the territory stones. The great value of a territory stone was not only due to the mysteries of the territory it contained, but also because of the risks involved in obtaining it. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was, and this was vividly reflected in the territory stones. Territory stones were only born in the territory whirlpool, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they must first comprehend the mysteries of the territory whirlpool in order to reach its depths and safely take away a territory stone. Countless third-order origin returning realm masters had fallen in the territory whirlpool, and their lives and blood endowed the territory stones with supreme value. In order to obtain a territory stone, some people may have to give up their lives. However, the territory whirlpool in front of him actually produced several territory stones, which naturally attracted Yang Kai's interest. Yang Kai just casually glanced at the 3 strangers who had already entered the territory whirlpool and no longer paid them any attention. The territory whirlpool in front of him gave him a feeling that it was neither strong nor weak, only slightly weaker than the one that had strangled Su Dingyang. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those 3 to remain inside safely. The arrival of Yang Kai and Shue's son naturally alarmed the 3 people who were sitting cross-legged in meditation inside the territory whirlpool. These 3 opened their eyes and swept their gazes over Yang Kai and Shue's Sunday. One of the white-haired old men couldn't help calling out in surprise, "Dragon Lady, how are you still alive?" Shue's son coldly snorted, "Old dog, did I disappoint you by being alive? Where are brotherly and senior sister?" Another one-eyed man with a ferocious expression frowned and asked coldly. Shue's son sneered, "Since I came back alive, what do you think happened to them? Impossible. The one-eyed man's expression changed as he understood the meaning of Shui Sun's words, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. That's right, Dragon Lady, you think you have the ability to kill Brother Li and his brother and sister? You overestimate yourself, the third man sneered, obviously thinking Shui Sun was talking nonsense. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Shui Sun didn't want to explain any further, simply grit her teeth and declared, those two are dead, it will be your turn next. The white-haired old man was startled, and then he burst into laughter. Demon girl, you're so arrogant, and your tone is even bigger than the sky. Good, good, good. I'm currently in the domain vortex, and it's inconvenient for me to move. So, I'll let you make irresponsible remarks. If you really have the ability, then I'll have a good fight with you after I get out of here. Chapter 1596. Saying so, the white-haired old man turned to look at Yang Kai curiously and chuckled, Little brother, are you a human? Why are you fighting the dragon lady in such a sorry state? Sorry state? Yang Kai frowned, Old sir, aren't you exaggerating a bit? The old man shook his head. Humans are humans, and demons are demons. Humans hunt demons, and demons hunt humans. The two races have always been at odds with each other. Now that you've attached yourself to a demoness, if this isn't a sorry state, what is? He subconsciously thought that Shui Sun, who had a stronger cultivation, had taken the lead and that Yang Kai was following her orders. This old master wants to ask you, this dragon lady said that Brother Li and sister have fallen, is that true? The old man's expression suddenly became serious as he asked Yang Kai in a low voice. Yes, I saw them die with my own eyes, Yang Kai gently nodded. You were involved? The old man narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent filling them. Yes. Why? Seeing injustice on the road, I drew my sword to help. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. Hearing this, Shui Sun curled her lips slightly. Good, good, good. The old man nodded again and again, his tone extremely cold, daring to admit what you did, young man, your courage is not small. This old master will remember your face, remember this, the blood prison will be your burial place. Yang Kai smiled brightly, Old sir, before you speak big words, you should consider whether you have enough weight, be careful not to cut your tongue. The old man sneered, whether I have enough weight or not, this old master is clear in his heart, this old master won't argue with you now, let this old master take this territory stone first. Territory stone? Yang Kai raised his brow and said in an arrogant tone, the territory stone is mine. Don't even think about getting it. The old man was stunned, the other two were also stunned, but soon they all burst into laughter. The one-eyed man sneered, a brat who hasn't even grown out his hair wants to obtain the territory stone? You should quickly go back and cultivate for a few more years to improve your cultivation. Young people these days really don't know what they're talking about, daring to come to the blood prison as a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You idiots, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm going to get the territory stone for sure. Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. He stepped into the whirlpool within his territory. Be careful. Shui Sun's expression changed. He hurriedly reminded him. She had experienced the terrifying power of this vortex before and knew very well how powerful it was. The white-haired old man and the other two also looked over in shock. They didn't expect Yang Kai to rush into the whirlpool in their territory. Was he looking for death? The old man couldn't help but sneer. There was a playful smile on his face. They were waiting for the show to begin. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely be killed by the vortex in his territory. But in the next moment, the old man's smile stiffened on his face. The whirlpool in his territory that he and his companions were so afraid of failed to stop Yang Kai in the slightest as the arrogant young man strode forward. Step by step, Yang Kai walked inside, completely ignoring the whirlpool in his territory. The old man couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as his eyes glazed over, paying more and more attention to Yang Kai's movements. He could clearly see that Yang Kai's shi was not inferior to his, in fact, it was much stronger. The invisible shi was like a perfect armor, protecting Yang Kai from all sides, allowing him to walk inside unimpeded. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. The young man only walked 200 meters before his speed slowed down, and after another 10 meters, his figure came to a halt. Yang Kai closed his eyes and began perceiving the mysterious fluctuations around him, comprehending the mysteries of his territory. Seeing this scene, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Kai really walked to the center step by step without stopping to take the territory stone, he would probably vomit blood. Fortunately, although this kid was a little strange, he didn't really ignore the whirlpool in his territory. He also had to comprehend the mysteries in it before he could walk to the deepest part. He still had a chance. The old man's eyes burst with light as he suddenly got up, ignoring the huge burden on his body, and moved forward a distance. Seeing this, the other two also didn't want to be outdone and also moved forward a distance. The closer to the center of the whirlpool in the territory, the stronger the power, and the greater the pressure on the cultivator. If they couldn't resist, the final result would be to be killed by the territory. Therefore, when the cultivator was comprehending the mysteries in the whirlpool and the territory, they would generally act according to their ability and not be greedy. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Before Yang Kai's arrival, the old man and the other two were prepared to advance to the center step by step and slowly walk to the territory stone. They also had this confidence. However, Yang Kai's arrival and strange behavior made them feel the danger. They realized that if they didn't speed up, the territory stone would be handed over to someone else. The surrounding territory of the chaotic territory made it so that no one dared to make a move on others. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would cause a backlash and they would be asking for trouble. If not for this, the old man and the other two would have joined forces to kill Yang Kai first. The battle now was about who could walk to the center of the whirlpool and take the territory stone first. With the treasure in front of them, no one would show weakness. Outside the whirlpool, Shui Sun's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Yang Kai's back. She was greatly shocked. This guy didn't stop at all and directly walked to within 300 feet of the whirlpool in the territory. Every step Yang Kai took was like a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer that smashed into Shui Sun's heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. She was sent by Fierce Crab Tribal Lord to participate in the Blood Prison trial, which meant that she was the strongest origin returning realm master in Fierce Crab territory. The importance of Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and the respect and admiration of those in the same realm gave her the capital to be proud of herself. She had never taken other origin returning realm masters seriously. But today, she finally put away her arrogant thoughts. Yang Kai's performance made her realize that she was still not good enough as an origin returning realm master. In this realm, there was still someone who looked down on her. Gritting her teeth, Shui Sun also pushed her shi and stepped into the whirlpool in the territory. As soon as she entered, Shui Sun's tender body trembled slightly. All around her, an invisible and terrifying pressure forced her monster chi to circulate madly, forcing her to resist it. She struggled to take a step forward, following Yang Kai's footsteps step by step. After less than 5 meters into the whirlpool, Shui Sun was unable to move. Looking up at Yang Kai, Shui Sun suddenly discovered that in this extremely short period of time, this guy had actually moved forward again. How did he do it? Shui Sun couldn't understand. After spending less than half a day with Yang Kai, her pride and self-confidence had been completely shattered. She found that she couldn't compare with this human at all. Shui Lian and Mi Tian were also no match. On Monster Star, all the tribal lord level masters present. Their evaluation of Shui Lian and Mi Tian was extremely high, believing that these two rookies were likely to break through to the Origin King realm and become tribal lord level existences. If Shui Lian and Mi Tian had a great chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm, then Shui Sun was certain. Yang Kai could definitely break through to the Origin King realm, just based on his current excellent performance. This showed that his control over Shi had reached a level that made all origin-returning realm masters feel inferior. He may have also comprehended the mysteries of the tribal territory. For the first time, Shue's son felt awe towards another origin-returning realm master. The figure in front of her was like an unattainable mountain. She could only look up to him. Impossible, this is impossible. The one-eyed man's shout reached everyone's ears as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai with trembling eyes, watching him walk towards the center of the whirlpool step by step as if he was walking on flat ground. Even if he paused occasionally, it wouldn't take long for him to take another step. The powerful tribal territory vortex seemed unable to stop him at all. The one-eyed man's eyes were blank and his face was dull, shocked by Yang Kai's actions. "Calm down." The white-haired old man suddenly shouted, "This little brat is indeed a bit strange, but we started earlier than him. He is still behind us in terms of distance, so we may have a chance. In any case, we can't let this little brat succeed." Hearing this, the one-eyed man seemed to recover, took a deep breath, and nodded heavily, "I understand." "Is that so?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned and glanced over at the white-haired old man. "Am I behind you in terms of distance? Take a look again and calculate it carefully." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai, who had been standing in place for a long time, suddenly stepped forward lightly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Without any intention of stopping, Yang Kai continued forward with unstoppable momentum, approaching the center of the territory stones at an extremely fast speed. The old man was stunned, the one-eyed man was stunned, and the third person was also stunned. Shue's son cried out in alarm, covering her red lips with her small hand as she stared in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai seemed to have suddenly understood something and wrapped himself in Shi, repelling all the territory stones, allowing him to pass through without any hindrance. He easily arrived at the center of the tribal territory. The 3 old men looked panicked and were at a loss. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. If it were any other place, they would definitely go all out and join forces to stop Yang Kai, but inside the tribal territory vortex, they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Their faces became ashen and filled with resentment. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. At the center of the tribal territory vortex, Yang Kai's footsteps paused in mid-air, seemingly unable to take this last step. His brows furrowed as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. "This boy is in trouble." The old man was overjoyed and secretly prayed that this boy would stop there or be directly strangled by the tribal territory vortex. He clearly felt that there was some strange movement in the tribal territory vortex, as if most of its power was attracted to Yang Kai and was exerting pressure on him, wanting to crush him into pieces. Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified, sweat oozing from his forehead and dripping down. The invisible tribal territory vortex was constantly destroying his body. The pressure on the old man and the others suddenly lightened, and after looking at each other for a moment, they rushed forward with red eyes. Chapter 1597. No one had expected such a situation, and no one had encountered such a situation before. They had not even heard of it before. The 5 of them were in the middle of the vortex in the same territory, but most of the power of the vortex in the territory was being drawn towards one person. It seemed that even the vortex in the territory had begun to target this person, preventing him from reaching the center of the vortex. With the pressure on the old man and the other 2 greatly reduced, they naturally saw a glimmer of hope and were unwilling to hand over the territory stone. The 3 of them approached the center of the vortex at an extremely fast speed, their expressions fierce as they glared at Yang Kai, murderous intent radiating from their bodies, obviously harboring malicious intent. Shue's son's beautiful face changed slightly as she shouted a warning to Yang Kai before also rushing forward. "If you don't want to die, wait there." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Shue's son's raised foot did not take a step forward in the end as she stared at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression, her brow furrowed slightly, not understanding what Yang Kai was doing. However, she did not delve into it and instead chose to believe in Yang Kai. Yang Kai's situation seemed to be very dangerous. The power of the huge territory he was drawing towards him was not something an origin returning realm master could withstand. It was already a miracle that he was still standing there. Shue's son clearly felt that Yang Kai's shi was being suppressed back into his body inch by inch, unable to compete with the strange power of the territory vortex. Shue's son could not help feeling nervous as she did not know what would happen to Yang Kai once his shi was completely suppressed. He would most likely die on the spot. If that really happened, Qing Luo would definitely be heartbroken. It was said that the two of them had a very good relationship. In front of her nervous gaze, Yang Kai's shi collided with the power of the domain in the vortex, as if two armies were engaged in a fierce battle, but Yang Kai's shi was constantly being defeated and suppressed. The shi field shrank little by little, and finally only covered Yang Kai's body. The fluctuations in the whirlpool and the territory became even more bizarre and violent. It was as if all the power was attracted by Yang Kai, and it launched a ferocious and cruel final attack on him. In an instant, his shi was destroyed and he was completely submerged. Shue's son couldn't help screaming and turned her head away. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai explode and die. The expected sound of flesh and blood flying did not come. Shue's son was bewildered, but in the next moment, she heard Yang Kai's laughter. In this desperate situation, he seemed extremely carefree. She turned her head abruptly and looked at Yang Kai again. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai, who was submerged in the territory field, was unharmed. How could this be? Shue's son was stunned. She clearly didn't feel Yang Kai releasing any shi. He was in the center of the territory vortex without any precaution, but he was still safe and sound. There was a mysterious power lingering around Yang Kai, allowing him to merge with the territory vortex. If she didn't look with her eyes, Shue's son felt that she definitely wouldn't be able to discover Yang Kai's existence. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the territory vortex, becoming a part of it. His footsteps paused in midair, and he suddenly descended to the center of the vortex. As his foot landed, the chaotic domain vortex that was stirred up by him returned to normal. The terrifying pressure that should have been there came from all directions again. Shue's son couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as she struggled to resist. The old man and the other two were so lucky. When the pressure was greatly reduced, they madly rushed in, and in an instant, rushed in dozens of feet, and were only about 10 feet away from Yang Kai's position. Now that the pressure from the territory vortex had returned, how could they withstand it? The sudden pressure from the territory vortex horrified the trio, causing them to cry out in panic as they desperately pushed their Saint Chi and summoned all kinds of artifacts to protect themselves while attempting to retreat. This was not a place they could enter at all. If Yang Kai hadn't attracted most of the pressure from the territory vortex before, they wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Now that they wanted to return, it was undoubtedly too late. The mysterious strangling force that erupted from the territory vortex was too much for them to contend with. Their defensive artifacts exploded one after another, and as they screamed, the trio exploded one after another, blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. Shue's son stared at all this in a daze. Watching 3 third-order origin returning realm masters die in just 3 breaths of time, a chill ran down her spine. She suddenly remembered Yang Kai's warning before. If you don't want to die, just wait there. She was certain that if she hadn't listened to Yang Kai's advice at that time, the old man and the other two would have ended up the same way, and she would have died on the spot. A feeling of escaping from death inexplicably welled up in her heart, causing Shue's son's face to turn slightly pale. This guy. Has he been planning this all along? Has he always wanted to integrate himself into the vortex in the territory of the territory in order to get rid of the vortex targeting him? Where did he get the confidence to do this? How deep is his understanding of shi? Has he already comprehended the mysteries of the territory vortex? Shue's son had countless questions lingering in her heart, but she couldn't ask them. She only knew that this human's attainments in the martial Tao were something she could only look up to. In fact, although the vortex in the territory in front of them was powerful enough, if the old man and the other two had advanced step by step and comprehended its mysteries bit by bit, they might have had a chance to reach its center and wouldn't have died tragically. The bad thing was that they didn't have this opportunity. Yang Kai gave them hope, but when they saw the light, he brought despair to them. He had effortlessly used the power of the vortex in the territory to kill all three of them. If this was all part of his plan from the beginning, then it was simply too despicable. It should just be a coincidence, right? Shui Sun's expression was extremely complicated. What are you waiting for? Let's go out. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, startling Shui Sun slightly. When she came back to her senses, she found that Yang Kai had already arrived in front of her and was playing with two domain stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Saying so, he casually tossed one of the territory stones over. Shui Sun caught it and glanced at him suspiciously, frowning as she asked, "Why did you give me a piece?" "I didn't do anything." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "You brought me here and you were the one who discovered the territory stone first, so I gave you a piece. Don't you want it? If you don't want it, then give it back." Shui Sun quickly put the territory stone into her space ring. This was a free advantage, so why not? Yang Kai grinned. "I'll give you a piece of the territory stone. I'll take the space rings of those three. There doesn't seem to be anything good inside." "I don't want to share their space rings," Shui Sun replied lightly. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Then we'll part ways here. I wish you good luck." "You're not going out?" Yang Kai was stunned. "I want to stay here and continue to meditate." Yang Kai nodded and didn't force her, instead saying seriously, "Then I wish you good luck as well, I'll be going first." As he spoke, he brushed past her and strode out. "Yang Kai!" Shui Sun suddenly shouted from behind. "What?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "Can I ask, how did you integrate yourself into the vortex in the territory?" Shui Sun looked at him curiously. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, "I took advantage of the situation." "Took advantage of the situation?" Shui Sun's brow furrowed as she carefully pondered over the meaning of this sentence. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up and a look of gratitude appeared on her face as she sincerely said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yang Kai waved his hand gently before walking away without looking back. Over the next few days, Yang Kai continued to move around the blood prison. Once he found a vortex in the territory that met his requirements, he would go and study it to understand its mysteries. Absorbing the mysteries of the vortexes in the territory, Yang Kai sure grew at a terrifying speed. There was no vortex in the territory that could trap him and make him unable to extricate himself. Most of the vortexes in the territory could enter and exit at will, and even if he occasionally encountered some powerful vortexes, it would take him some time to integrate himself into them, allowing him to travel unimpeded through the vortexes. Yang Kai found that the method Su Dingyang had taught him was somewhat wrong. Comprehending the mysteries of the territory vortexes and using one's own shi to resist them may be a good method, but integrating one's own shi into them would allow one to explore their mysteries at a deeper level. This was why Yang Kai had told Shui Sun to take advantage of the situation. However, if one wanted to do this, they needed to have extremely strong control over their own shi, otherwise, it would be tantamount to asking for humiliation. Yang Kai did not obtain many territory stones. Even in the blood prison, territory stones were extremely rare. Half a month after separating from Shui Sun, Yang Kai had encountered several dozen large and small territory vortexes but had only managed to find 2 territory stones. While he was on his way, Yang Kai had studied the strange territory stones. These stones did contain the power of a territory, similar to the territory vortexes in the blood prison. However, the territory power contained in these territory stones was very gentle, not as violent and difficult to deal with as the vortexes in the territory. This gentleness was enough for any origin returning realm master to safely absorb these stones, improve their understanding of shi, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. This was also one of the reasons why territory stones were so valuable. Besides Shui Sun, Yang Kai did not meet anyone else he knew. Whether it was the monster race masters who had come here from Monster Star or Qian Tong and the others who had stayed on Green Mountain Star, Yang Kai did not meet any of them. Yang Kai did not know whether Qian Tong and the others had entered the blood prison or not, but the main reason they had stayed on Green Mountain Star at that time was because of this, so it was unlikely they would miss such a grand event. They should have come in, but Yang Kai did not know where they were. Occasionally, when he had some free time, Yang Kai would take out his communication artifact and pour his divine sense into it, hoping to contact Qian Tong and the others. Unfortunately, after so many days, there was no response from his communication artifact. On this day, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged in a secluded place, recovering his energy and taking out his communication artifact to investigate. He did not have much hope, but when he poured his divine sense into it, he could not help smiling and quickly began to investigate. Qian Tong had actually responded. What's more, he was actually summoning his companions to his location. Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something incredible. Chapter 1598. 100 kilometers away from the blood prison, in a stone pavilion atop a high peak, Luo Hai's eyes were closed, as if he was silently perceiving something. The other Origin King Realm Masters were all paying attention to his movements. They could not know anything about the situation inside the blood prison, and only Luo Hai, as the Star Master, could spy on it. Naturally, Luo Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. After a long time, Luo Hai opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, did you discover something? Why are you so happy? The old woman from Sword Union asked quickly. Good news, good news. Luo Hai gently nodded. Good news? The beautiful woman from Purple Star raised her brow as she glanced over at Luo Hai thoughtfully, revealing a look of understanding as she asked, Brother Luo Hai means, yes, there is only one good news in the blood prison, and it's exactly as you think. Luo Hai gently nodded and quickly said, a stone mountain has appeared in my territory. A stone mountain has appeared in my territory? Everyone was shocked. And this really is a joyous event. The old woman smiled so widely that her face wrinkled. The little ones who entered the blood prison this time are really blessed to have encountered such a joyous event. It seems they are luckier than most. Senior Sister Lei need not envy others. When you entered the blood prison 2,000 years ago, didn't you also encounter such a joyous event? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, 2,000 years have passed in a flash. The old woman's face showed a trace of nostalgia. If I had not encountered a stone mountain in my territory, this old woman would not have been able to spy on the mysteries of my territory and break through to the Origin King realm. It can be said that the stone mountain in my territory is the foundation of this old woman's current realm. Senior Sister Lei encountered a stone mountain in your territory? Many people showed surprised expressions and someone shouted, why didn't I have such good luck? When I entered the blood prison, the stone mountain in my territory was surrounded by a powerful territory field, making it impossible to see what it was. This is luck. Luo Hai chuckled, the stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It is extremely sturdy, and even an Origin King may not necessarily be able to damage it. It is so huge that no one can take it away. It was the best place for Origin returning realm masters to comprehend the mysteries of their own territory, but unfortunately, it was shrouded in various fierce territory fields all year round. Only occasionally would these territory fields weaken and reveal the true appearance of the stone mountains within their territory. On the other hand, the blood prison only opens once every 1,000 years, and when it does, the stone mountain in our territory may not appear, so it's normal that you haven't encountered it yet. There's no need to envy Senior Sister Lei's luck, aren't all of you Origin Kings now? Even so, if I had encountered a stone mountain in the territory back then, I wouldn't have needed to cultivate bitterly for 300 years to break through to this realm. After speaking, a look of resentment appeared on his face as he lamented that he was not as lucky as the old woman surnamed Lei. The old woman smiled and said, why are you sighing here? This old woman was lucky enough to encounter a stone mountain in our territory, but after breaking through to the Origin King realm, this old woman has not been able to make any further progress. I'm afraid this old woman will be stuck here for the rest of her life. Senior Sister Lei doesn't need to belittle yourself, who can say for sure? Perhaps one day, Senior Sister Lei will be blessed with good fortune and break through to the second-order origin king realm, the beautiful woman comforted. Although there were many frictions between the great forces in the Star Territory, as origin kings, there was more or less some friendship between them, so it wasn't a big deal for the old woman to offer some casual words of comfort. I hope so, the old woman forced a smile. The old woman smiled reluctantly, but suddenly frowned and said with a worried look, however, although the appearance of a stone mountain in our territory is a happy event, I'm afraid it will be a much more difficult test for those little brats. This old woman fought a life and death battle in order to compete for a good position back then and almost died. This time, I'm afraid many of them will die. Whether it's a blessing or a curse will depend on their own good fortune. It's useless for us to worry here, the old man from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce slowly shook his head. That's true. By the way, Master Luo Hai, that second-order origin returning realm brat, how is he doing right now? Is he dead or alive? The old woman suddenly remembered Yang Kai and asked. Everyone turned their attention to Luo Hai, seemingly very interested in Yang Kai. Luo Hai smiled lightly and said, he's still alive, this king can feel his vitality. He's still alive. The old woman was overjoyed, great, this old woman was really afraid his luck would be bad and he would be killed by that powerful guy. It seems his luck is much better than this old woman's. I'm really looking forward to the day he walks out of the blood prison. This old woman wants to see if this little brat really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He definitely doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, he's just courageous, Luo Hai suddenly fell silent, his brow furrowing as he tried to sense his surroundings. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, could he have encountered some kind of trouble? The beautiful woman from Purple Star asked nervously. No one wanted to see Kai Yang get into trouble, or even die. They all regarded Yang Kai as a rising star of their force and were all prepared to wait for him to emerge from the blood prison before offering extremely generous conditions to win him over. He hasn't encountered any trouble, but this king thinks he's looking for trouble. Luo Hai said in a strange tone. What do you mean? The old woman asked nervously. He's actually heading towards the stone mountain in our territory. Luo Hai's expression became extremely strange. Huh? Everyone was shocked. Why would he go in the direction of the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman asked with a look of disappointment. That little brat is simply courting death. How could he possibly go there? If he were to be involved in some kind of dispute. This little guy is really too troublesome, the beautiful Purple Star woman sighed with a helpless look on her face. Yang Kai was trapped inside the blood prison, so none of them could intervene and could only watch as Yang Kai walked into danger. All the Origin King Realm Masters couldn't wait to break into the blood prison right now, fish Yang Kai out, and teach him a lesson. Things are getting more and more interesting. This little brat's courage is really big, Luo Hai smiled softly. Master Luo Hai, I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to that little brat and see if he's there. The old woman asked nervously. All right, although I can't investigate too carefully, this king can still sense whether he's alive or not. If something really happens, this king will definitely tell you, Luo Hai nodded, not refusing such a request. He himself was also very interested in Yang Kai. Then I'll have to trouble Master Luo Hai. Inside the blood prison, at a certain location, there was a small hill. Although it was called a small hill, it was actually just a slightly larger one. It was no more than 300 meters high and covered an area of only a few dozen meters. This small hill gave off a strange luster and a gentle territory aura radiated from it. A stone mountain in the territory. A treasure of the blood prison. Its main body was actually a huge piece of territory stone. No one knew how it was born, but since its birth, it had always existed inside the blood prison. It was shrouded in a terrifying territory all year round, making it impossible for anyone to enter and see the true appearance of the stone mountain in the territory. The territory field around the stone mountain in the territory was recognized as the most powerful territory in the blood prison. No origin returning realm cultivator dared to challenge it, and anyone who dared to do so had died a violent death. Although it was shrouded in a powerful territory all year round, there were also times when this territory would weaken, and only at such times would the stone mountain in the territory be exposed. There was no pattern to this phenomenon, but every time the blood prison opened, perhaps 1 in 10 times, the stone mountain in the territory would be exposed to the eyes of the world. Every time this happened, all the origin returning realm masters who heard this news would be like cats that had smelled blood and would gather at the foot of the stone mountain in the territory, searching for a suitable position to comprehend the mysteries emanating from the stone mountain. This was much safer and more effective than breaking into the whirlpool in the territory. The mysteries emanating from the stone mountain in the territory could be easily absorbed by a cultivator, allowing them to spy on the mysteries of the territory. Some cultivator who originally had no chance to break through to the origin king realm were able to do so because they encountered the stone mountain in the territory. For example, the old woman surnamed Lei from Sword Union was one of them. For tens of thousands of years, although the stone mountain had only appeared a few times in the territory, it still did not diminish the enthusiasm of the cultivator. At this moment, there were hundreds of third-order origin returning realm masters gathered around the stone mountain in the territory. These people came from all corners of the star territory, either in groups of 3 or 5 or in groups of 7 or 8, occupying different positions. There were a total of 7 groups, all of them clearly divided. Among these groups, the ones with the largest number of people occupied the best positions, each of them revealing their imposing auras, the artifacts in their hands shining brightly as they looked around coldly. No one dared to provoke them, not only because they had the advantage in numbers, but also because their backgrounds were not small. The remaining groups, according to their strength, also occupied different geographical positions. Nearly 100 people had surrounded almost the entire stone mountain in the territory. Although there was still some open space left, there was a steady stream of cultivator who had heard the news and rushed here from all directions. It was not hard to imagine that these open spaces would eventually be occupied by the cultivator groups. Those who came late and didn't get a good position would definitely challenge the weaker groups and forcibly occupy the advantageous positions. On the left side of the stone mountain in the territory, 3 third-order origin returning realm cultivator had gathered. Of the 3, 2 were known to Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and the beautiful woman from Star Emperor Mountain, Lin Yu Rao, while the other was someone Yang Kai had never met before. At this moment, the 3 of them were secretly circulating their Saint Chi, holding their most powerful artifacts in their hands as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. The 3 of them had arrived early, so the positions they occupied were not bad, but as the number of cultivator groups continued to increase, some of them were already eyeing them with malicious intent, as if they were contemplating whether or not to attack the 3 of them and drive them away. If the 3 of them had not displayed enough strength, they would definitely not have been able to protect their territory. However, continuing to be vigilant was not a solution. The stone mountain had already appeared in the territory, and the powerful and numerous groups had already begun to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. If the 3 of them continued to delay like this, the gains would not make up for the losses. The 3 of them were intent on comprehending the mysteries of the stone mountain, but they did not dare to lower their guard. Chapter 1599. Elder Qian, Elder Yang, Elder Mo, and the others, have they responded? Among the 3, an old man in a brown robe looked around from time to time and asked Qian Tong in a low voice. Not yet. Qian Tong shook his head slowly and replied worriedly, I don't know where they went, my communication artifact can't contact them at all. What about Vice City Lord Ning? Have you contacted him yet? The old man sighed, I can't contact him either, I don't know where Brother Ning went. The 2 looked at each other and saw the anxiety and helplessness in each other's eyes. The old man was the city lord of Green Mountain Star's Greenwater City. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star and returned to Tongxian Realm, Qian Tong and his group of 5 stayed behind to prepare to participate in the blood prison trial a few years later. The city lord of Green Water City was also very good at dealing with people. After learning that Qian Tong and the others had arrived, he tried his best to invite them to serve as Green Water City's honored guest elders. Qian Tong and the others did not want to cause any misunderstandings and also needed a place to settle down, so they readily agreed. Over the past few years, everyone got along quite well and there were no gaps or frictions between them. As soon as the blood prison trial opened, they entered the blood prison with the old man and the vice city lord surnamed Ning. Everyone here was a third-order origin returning realm master and had entered this place to comprehend the mysteries of their territory in hopes of prying into the mysteries of the origin king realm. Of course, it was impossible for all 7 of them to travel together. As such, everyone dispersed. A few days ago, when the old man heard the news of a stone mountain appearing in his territory, he immediately used his communication artifact to contact his companions, but only Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao had arrived. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, Mu of Clear Sky Sect, and Green Water City's Vice City Lord Ning had not responded. Seeing that more and more people were arriving, Qian Tong and the others were naturally anxious. Without absolute strength and numbers, it was impossible to keep the territory they occupied at the moment. Not far away, a cultivator who had just arrived failed to grab a good spot and was looking over with ill intentions. However, there were too few of them, only 2, so they naturally did not act rashly. However, they were also constantly pouring their divine senses into the communication compass, as if they were trying to establish contact with someone. Once they called for help, the situation would be dire. Elder Lin, is there a response from your side? The elderly man turned his expectant gaze to Lin Yu Rao. The latter slowly shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. No. What should we do? The elderly man was anxious and uneasy. An enormous opportunity was right in front of him, yet he had no time or opportunity to comprehend it. He could only wait here, and this was even more unbearable than killing him. Wait for another half a day, just another half a day. If Elder Yang and the others still don't come, we'll leave. The elderly man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Although the appearance of the stone mountain in his territory was a heaven-sent opportunity, he did not want to lose his life here. The stone mountain in his territory was still stable for the time being, but he believed that it would not be long before this place became chaotic. There would definitely be many cultivators fighting over the position. Leave. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy as his eyes filled with unwillingness. No one wanted to pry into the mysteries of the origin king realm more than him from Shadowed Star. If Yang Kai had not taken him away from Shadowed Star and brought him here, he would never have been able to escape the shackles of world principles and would never have had the opportunity to touch the higher realms of the martial Tao. Yang Kai had given him this opportunity, and now that there was an even greater opportunity in front of him, he was naturally unwilling to take the initiative to leave. Oh. Just as he was feeling annoyed, Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed and he poured his divine sense into the communication compass in his hand. Is someone coming? Green Water City Lord saw Qian Tong's expression change and asked with joy. Lin Yu Rao's expression also changed as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Qian Tong. Qian Tong did not respond and continued to investigate the communication compass, only letting out a laugh after a while. Yes, someone is coming. Who is it? Is it Elder Yang, Elder Chu, or Elder Mo? None of them. Qian Tong slowly shook his head. None of them? Could it be Brother Ning? Green Water City Lord's expression changed as he nodded. It's fine if Brother Ning is here, his strength is not weak. It's not Brother Ning either. Then who is it? Green Water City Lord was stunned to the extreme. Qian Tong's group only had 5 people, and now there were 2 of them by his side. There were also more than 3 people who had come, causing him to be confused. Lin Yu Rao also wore a puzzled look as she stared at Qian Tong suspiciously, not understanding what he meant by this. Qian Tong chuckled, glanced at Lin Yu Rao, and said, Yang Kai is here. Lin Yu Rao's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed in surprise, Sect Master is here? How come he's here? Didn't he return to his homeland? I'm also quite surprised. Qian Tong chuckled, a look of relief on his face. Maybe he came back in time. When he left Green Mountain Star, didn't he say that if there was enough time, he might come back? Elder Qian, are you sure? Are you sure that was Sect Master's response? How could I be wrong about such a thing? Qian Tong shook his head repeatedly. Although this old master is a bit old, I'm not so old that I'm confused, right? That's great, Lin Yu Rao jumped up with joy. Since Sect Master is here, things will be much easier. The two of them spoke one after another, their words revealing their admiration for Yang Kai. Although Greenwater City's city lord didn't know who Yang Kai was, from their expressions, he knew he had an incredible helper. Relaxing his tense mood, the city lord smiled as he turned to Lin Yu Rao and said, Elder Lin, can you briefly tell this city lord about your sect master? This old master has never met him before, so when we meet later, I can't be too rude. The elderly man was well aware of Lin Yu Rao's strength and knew she was definitely stronger than him. Not only Lin Yu Rao, but Qian Tong's group of 5 also seemed to be much stronger than ordinary third-order origin returning realm masters. Their understanding of Shi was extremely profound, and their Saint Qi was incredibly dense. At first, the elderly man didn't quite understand why this was the case, but after interacting with them for a long time, he learned that the star Qian Tong and the others came from had a mysterious world principle that prevented them from breaking through to the Origin King realm, forcing them to temper themselves in the Origin returning realm. As such, they were able to reach an extremely high level in the Origin returning realm, surpassing the Origin realm masters of other stars. It wasn't unreasonable to take a sip and peck at everything. And someone who could be called sect master by a master like Lin Yu Rao was obviously stronger than her, right? Most likely, he had already taken half a step into the Origin King realm. Greenwater City's city lord took it for granted. With the arrival of such a powerful helper, Greenwater City's city lord was naturally overjoyed. What should I say about him? Lin Yu Rao couldn't help showing an awkward look on her face, as if she found it difficult to speak. It's hard to explain, but after you meet him, Brother Zhao will understand. Qian Tong smiled to the side, as if he also felt that explaining was useless. Yang Kai could not be judged by common sense. That's fine. The elderly man nodded lightly, not insisting. In any case, they would meet in a while, so there was no point in asking now. But Brother Zhao, this Qian must tell you in advance that this sect Master Yang is not someone you can judge by his appearance. Qian Tong said casually. A person can't judge by his appearance? Greenwater City's city lord frowned, his expression blank, not understanding what Qian Tong meant by this. He's here. Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in a low voice, raising his eyes and looking in a certain direction. When Greenwater City's city lord heard this, he quickly pulled himself together and prepared to meet this powerful helper in his best state. A figure flew over from a very distant place at an extremely fast speed. When Qian Tong said those words, this figure was still far away on the horizon, only a small black dot visible, but after only 3 breaths of time, a handsome young man suddenly appeared not far from the stone mountain in Greenwater City's territory. Yang Kai, come here. Qian Tong shouted. Around the stone mountain in Greenwater City's territory, countless cultivators glared at him. Qian Tong couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh, realizing that his joy had been a little too conspicuous, so he quickly kept a low profile. Yang Kai, who had just arrived, first glanced at the huge stone mountain in Greenwater City's territory, a trace of surprise flashing across his eyes before his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Qian Tong and the others, enthusiastically greeting them, Elder Qian, Elder Lin. Greetings, Sect Master. Lin Yu Rao quickly saluted. Yang Kai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so polite, asking in amazement, why is it only the 2 of you here, where are the others? I couldn't contact them, so I don't know where they went. Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Have you returned from Greenwater City? Yang Kai nodded. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. With such a grand event like the blood prison trial, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to make it in time, Qian Tong laughed. Being able to come here is also a stroke of luck, Yang Kai replied casually, not saying too much. Being able to come here was indeed a stroke of luck. He had only gone to Monster Star to see Shan Qing Luo. He had not expected to be able to come to the blood prison from Monster Star. Saying so, he glanced over at Greenwater City Lord and asked suspiciously, "This is... Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Greenwater City Lord, Zhao Tianze, Brother Zhao." "Brother Zhao, this is the Yang Kai I told you about." Zhao Tianze stared at Yang Kai in a daze, his expression extremely strange. Since Yang Kai appeared, Zhao Tianze had been scrutinizing him. After all, the previous conversation between Qian Tong and Lin Yurao had greatly elevated Yang Kai's strength and status, causing Zhao Tianze to have high expectations for Yang Kai's arrival. Zhao Tianze thought that this person was a peak third-order origin returning realm master. He thought that this person would definitely be much stronger than Qian Tong and Lin Yurao. But as soon as they met, Zhao Tianze realized that something was wrong. The person who had come was actually a young man, but that wasn't all, and the aura fluctuations coming from this person were actually only second-order origin returning realm. Zhao Tianze almost thought he was seeing things and repeatedly swept Yang Kai with his divine sense, only confirming that this person was really just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Zhao Tianze was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Chapter 1600. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. At this moment, Zhao Tianze finally understood what Qian Tong meant when he said that a person could not be judged by their appearance. So this was what he was referring to. What could a mere second-order origin returning realm cultivator do? Even if he had the ability to fight above his realm, it was impossible for him to change the current situation. His arrival would not be of much help to the overall situation. It could only be said that they had gained an extra helper. Zhao Tianze's mood suddenly became depressed. However, he was still a city lord and had a good relationship with Qian Tong, Lin Yurao, and the others, so of course, he could not show his disappointment too obviously. Putting a smile on his face, Zhao Tian cupped his fists and greeted, "This Zhao greets Sect Master Yang." "Sect Master Yang, sure enough, you are young and promising." This praise was obviously insincere and anyone could hear it. Yang Kai spoke politely and naturally did not make a fuss. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao exchanged a glance but did not explain too much. They were well aware of Yang Kai's strength. It could be said that Yang Kai alone was equivalent to several third-order origin returning realm cultivators. This gave them the confidence to stay in this place. Oh, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator actually came here. He actually managed to survive in the blood prison for so long, his luck is quite good. But his luck is about to run out. I bet he won't live past today. He really doesn't know life from death, actually running so close to our territory Stone Mountain. This little brat is really stupid. Not only did he fail to provide any help to his companions, but he also exposed the weakness of their team. Just watch, they're finished. Whispers suddenly rang out all around as countless cultivators stared at Yang Kai with a playful look on their faces, as if they were looking at some kind of rare treasure. Around the Stone Mountain in the territory, there were hundreds of origin returning realm masters, all of them third order. Yang Kai, a mere second-order cultivator, suddenly stood out from the crowd and naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai was unperturbed and didn't care about the clamor of those people. On the contrary, Zhao Tianze's expression became more and more uneasy. Originally, with him, Qian Tong, and Lin Yurao here, even if some people were eyeing them covetously, they could still rely on their momentum to stabilize the situation, but as soon as Yang Kai arrived, their position immediately became the focus of attention. Divine senses swept towards them and powerful auras pressed down on them, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat uneasy. The arrival of this young man named Yang Kai seemed to have made their situation even more difficult. He looked left and right, and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Yang Kai, There seems to be something wrong with these two, they've been staring at us. Qian Tong leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered, gesturing to the side as he spoke. Following his gaze, Yang Kai looked over and found two third-order origin returning realm cultivators standing not far away, constantly glancing towards them. Seeing Yang Kai's gaze, one of them did not avoid meeting his gaze and sneered. The other person was holding a communication compass in his hand and seemed to be communicating with someone. I know, Yang Kai nodded lightly, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. He vaguely felt that the clothes these two were wearing were somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. However, Yang Kai had lived on Shadowed Star all this time and rarely interacted with cultivator from other stars, so he couldn't remember when he had seen them. Was it in the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai thought secretly. Only when the Emperor Garden was open did he have frequent contact with cultivator from other stars. By the way, where is this place? What is this huge territory stone? Why are there so many people gathered here? Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and asked curiously. He had sensed Qian Tong's summons and hurried here. As for the stone mountains in the territory, he knew nothing about them. This is a stone mountain in the territory. Qian Tong replied, we only just learned that there is such a thing in the blood prison. As for the specific situation, I'll have to ask Brother Zhao to explain it to you, he knows more about it. Then I'll have to trouble City Lord Zhao. Yang Kai cupped his fists to Zhao Tianze. Sect Master Yang is too polite, Zhao Tianze laughed dryly. Zhao Tianze let out a hollow laugh. Although he was still a little uneasy, it wasn't a problem for him to explain the mysteries of the lower territory stone mountains to Yang Kai. Hearing him say this, Kai Yang's interest was piqued. So, the probability of a stone mountain appearing in the territory is very small? That's only natural. Out of the 10 blood prison trials, Domain Stone Mountain may only appear once. Apart from that, it is enveloped by an extremely terrifying domain all year round, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Zhao Tianze nodded. Has no one ever thought about taking it away? Yang Kai stared at the huge territory stone with burning eyes. Such a large piece of territory stone, if it could be taken away, presumably even an origin king would be envious, right? If placed in any sect, this stone would become a hallowed treasure and many origin kings would be born because of it. The gentle territory field it exuded allowed one to safely comprehend it. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Zhao Tianze's mouth twitched, not to mention that this territory stone is extremely heavy and no one can move it, even if someone could, they wouldn't dare touch it. Why is that? Yang Kai was stunned. If a powerful hidden territory field is triggered, who can resist it? Zhao Tianze's expression became solemn as he stared at Yang Kai with a strange expression. He wanted to say that Yang Kai was a bit ignorant, but he was too embarrassed to say so. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded, finally understanding the peculiarity of this stone mountain in the territory. Staring at the stone mountain in the territory for a while, he suddenly grinned, but this is really an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Since we've come here and occupied a good place, let's not waste any more time and quickly comprehend this stone mountain. I can see many of them are already doing so. With just the few of us? Zhao Tianze was stunned. Who else are we waiting for? It's not that we're waiting for anyone, it's just that with just the few of us, if we're attacked while we're comprehending this stone mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Tianze worriedly pointed to the group with the largest number of people and said, Sect Master Yang, look over there. There are quite a few of them, so 2 of them can stand guard while everyone else can focus on comprehending this stone mountain, but there are only 4 of us. I'll take over for you, the 3 of you can comprehend this stone mountain, Yang Kai said generously. This. Zhao Tianze was stunned but also showed a trace of gratitude. Although he was a little disappointed with Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Kai's actions had undoubtedly touched him. Regardless of his strength, this young man's character was still quite good. Sect Master, I'll do it, Lin Yu Rao volunteered. No need, don't waste time, Yang Kai waved his hand and urged, the earlier you comprehend this stone mountain, the more benefits you'll obtain. All right then. Qian Tong pondered for a moment before nodding. Then Yang Kai, I'll leave it to you, we won't immerse ourselves in this stone mountain. If anything happens, we'll be the first to react. Once I've comprehended this stone mountain, I'll switch with you. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao glanced at each other before sitting down cross-legged. Zhao Tianze hesitated for a moment before leaning over to Qian Tong and whispering, Elder Qian, can we really do this? He really didn't feel comfortable leaving his safety in Yang Kai's hands, so he would rather have Qian Tong or Lin Yurao standing next to him. When Yang Kai does things, you can rest assured, Qian Tong reached out and patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Zhao Tianze smiled bitterly. He really didn't know where Qian Tong's confidence in Yang Kai came from, but seeing that both he and Lin Yurao had closed their eyes and were meditating, Zhao Tianze couldn't help but grit his teeth and sit down cross-legged. However, he didn't dare immerse himself too deeply in this stone mountain, lest he fail to react in time. Seeing that the three of them had entered a meditative state, Yang Kai also sat down cross-legged and stared at the stone mountain in front of him with great interest. Before this, he couldn't have imagined that there would be such a large piece of territory stone in the blood prison. He had explored several dozen territory vortexes and had only obtained a total of 3 pieces, each of which was only the size of a fist, one of which had been given to Shui Sunday. Such a large piece of territory stone, if he could obtain it, Yang Kai was greatly tempted, his eyes rolling as he grinned meaningfully. Just as he was thinking about this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he turned his head to look to the side. Not far away, a group of 4 people was rushing over, and a moment later, the 4 of them arrived in front of the stone mountain in his territory. Stopping in their tracks, they all stared at the stone mountain in his territory with scorching eyes, their breathing rapid, each of them showing a look of joy and excitement. The appearance of a stone mountain in his territory was an opportunity for anyone. You're finally here. Someone greeted them and complained. Yang Kai looked carefully and recognized this person as the one who had sneered at him before. He and his companion had been contacting someone and had been paying attention to Qian Tong and the others. It seemed that the companion they had contacted before had arrived. We ran into some trouble on the way, we met a dragon lady. The man in the lead replied in a deep voice. A dragon lady? The person who asked was stunned. I don't know where she came from, but she was ridiculously strong. If it weren't for the 4 of us, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Fortunately, there were more of us and we managed to injure her, but unfortunately, she managed to escape, the man in the lead replied angrily. That dragon lady was really beautiful. Brother Kai, you didn't see her, but if you did, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to walk, someone giggled. Are you exaggerating? The cultivator surnamed Kai curled his lips, obviously not believing him. I'm not exaggerating, that dragon lady was definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life, but the aura she gave off was also very strange, somewhat similar to monster chi, but also somewhat similar to human saint chi. It's a mix, I can't really tell. Forget it, let's not talk about that dragon lady. The man in the lead waved his hand, interrupting the man's chatter. Brother Kai, what's the situation here? That's about it, the man in the lead shrugged. The man surnamed Kai shrugged. As you can see, there's only so much space around Domain Stone Mountain. The innermost layer has already been occupied by those who came here first, but there's still a lot of space on the outside. Chapter 1601. Hearing this, the man leading the group frowned and said unhappily, I don't want to be too far away from the stone mountains in our territory. What's the point of being too far away? I want the innermost position. Then we'll have to snatch it. The man surnamed Kai grinned. Have you found a suitable target yet? I've found one, the man surnamed Kai said. He glanced back towards the position where Yang Kai and the others were and chuckled meaningfully, and the position isn't bad. The man leading the group glanced towards the position where Yang Kai and the others were and immediately showed a satisfied look, nodding, the position is indeed good, we'll take this one. They won't necessarily give in, the man surnamed Kai chuckled. Noticing that Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on them, he shot a cold glance back. That little brat seems to have been paying attention to us. Since we've chosen them, they have no choice but to give in. The man leading the group coldly snorted, meeting Yang Kai's gaze head-on and striding forward. The other 5 followed closely behind, their auras extremely sharp. In a flash, the 6 people arrived 10 meters in front of Yang Kai and the others. The man leading the group looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and coldly asked, "Boy, where did you come from?" Yang Kai grinned and said lightly, "From Shadowed Star." Shadowed Star? The man leading the group frowned and curled his lips. Never heard of it. This king has taken a fancy to your place, quickly move out, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Yang Kai sat on the ground, picked his ear casually, and snorted, "Sorry, I didn't hear what you said, can you say it again?" The man leading the group sneered, "Boy, you've got guts, this king believes you're not deaf. This king won't repeat himself twice, if you know what's good for you, scram quickly. If you don't want to die." The 5 people behind him let out low chuckles, and their threatening intent was very strong. "What is this? Everyone, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why get so worked up?" Zhao Tianze suddenly stood up with a helpless look on his face. Although Yang Kai had said that he would be responsible for comprehending the mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in his territory, how could Zhao Tianze be at ease to entrust his life to Yang Kai? No matter how much Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao admired him, to Zhao Tianze, Yang Kai was just a stranger. Moreover, it was an unfamiliar second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Therefore, he did not immerse himself in his thoughts. The moment there was a commotion, he immediately noticed it and quickly jumped out to smooth things over. "This one is Green Mountain Star's Green Water City's City Lord, Zhao Tianze. Greetings, friends, may I ask for your names?" Zhao Tianze chuckled and cupped his fists. The man leading the group looked at Zhao Tianze and then glanced towards Yang Kai, secretly thinking that Zhao Tianze was the one in charge here. As for Yang Kai, who had a lower cultivation, he was just following orders. The man's expression eased greatly as he quickly said, "This king is Scarlet Wave Star's Brilliant Flame Sect's Zhangqing. These are my friends and fellow disciples from Scarlet Wave Star." Scarlet Wave Star? Brilliant Flame Sect? Yang Kai raised his brow, finally remembering why he felt this name was familiar before. When he met Su Dingyang, who had been strangled in his territory, he had said that he was from Scarlet Wave Star. Yang Kai felt very strange at that time, as if he had heard the name of this star somewhere before. Now, after hearing Zhang Qing's self-introduction, Yang Kai immediately understood. Back in the Emperor Garden, he had met a cultivator from Scarlet Wave Star. Moreover, there were 2 groups of people. One group was this cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect, while the other was called Ice Heart Valley. At that time, the 2 groups were fighting to the death over the ownership of an ancient cave mansion. Yang Kai happened to pass by and was involved. In the end, Yang Kai even participated and helped the woman from Ice Heart Valley kill a few cultivators from Brilliant Flame Sect. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture and the purple origin furnace were obtained from that hidden ancient cave mansion. No wonder the robes worn by this man surnamed Kai looked familiar. It turned out that he had met him before. Yang Kai grinned with a playful look on his face. So it is friends from Brilliant Flame Sect. Zhao Tianze's complexion changed slightly as he hurriedly said, "Forgive my rudeness." Obviously, he had heard of Brilliant Flame Sect before. Zhang Qing wore a proud look on his face as he nodded lightly. "Since this friend has heard of my Brilliant Flame Sect, this matter is simple. Quickly ask your companions to clean up and give up their positions. This king does not want to be too harsh. As long as you withdraw, this king can guarantee that he will not hurt you." This. Zhao Tianze's expression became bitter as he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Please forgive me, Brother Zhang, but this matter cannot be decided by me alone. Please allow this Zhao to discuss this matter with these friends." There's nothing to discuss, this place is not for you to take, go find another spot, Lin Yuраo's tender voice called out. She and Qian Tong had long ago been alarmed and had been sitting there watching coldly, but now that they heard Zhao Tianzai's words, they naturally could not bear to back down. She and Qian Tong shared the same determination to reach the Origin King realm. Don't you think this is a bit too much? Qian Tong's face sank as he stared at Zhang Qing and the others coldly. Too much. Zhang Qing sneered, this king doesn't think it's too much. This king is giving you a chance to live, it's up to you to grasp it. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll kill you all. The man surnamed Kai shouted, his expression becoming impatient. Everyone, please calm down, calm down. Zhao Tianzai frowned as he motioned to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao not to speak first before turning to Zhang Qing, Brother Zhang, please wait a moment, I'll speak to them and give you an answer later. Good. Since you're half a landlord, this king will give you face, but there's not much time, I want an answer in half a cup of tea's time. Zhang Qing reminded coldly. Zhao Tianzai nodded bitterly before turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao and helplessly asking, two friends, do you really not want to back down? Qian Tong looked at him faintly, what's wrong, does Brother Zhao want to withdraw from here? Zhao Tianzai slowly shook his head, if possible, how could I be willing to withdraw from here? It's just that they outnumber us now, so if we don't follow their wishes, we won't have a good ending. Qian Tong frowned slightly and said with some surprise, Brother Zhao's courage isn't so small, right? You are a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, what kind of storms have you not seen? Why are you so afraid of this brilliant flame sect? What is their background that makes you so afraid? Zhao Tianzai's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly, Elder Qian can see through it. I won't hide it from you, I am indeed a little afraid of them. Brilliant Flame sect is based on Scarlet Wave Star, so logically speaking, they have nothing to do with my Green Mountain Star, but their Supreme Elder seems to have a good relationship with the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. We can't afford to offend this group of people. The Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong and Lin Yurao both narrowed their eyes. Having lived on Green Mountain Star for 2 or 3 years, they naturally knew that there was a powerful Star Master here, a second-order origin king. Do you two understand what I mean? Zhao Tianzai looked at them worriedly. I understand, but whether or not we should withdraw, I will listen to Sect Master. If Sect Master tells me to withdraw, I will withdraw, and if Sect Master tells me to stay, I will stay. Lin Yurao raised her eyes and looked at Yang Kai. Listen to him. Zhao Tianzai looked depressed, never having expected that the final decision would still be in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai, do you want to withdraw or stay? Qian Tong also looked over, this old master will stay with you. Do we need to withdraw? Yang Kai curled his lips, naturally, we should stay. How can we miss such a good opportunity? As for those people, rest assured, if they court death, I will fulfill their wishes. With your words, this old master can rest assured, Qian Tong chuckled while Lin Yurao also looked excited. You. Zhao Tianzai was really speechless as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Do you still not understand the situation? If you want to court death, why drag Elder Qian and Elder Lin with you? They have put their lives in your hands, you should at least take some responsibility. Don't speak so arrogantly, in the end, you will only suffer. He was obviously a little angry and no longer spoke politely to Yang Kai. If City Lord Zhao feels it is inappropriate, you can leave on your own. Yang Kai looked at him faintly, I am not forcing you to stay and live or die with us. Zhao Tianzai was so angry that he could only point at Yang Kai, unable to say a word. When Zhang Qing and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. They suddenly felt that these 4 people were quite interesting. In the face of a great disaster, not only were they not united, they were even fighting amongst themselves. This old master won't bicker with you. Zhao Tianzai was almost angered to death by Yang Kai. Turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yurao, he said, the 2 of you, leave with me, otherwise, they will definitely not be polite. Qian Tong sighed, "Brother Zhao, after working together for several years, this Qian is well aware of your character. This Qian understands that you are doing this for our own good. However, there is no need to mention this matter, you should withdraw first." Lin Yu Rao pursed her lips and smiled, "You don't need to go too far, perhaps you will return later." Zhao Tianze was stunned. Of course, he understood the hidden meaning in Lin Yu Rao's words, but he couldn't believe it. Glancing at Yang Kai indifferently, Zhao Tianze sighed, "I don't know why Elder Qian and Elder Lin have so much confidence in you, but I hope you know what you are doing." After saying so, he walked out disheartened. He had done his best, but Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao weren't willing to listen to his advice, so there was nothing he could do. He also didn't have the confidence to stay and help Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao fight against the enemy, so he could only choose to leave. Zhang Qing and the others looked at him coldly. There was no need for him to explain, they already knew the result. Sure enough, they didn't try to embarrass Zhao Tianze and instead just swarmed towards Yang Kai's group of 3. "It looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin?" Zhang Qing sneered, his eyes as cold as a knife as he said in an unfriendly tone, "Don't blame this king for not giving you a chance, you asked for it." Saying so, an extremely sharp shear suddenly spread out and enveloped Yang Kai's group of 3. Chapter 1602. Next to the stone mountain in his territory, Brilliant Flame Sex Zhang Qing wore a fierce expression as he released his shear to envelop Yang Kai and the others. His shear seemed to be mixed with a special kind of domain, and as soon as it spread out, it made one feel as if they were standing in the middle of a volcanic crater, scorching hot as if they were about to be roasted alive. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao's faces changed slightly as they released their shear to resist this pressure. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of interest. Zhang Qing really had the capital to act so arrogantly, his shear had obviously reached the minor accomplishment stage. Shear was a special kind of power that could be condensed as long as a cultivator broke through to the third-order origin returning realm. As one's cultivation increased, the power of their shear would also increase. However, if one wanted to cultivate their shear to the minor accomplishment stage, they would need to integrate their own unique kind of power into their shear in order to strengthen it. For example, Yang Kai was able to integrate his space force into his shear. And this Zhang Qing was obviously able to do the same, as his shear contained the power of fire. Among all third-order origin returning realm cultivators, only about 20% of them were able to cultivate their shear to the minor accomplishment stage, and Zhang Qing was undoubtedly one of them. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao were also among them, so they were able to resist the oppression of Zhang Qing's shear. This was also the fundamental reason why Zhao Tianze felt inferior to Qian Tong and the others. In front of Yang Kai and the others, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that blocked Zhang Qing's shear, preventing it from advancing any further. Zhang Qing couldn't help feeling shocked as a look of shock appeared in his eyes. If Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao were able to resist him, he could understand. After all, these two were also third-order cultivators like him. But what was going on with this young man? He was clearly only a second-order cultivator, so how could he have cultivated his shear to the minor accomplishment stage? He seemed to be having a much easier time resisting his shear than the other two behind him. Yang Kai's violent shear was like a gentle breeze to him, unable to shake him in the slightest. Zhang Qing looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. His heart was shaken. Small success in shear. Yang Kai nodded lightly with a playful smile on his face. Not bad. As he spoke, he casually glanced around. Ever since Zhang Qing and the others arrived, countless pairs of eyes had been looking in their direction, as if they were waiting for the scene of a great battle to break out. There were also some people whose expressions flickered, and it was unknown if they were scheming something. Yang Kai observed the situation and knew that if he didn't display enough strength this time, even if he forced Zhang Qing and the others to retreat, there might still be others who would come to provoke him. There would be no end to it. After all, their lack of manpower was their biggest weakness. Sneering in his heart, Yang Kai pointed at a cultivator behind Zhang Qing and asked, I heard you say that you met a dragon lady? The cultivator was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Kai would ask about this at this time. His face turned cold and he replied in a deep voice, "So what? Is the dragon lady wearing a red dress?" "That's right." "You injured her?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura flashing in them. "Wrong. I injured her, but unfortunately, it was only a single palm. I wasn't able to take her life." The cultivator sneered. "Very good." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly became blurry. In the next moment, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Although it happened suddenly, Zhang Qing and the others reacted quickly. Which one of them hadn't experienced countless life or death battles to be able to cultivate to the third-order origin returning realm? Shocked, they all opened their eyes wide and searched for any trace of Yang Kai. They found nothing. There was no trace of Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai's figure appeared in the middle of Zhang Qing and the others like a ghost. With a cold expression, he opened his hand and grabbed at the cultivator who had just spoken. "Watch out!" Someone next to him shouted. The cultivator was furious and was about to counterattack, but Yang Kai had already grabbed his head and poured his Saint Qi into his body. Like a hot knife through butter, Yang Kai broke through the layers of Saint Qi protection inside his body and poured it into his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Then, Yang Kai took a step and threw out his arm. The cultivator was directly flung away by Yang Kai. In mid-air, he suddenly let out a miserable howl, as if he was suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Then, with a muffled bang, his whole body suddenly exploded. Blood and organs scattered everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. "I forgot to tell you, that dragon lady is my woman." Yang Kai's expression was ferocious. Everyone was stunned. Trembling, they stared at the blood and flesh floating down from the sky. Looking at the arrogant Yang Kai who seemed to be unaware of the danger, they even forgot to breathe at this moment. With just one blow, he had instantly killed a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. This was something no third-order cultivator could accomplish. Only an origin king realm master could do so. But the young man who killed this cultivator was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, a cultivation lower than any other cultivator present. The subtle difference in realms, the intense visual conflict, and the unexpected ending formed a clear psychological contrast, making everyone keep quiet out of fear. Those who had thought about bullying Kai Yang and the others before but didn't make a move couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't bullied Kai Yang and the others at that time. Otherwise, their fates would have been very miserable. "Little brat, you dare." Zhang Qing's fist seemed to burn, and the high temperature caused space to distort. As he punched out, a fiery flood dragon rushed towards Yang Kai. The moment Zhang Qing attacked, his companions also summoned their artifacts one after another, their Saint Qi surging wildly as the brilliance of their artifacts blossomed. A mysterious shi suddenly broke through the blockade of Zhang Qing's shi and suppressed them instead. At this moment, everyone's aura was fiercely suppressed back into their bodies, unable to be released at all. Not only that, the space around them solidified, making it difficult for them to move. The circulation of their Saint Qi also seemed to be affected, and the brilliance of the artifacts in their hands suddenly dimmed. The suppression of shi. They knew better than anyone the reason for this. They had already fallen into Yang Kai's shi and were unable to extricate themselves. In the past, they had used this method to deal with enemies whose cultivation was lower than their own, and it had worked time and time again. Now, they were being suppressed by a mere second-order cultivator. No one would believe it if they said this, but it was the truth. Their eyes trembled as their muscles bulged as they desperately pushed their Saint Qi, trying to break free from Yang Kai's suppression. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao, however, did not give them a chance to breathe. Qian Tong let out a roar and summoned a coin-like artifact from his finger. This copper coin exuded a dazzling golden light, and as soon as it appeared, it split into 2, then 4, then 8. The sky was filled with golden copper coins, and from the central hole of each copper coin, an extremely sharp attack suddenly shot out towards the enemy like a swarm of locusts, creating a terrifying momentum. Lin Yu Rao's tender body twisted as a multicolored ribbon flew out from her hand and wrapped around one of the enemies. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking rang out from this enemy's body and filthy blood gushed from his mouth. By the time the multicolored ribbon flew back to Lin Yu Rao's hand, the enemy had already collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, his aura barely discernible. Yang Kai laughed wildly, not paying any attention to the enemies except for Zhang Qing. Everyone else could be dealt with by Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. Neither of them was weaker than Zhang Qing, so the two of them working together to deal with the enemies suppressed by their shi was a piece of cake. Yang Kai divided his attention and divided a part of his shi to contend with Zhang Qing's while at the same time focusing his mind. Accompanied by a high-pitched bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit appeared. "Kill him!" Yang Kai shouted as he pounced towards Zhang Qing. The Firebird artifact spirit flapped its wings and descended like a meteor from the ninth heaven, landing directly above Zhang Qing's head, opening its mouth wide and constantly spitting out fireballs containing violent power. Zhang Qing's complexion changed drastically, not having expected the situation to become like this. The screams coming from all around him terrified him, and the joint attack of Yang Kai and the Firebird artifact spirit was even more difficult for him to cope with. After resisting for less than 3 breaths, Zhang Qing's lower abdomen was pierced by Yang Kai's punishing heaven spear, and the Firebird took advantage of this opportunity to smash a fireball directly into his head. Zhang Qing's hair was burnt and he cut a sorry figure as he grit his teeth and glared at Yang Kai, a look of extreme resentment flashing across his face as a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, accompanied by the faint sound of thunder. Thin arcs of lightning also appeared on the surface of his body, giving off an astonishing momentum. With a flash of golden light, Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a golden blood thread, catching Zhang Qing off guard and binding him up. Looking at him with a playful look, Yang Kai sneered, "Do you think I don't know you cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire? Do you want to use this secret technique to take me down with you? How do you know?" Zhang Qing's face changed slightly. "Because I killed a few people from your Brilliant Flame sect in the Emperor Garden." Yang Kai's expression became fierce as the golden blood thread that bound Zhang Qing suddenly contracted. Walla. The extremely sharp golden blood thread broke through Zhang Qing's Saint Chi defenses and cut him into countless pieces, scattering his body on the ground. The battle ended, only 10 breaths of time had passed, so fast that it was difficult to follow. On Scarlet Wave Star's side, the 6 cultivators led by Brilliant Flame sect's Zhang Qing had been completely wiped out. On the other hand, Yang Kai and his 2 companions were unscathed. The audience was shocked. All the cultivators stared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a monster, a look of disbelief flashing across their eyes. They had watched this battle from beginning to end, so naturally, they knew how big of a role Yang Kai had played. It could be said that he had single-handedly suppressed Zhang Qing's group of 6. If it were not for his shi being so powerful, Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao would not have been able to kill their enemies so easily. Of the 6 cultivators, only Zhang Qing was able to release his shi slightly from his body. The other 5 were unable to release their shi at all and were all suppressed inside their bodies, unable to play the slightest role. How could an origin-returning realm cultivator who could not display the power of his shi be an origin-returning realm cultivator? Chapter 1603. Zhang Qing and the others did not seem to be facing a second-order origin-returning realm opponent, but a genuine origin king. Around the stone mountains in the territory, everyone's eyes became dignified as they stared at Yang Kai. They realized that this was an extremely terrifying opponent. Many of the cultivator groups who were closer to Yang Kai and the others retreated without a trace, subconsciously opening up some distance from Yang Kai, as if they were avoiding the plague. A purple thunder fire emerged from Zhang Qing's body. This thunder fire not only contained the scorching heat of fire but also the violent power of lightning. It was a secret technique that all powerful cultivators in Brilliant Flame's sect were proficient in cultivating. Last time in the Emperor Garden, the beautiful woman from Ice Heart Valley named Tan Ting. He had told Yang Kai that Brilliant Flame sect had a heavenly thunder fire, which was the foundation of Brilliant Flame sect and its hallowed treasure. If a cultivator in Brilliant Flame sect was strong enough, they would use the power of this heavenly thunder fire to cultivate their secret technique. Zhang Qing was obviously qualified. As soon as this heavenly thunder fire that belonged to Zhang Qing appeared, the Firebird artifact spirit swooped down like it had been injected with chicken blood, bit down on it, and swallowed it into its belly while letting out a joyful cry. "Come back," Yang Kai called out, and the artifact spirit immediately turned into a streak of fire and flew back into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai found that everyone seemed to be still immersed in shock and had yet to recover. Many of them were subconsciously avoiding his gaze, as if they were afraid of being stared at. Yang Kai chuckled and declared loudly, "Rest assured, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. I just want a more spacious territory, everyone can do whatever they want." Hearing what he said, the vigilant cultivator breathed a sigh of relief and their tense expressions gradually eased. With the strength Yang Kai had just shown, if he had set his sights on any team, that team would definitely not have had a good ending. Zhang Qing's group of 6 had died without even a chance to resist. The strongest team here only had 9 people, so no one had the confidence to resist Yang Kai's violent attacks and resolve his powerful Shi. "Continue with your meditation, I don't think anyone will disturb you now," Yang Kai motioned to Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. The two looked at each other with blank expressions, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. When they saw Yang Kai take action just now, they had joined him, without hesitation. They had not expected victory, but victory had come so easily. But their opponents had been powerless. When they killed their opponents, they had clearly felt their opponents' powerlessness. As a result, now that the battle was over, the two of them felt like they were dreaming. "Yang Kai, you seem to have grown a lot. Did you gain a lot in the blood prison?" Qian Tong looked at him suspiciously. The last time he joined with Yang Kai to attack Shadowed Star's 3 great leaders, Yang Kai had not been so terrifying. At that time, although Qian Tong felt that Yang Kai's potential was infinite, in the end, he had not yet fully matured, so he felt that his strength might be on par with Yang Kai's. But now, he could only look up to him. The improvement of his cultivation was only a small part of the reason. His attainments in Shi were Yang Kai's greatest assets. Qian Tong vaguely felt that Yang Kai's gains from this trip to the blood prison were not small. "Not bad," Yang Kai nodded lightly, not explaining too much. Qian Tong gently nodded, collected his thoughts, and no longer thought about it. Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged, he suddenly said, "By the way, Yang Kai, Brother Zhao, you decide." Yang Kai smiled brightly before sitting down cross-legged. Qian Tong nodded, thought about it for a moment, then walked over to Zhao Tianze, who was standing in place like a fool, and whispered to him. After a while, Zhao Tianze returned with a guilty look on his face, found a place, and sat down cross-legged, staring at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. He really felt guilty. Before, he had been afraid of death and had not stayed behind to share the joys and sorrows of Qian Tong and the others, but now that all his enemies had been killed, he had come to pick up the benefits. Zhao Tianze felt quite ashamed. If it had been anything else, Zhao Tianze would have most likely refused. A person should always have some dignity. However, the temptation of the stone mountains in the territory was too great for him, so even if he felt embarrassed, he could only grit his teeth and return. Now that he sat down, he felt his old face burning hot. "Brother Zhao, don't think too much." In that situation just now, anyone who didn't understand Yang Kai's background would have made the same choice. You don't have to feel embarrassed. How could this Qian not understand Brother Zhao's character? Qian Tong comforted. Zhao Tianze smiled bitterly as he glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing that he was motionless and had no intention of speaking, Zhao Tianze sighed and said sincerely, "This Zhao is grateful." He was too embarrassed to speak. Qian Tong patted him on the shoulder, motioning him to feel free to meditate. The stone mountains in the territory were surrounded by hundreds of third-order origin returning realm cultivator, all of them occupying different positions. Yang Kai's group occupied the largest position, so even if there were only 4 of them, no one dared to offend them. The corpses and blood on the ground were evidence of the great battle that had just taken place. On both sides of Yang Kai's small group, there was a large empty space that no one dared to occupy. From time to time, cultivators who heard the news would join in, and when they saw the empty space on both sides, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They wanted to occupy it, but when they saw the corpses on the ground, their expressions changed and they finally gave up reluctantly. Half a day later, the stone mountains in the territory had been surrounded twice. The number of cultivators here had already reached 200, and there were still more cultivators coming from afar. Conflict inevitably occurred. The larger groups all wanted to occupy the better positions, but the cultivator groups that arrived first naturally wouldn't give up, and the 2 sides began to fight. From time to time, someone would scream and die. The area around the stone mountains in the territory had become a graveyard for third-order origin returning realm masters. These famous masters from the major cultivation stars fell one after another, and the scene was extremely intense. But no matter how frequent the fighting was, Yang Kai's group of 4 didn't encounter any more provocation. They occupied a large space, and the people on both sides were far away from them. This was enough to explain the situation. Anyone with a little brain would understand that this small group was not to be trifled with, so naturally, no one would come looking for trouble. Qian Tong, Lin Yu Rao, and Zhao Tianzhe were already immersed in the wonders of the stone mountains in the territory. Yang Kai didn't meditate, but instead sat cross-legged on the ground to protect them. It seemed like he was preventing people from causing trouble, but there was a strange smile on his face as he stared at the territory stone in front of him. His gaze was as if he was looking at something that was already in his bag. One day later, many cultivators who were meditating vaguely noticed that something was wrong. As time passed, the various mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in the territory seemed to be weakening. At first, they thought it was just an illusion, but after careful investigation, they realized it was true. The stone mountains in the territory were really slowly losing their effects. This discovery puzzled the cultivator, none of them understanding why the stone mountains in the territory, which had existed for countless years, would suddenly undergo such a change. 2 days later, more cultivators discovered this matter, and soon, everyone knew about it. Whispers rang out one after another. What's going on? It's only been a few days, how can the stone mountains in the territory be so weak? You also feel the same? I thought that I was mistaken. Could it be that there are too many people meditating here? That's why the power of the stone mountains in the territory has been completely absorbed. Nonsense. When has the appearance of a stone mountain in the territory not attracted so many people? In the past, there were always more people coming here, and there had never been a problem before, so why would there be a problem this time? Could it be that the stone mountains in the territory are really going to lose their effects? Don't talk nonsense, it's important to quickly meditate while it's still a little bit useful. Once it completely loses its effect, it will be a dead mountain. The strange changes in the stone mountains in the territory made every cultivator here aware of the crisis, and they spared no effort to comprehend the mysteries, hoping to obtain the greatest benefits. On the 3rd day, the cultivator outside the stone mountains in the territory could no longer feel any magical concepts. Only those cultivators close to the stone mountains in the territory could gain some benefits. On the 4th day, the cultivator in the inner layer also found it difficult to comprehend anything. The effect of the stone mountains in the territory seemed to have weakened to the lowest level. This kind of thing had never happened before. The stone mountains in the territory were the treasures of the blood prison, and had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one understood what all this was. Only the smile hidden in Yang Kai's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a light cracking sound came from a certain location. Although the sound was extremely soft, it attracted the attention of many people. Looking in the direction of the sound, in an instant, many cultivators' eyes trembled. A crack. A crack actually appeared in the stone mountains in the territory. Someone exclaimed, as if he had discovered something incredible. What? A crack appeared in the stone mountains in the territory? Impossible. Some people were unwilling to believe it. What was a stone mountain in the territory? It was simply a huge stone in the territory. It had existed here for tens of thousands of years, so how could a crack appear on it? But just as this voice of doubt sounded, more cracks appeared on the stone mountains in the territory. Those tiny cracks were like spiders, densely packed and crisscrossing. Kacha, not good, the stone mountains in the territory are going to be destroyed. It actually broke? I've struck gold this time. I was worried about not being able to take away such a big thing, but it actually broke by itself. The heavens are really helping me. All kinds of shouts sounded in an instant. All the cultivators got up one after another, some with dignified expressions, some with excited expressions, all of them paying attention to the stone mountains in the territory, each with different ideas in their hearts. A hostile atmosphere suddenly filled the air. Many cultivators, who had been getting along peacefully, were now looking around, as if treating any stranger as a competitor. They all had ideas about the stone mountains in the territory. Yang Kai, we. Qian Tong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and also looked at the stone mountains in the territory with fiery eyes. Yang Kai frowned and expanded his divine sense. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly and he shouted, "Quickly retreat." Chapter 1604. Retreat? Qian Tong was stunned, not understanding why Yang Kai was so nervous. Go. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain and instead shouted loudly while retreating quickly. Before he left though, he pulled Lin Yu Rao along with him. Lin Yu Rao was confused but didn't resist, allowing Yang Kai to drag her along and soon retreating several dozen meters. Brother Qian. Zhao Tianzhe looked helpless and turned his eyes to Qian Tong for help. Listen to Yang Kai. Qian Tong didn't hesitate to turn into a stream of light and follow closely behind Yang Kai. He didn't know why Yang Kai made such a choice, but he chose to trust Yang Kai unconditionally. Perhaps Yang Kai had his own reasons. Seeing the three of them retreat, Zhao Tianzhe stood in place and hesitated for a moment before slapping his thigh in annoyance and following them. The scene had become chaotic. As the cracks on the stone mountains in their territory increased, countless cultivators rushed forward, trying to snatch the shattered territory stones. There were also some people who were shrewd enough to hear Yang Kai's shout and realize that something was wrong, but instead of wading into these muddy waters, they quietly retreated. When something abnormal happened, there was always a reason, not to mention the fact that the stone mountains in their territory were about to shatter. However, there weren't many people like this, only a tenth of the total number. Most people were fascinated by the temptation in front of them and didn't pay attention to Yang Kai's warning. Kacha, the sound continued, and the stone mountains in their territory seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Under everyone's gaze, more and more cracks appeared, growing larger and larger. Eventually, the stone mountains in their territory collapsed, and the huge stone mountains in their territory turned into pieces of territory stones of various sizes that scattered on the ground. But what made everyone feel strange was that these broken territory stones were different from the territory stones produced in their territory. Each one was as thin as a cicada's wing. That's impossible. The mountain in this territory is actually empty? Someone shouted in disbelief. These shattered pieces of territory stones already explained the problem. If the territory stone mountain wasn't hollow, how could these thin fragments appear after it was shattered? The scene before his eyes was like an empty clay pot that had been smashed into pieces. This was unacceptable to many. However, even though the territory stone was as thin as a cicada's wing, it was still a territory stone. After a few breaths of surprise, everyone frantically rushed forward, eyeing the territory stones of different sizes and trying to snatch them. The situation instantly went out of control. The power of all kinds of artifacts and martial skills blossomed, illuminating everything within a radius of several dozen meters, making it almost impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Screams rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Suddenly, a ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the mountain in the territory and spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. All the cultivators covered by this ripple involuntarily stopped what they were doing, their faces suddenly filled with panic. When this ripple swept across their bodies, they all felt a dangerous aura. This was the aura of a territory field. And it was an extremely terrifying territory field. The territory field unique to the mountain in the territory seemed to have been revived again. Not good, let's go. A smart martial artist shouted. No one tried to grab the scattered territory stones anymore, each cultivator desperately pushing their Saint Chi and frantically retreating. But it was already too late. When the first ripple appeared, a second, a third, followed closely behind. In an instant, countless ripples that could be seen with the naked eye overlapped and filled an area of nearly 3 kilometers in circumference, enveloping the entire area within it. Everyone's vision blurred as the powerful territory field that gave birth to the mountain in the territory finally revealed its ferocious face. Like a mad and hungry beast, it opened its bloody maw and swallowed nearly 200 third-order origin returning realm cultivators whole. Screams rang out from all directions, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. No origin returning realm cultivator could resist the crushing power of this violent territory field, their vigorous vitality suddenly vanishing like bubbles being crushed. After the layers of ripples struck, everyone let out a miserable howl and exploded, using their life force and blood to display their final beauty. Yang Kai and the other 3 stood 1,000 meters away from the mountain in the territory field, all of them looking forward with pale faces. Zhao Tianzai's lips trembled, and his 2 rows of teeth collided together, making a crunching sound. He didn't dare imagine what would have happened if he had been a little greedy just now. He was afraid he would have ended up like those people who had fallen into the territory field. He subconsciously looked towards Yang Kai, his heart filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this young man's foresight, this trip to the blood prison would have been over. The complexions of Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao were also not much better. So many cultivator with the same cultivation as them, so many powerful existences who could have broken through to the origin king realm, had fallen without being able to put up any resistance. These people had died like ants, their mood was subtle and complex. At the same time, in the stone pavilion 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, Luo Hai, who had been sitting peacefully, suddenly stood up, his expression extremely ugly. Master Luo Hai, what happened? The old woman surnamed Lei saw his expression change and quickly asked nervously. Yes, brother Luo Hai, what is making you so nervous? An old man also asked in confusion. After reaching the origin king realm, one's heart was bound to be very calm, so it was rare for one to be so shocked. What's more, Luo Hai was not an ordinary origin king, he was the star master of Green Mountain Star, a second-order origin king. Throughout the entire star territory, besides a few mysterious old farts, there were not many who were stronger than him. Seeing Luo Hai's face suddenly become so ugly, everyone realized that something big must have happened. The stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed. Luo Hai quickly said. What? Did I hear wrong? Yes, how could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Who did it? The little ones inside shouldn't have such ability, right? Everyone was shouting. If this was not said by Luo Hai, none of them would have believed it. Even if Luo Hai said it, they still had doubts. How could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Master Luo Hai, is what you said true? The old woman looked at Luo Hai solemnly. How could this king make such a joke with you? Luo Hai frowned. As for how it was destroyed, this king does not know, but it is definitely destroyed. Everyone looked at each other but no longer questioned Luo Hai's judgment. He was the star master, so since he said so, he must be completely sure. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat unable to accept such a result. What a pity, the stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It has existed for tens of thousands of years, how could it be destroyed so easily? After a long time, the old man who spoke before sighed. Although the stone mountain in the territory existed on Green Mountain Star, it could be said to be a treasure of the entire star territory. Now that it had been destroyed, anyone would feel pity. Perhaps its destruction would result in fewer origin kings being born in the territory. By the way, Master Luo Hai, since the stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed, what about the people who were meditating around the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman suddenly thought of a more serious problem. When the others heard this, they also paid attention nervously. Many died. This king is unable to determine the exact number of people who died, but this king estimates there were about 200. 200. The old woman's face changed drastically, and after a long time, she smiled bitterly. This time, all the great forces have suffered heavy losses. The blood prison trial had a ridiculously high death rate because basically all those who entered were third-order origin returning realm cultivators. No one feared anyone, and in order to break through to the origin king realm, they were willing to kill all enemies who stood in their way. Now that the stone mountain in their territory had suddenly changed, more than 200 cultivator had died. It was likely that the cultivator from some great forces who had entered would be wiped out and never be able to recover. Everyone quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Fortunately, third young master did not come this time, otherwise. The old man from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce suddenly broke out in cold sweat as a look of fear appeared on his face. If third young master Shuiyu had also come to participate in the blood prison trial and went to the stone mountain in their territory, he couldn't imagine it. Third young master Shuiyu was the greatest hope for the future of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. In the blood prison, only a few breaths of time had passed before the chaotic world calmed down again. All the cultivators who had not retreated in time had died without leaving behind a corpse. In the end, there were less than 30 people who had survived this catastrophe. These people had all heard Yang Kai's shout and retreated decisively, saving their lives. After recovering from their panic, they all cupped their fists in the direction of Yang Kai to express their gratitude. With the stone mountain in their territory gone, they naturally would not remain here any longer, each of them heading off in different directions to enter the blood prison in search of their own opportunities. Soon, only Yang Kai's group of 4 remained in this large area. Sect Master Yang, this old master is deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. I hope Sect Master Yang will make a trip to Green Water City after leaving the blood prison. This Zhao will surely welcome you with open arms. Zhao Tianze said sincerely, now truly admiring Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled faintly. City Lord Zhao is too polite. I didn't do anything wrong, but I will be going to Green Water City. I hope I won't disturb City Lord Zhao when the time comes. Qian Yu was still inquiring about Su Yan in Green Water City, so Yang Kai naturally had to go and pick her up. No, no. Zhao Tianze quickly waved his hand, a smile appearing on his face. It is this Zhao's honor that Sect Master Yang has come. How could I possibly disturb you? Yang Kai gently nodded before turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. You two be careful from now on. Hearing the meaning behind his words, Lin Yu Rao was a little disappointed. Sect Master won't come with us? No, I still have things to do. Yang Kai shook his head. The origin essence crystal Qi Yu had ordered him to obtain had not yet been obtained, and the other half of the monster transformation secret art was still in Yu Xiong's hands, so Yang Kai had to obtain it first. The golden divine dragon source in his body was something he desperately wanted to develop. Then you must be careful. I'm afraid no one here is your opponent, but the remaining territory field here is very powerful, so you must act according to your strength, Qian Tong exhorted. Chapter 1605. I know, I won't put on a brave front. Yang Kai grinned, then let's part ways here. When we're done here, we'll meet again in Green Water City. I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly before turning around and turning into a stream of light, quickly disappearing from the sights of Qian Tong and the others. Let's go too, Qian Tong called out. Now that so many people have died, the competition in the blood prison will probably weaken a lot. This is a good time to look for opportunities, we can't miss it. Brother Qian is right. Zhao Tianzai's eyes lit up, his previous gloomy mood suddenly swept away, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Somewhere 100 kilometers away from the stone mountains in the territory, Yang Kai looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he suddenly grinned, "Come out." In the next moment, there was a rustling sound on the ground in front of him. Then, a small head popped out from the ground. Its two green bean-like eyes rolled around, and its body shot up, arriving in front of Kai Yang. The stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai had secretly released the stone mongoose while he was fighting with Zhang Qing and the others. At that time, everyone was shocked by his strength and did not notice any trace of the stone mongoose. All of this was done without anyone noticing. How was the harvest? Yang Kai looked down at the stone mongoose and asked. The stone mongoose did not show much reaction, simply opening its mouth and spitting out a fist-sized territory stone. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the territory stone in the palm of his hand. After inspecting it for a moment, he chuckled and patted the stone mongoose's small head, praising, "Well done." He could imagine that the stone mongoose now had a belly full of territory stones, a number so large that any origin king would be moved. It could be said that the destruction of the stone mountains in the territory was entirely due to this stone mongoose. It snuck in from below without leaving a trace and emptied the entire mountain in the territory without anyone noticing. That was why the cultivator felt that the effect of the stone mountains in their territory was getting weaker and weaker. That was why the stone mountains in their territory would suddenly collapse and become hollow inside. It was all thanks to the stone mongoose. The stone mountains in the territory were indeed hard enough, but the stone mongoose had an innate ability to devour all kinds of minerals. Even the 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, the most precious treasure of the colored glass sect, had been bitten by it. Naturally, the stone mountains in the territory were no exception. The moment Yang Kai saw the stone mountain in his territory, he had a bad idea. He did not expect that the stone mongoose would destroy the stone mountains in his territory and trigger the terrifying territory field. Therefore, the moment he sensed that something was wrong, he shouted loudly to remind him. Unfortunately, most of the cultivator were blinded by the benefits in front of them and did not pay attention to his reminder. Only a few of them retreated with him at the first moment, saving their lives. After giving the stone mongoose an order, Yang Kai took it to a more remote location and had it spit out all the territory stones in its stomach. After a quick count, Yang Kai was overjoyed. A total of 2,000 to 3,000 territory stones. This was an extremely terrifying number, which could be seen from Yang Kai's harvest since entering the blood prison. So far, he had only obtained 3 domain stones. Others might not necessarily have more gains than he had, in fact, they might have even less. But right now, he had obtained 2,000 to 3,000 territory stones. Perhaps, since ancient times, the total number of territory stones obtained by a cultivator who walked out of the blood prison had never been so high. It seemed that Yang Kai would no longer have to worry about comprehending the mysteries of his territory. With so many territory stones in hand, Yang Kai could unscrupulously absorb the mysterious energy contained within them, gain insight into his territory, and comprehend the essence of the Origin King realm. His future would definitely be bright and smooth. Yang Kai was in a good mood. The main purpose of a cultivator who entered the blood prison was to use the territory vortexes to temper their Shi, while their secondary purpose was naturally to search for territory stones. Yang Kai felt that he had achieved both of these goals. Without mentioning the number of territory stones he had obtained, the vortexes in his territory could no longer stop him from exploring them. His understanding and application of Shi had reached a new height, and even if he had not reached the grand accomplishment stage, he was not far from it. Perhaps one day, when he broke through to the third-order origin returning realm, his Shi would reach the grand accomplishment stage and he would have the capital to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai was not going to waste any more time. He was going to find the origin essence crystal left behind by the monster king who died here 10,000 years ago and complete the task given to him by Chiyu. On Monster Star, there were 10 tribal lords, but none of them were qualified to be called Monster King. If one wanted to become a Monster King, they needed to reach the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Since ancient times, the number of Monster Kings born on Monster Star could be counted on one hand. There had been one tens of thousands of years ago, but unfortunately, he was involved in the disputes of Green Mountain Star at that time and eventually fell in the blood prison. Chiyu had already told Yang Kai the specific location. After all, over the years, Monster Emperor Star had secretly sent a number of monster race rookies to the blood prison trial. Chiyu had already inquired about the situation, but unfortunately, they had no way to obtain it. Kai Yang continued to move forward, not wasting any time. He didn't know if it was because of the changes in the stone mountains in his territory, or because so many people had died, but Yang Kai felt that the number of cultivators in the blood prison had indeed decreased greatly. After walking for a few days, Yang Kai couldn't detect any signs of life, and there was no one around. In front of him was a bare hill that was no more than 1,000 meters high. There was not a single blade of grass growing on this hill, only gravel and dirt. However, this hill exuded an extremely strange aura that made one flinch. Demonic Qi. What's more, it was an extremely powerful demonic Qi. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator did not dare to set foot on this hill easily, because the omnipresent demonic Qi was not something they could withstand. Once one stayed inside for too long, the demonic Qi would invade their body. This was the demonic Qi of a Monster King level master, and a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not resist it. In the end, the demonic Qi would corrode one's meridians, flesh, blood, become demonic Qi, or become the demon race and die. Therefore, in the blood prison, this strange hill had always been regarded as a restricted area, and no one dared to enter at will. Occasionally, those who passed by it would stay far away to avoid being affected by the demonic Qi. It should be here. Yang Kai looked at the bare hill and whispered to himself. This hill in front of him was the same as the information given by Chiyu, the place where the Monster King fell. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked straight towards the hill. After a short while, he arrived at the foot of the hill. As soon as he stepped in, the omnipresent demonic Qi rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions, drilling into his pores and pouring into his meridians. Yang Kai pushed his Saint Qi to resist the invasion of the demonic Qi. It was a bit strenuous. As expected of the demonic Qi left behind by a Monster King level master. Even if it had existed here for tens of thousands of years, it was still not easy to resist. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the golden divine dragon source, so even if the demonic Qi forced into his body, it would not have much effect on him. If it were any other human origin returning realm master, they would have retreated immediately. After confirming that he was fine, Yang Kai walked up step by step. Very quickly, he arrived at the top of the mountain. He raised his eyes and looked around. The surroundings were empty, and there was nothing. This caused him to frown. The information given to him by Chiyu only said that the origin essence crystal was in this barren hill, but she did not know its exact location. If it was not at the top of the hill, then it might be somewhere else. Yang Kai silently sensed for a while and made a plan in his heart. Looking in a certain direction, he walked towards it. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai arrived at the back of the hill and stood in front of a dark cave, looking inside with rapt attention. The cave was dark and he could not see anything. When he tried to probe it with his divine sense, it was bounced back. However, if he guessed correctly, the Monster King level master should have fallen in this cave because the demonic Qi was the strongest here. Yang Kai was not afraid of anything. He took out a luminous stone from his space ring, held it in his hand, and stepped inside. The deeper he went, the stronger the demonic Qi became. The deepest part of the cave seemed to be the source of the demonic Qi. After a while, Yang Kai finally arrived at the innermost part of the cave. This cave seemed to have been artificially excavated. It was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. The innermost part of the cave was actually a cave that covered an area of several hundred meters. In a certain part of the cave, there seemed to be a huge object lying across the ground, and an astonishing demonic aura was spreading out from it. Yang Kai took out more luminous stones and flicked them around, embedding them into the cracks in the surrounding stone walls. In the blink of an eye, the entire dark cave became bright. Looking forward again, Yang Kai's eyes shrank as shock filled them. He suddenly discovered that the huge object in front of him was none other than a skeleton. The skeleton of a huge monster beast. It was about 200 meters long and looked somewhat like an ancient giant crocodile. Even though it was just a skeleton, it exuded an astonishing aura. This skeleton should be the original body of the Monster King level master. It seemed that he had been transformed from a monster beast, otherwise, he would not have revealed his true form after death. Generally, monster race cultivators who were born in human form would remain in human form after death, but they could cultivate some secret techniques to stimulate the monster beast bloodline in their body and stimulate the potential of the monster beast in their bloodline to fight. This kind of monster beast that revealed its true form after death must have been the incarnation of a powerful monster beast. This was the purest form of the monster race, and its bloodline was extremely pure. What's more, this was the skeleton of a third-order origin king monster beast. Even after tens of thousands of years, its skeleton was still as fresh as new. Each of its bones looked extremely sturdy and would definitely be a top-grade material for artifact refining. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Qiyu only said that he would hand over the origin essence crystal to Yu Xiong, but she did not say that he would hand over the Monster King skeleton as well, so Yang Kai could simply take it for himself. High Heaven's sect was currently developing and had many highly accomplished artifact refiners from Star Emperor Mountain. Although these artifact refiners could not be compared to Yang Yan, they were still among the best on Shadowed Star. If these skeletons were taken back and given to them for artifact refining, Yang Kai believed they would definitely be able to refine a large number of origin-grade high-rank artifacts. However, doing so would be a waste of Heaven's treasures. Logically speaking, the skeleton of an Origin King realm monster beast was a precious material that could be used to refine Origin King grade artifacts. Chapter 1606. With such thoughts running through his mind, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the chest of the monster beast skeleton. In an instant, his eyes became even more fiery. He could clearly see that there was a dark red, round crystal about the size of a baby's head. An origin essence crystal. It could also be called the Monster King's monster core. The two had different names, but they both referred to the same thing. Only third-order origin kings could condense such a magical thing as an origin essence crystal in their bodies. Second-order origin kings did not have such qualifications at all. An origin essence crystal contained a top master's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as their understanding of their territory. Its value was immeasurable. The biggest reason Qiyu wanted to obtain it was to use it to break through to the third-order origin king realm and become a monster king. Looking at the entire star territory, how many third-order origin kings were there? At most, the number could be counted on one hand, and all of them were elusive existences. No one knew where they were, and it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to see them. But now, there was the skeleton of a master of this level lying in front of Yang Kai, and not only was the skeleton intact, even the origin essence crystal was there. Yang Kai's breathing inevitably became a little rapid as he stared at the origin essence crystal with scorching eyes. Carefully releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai extended his divine sense towards the origin essence crystal, but before his divine sense could touch it, the dark red round crystal suddenly flashed. Yang Kai frowned and quickly withdrew his divine sense, not daring to spy on it at will. Qiyu was right, this origin essence crystal still contained a wisp of the Monster King's remnant soul, so any attempt to encroach on it would provoke resistance. If not for this origin essence crystal and skeleton would have been taken away long ago. How could they have waited until today? The only way to safely obtain the origin essence crystal was to suppress this wisp of remnant soul. Anyone who came to the blood prison was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so who had the ability to suppress the Monster King's remnant soul? Only Yang Kai's golden holy dragon's origin power could compare. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai calmed his mood and stared at the origin essence crystal solemnly, motionless. In the darkness, an almost imperceptible shadow was cautiously approaching Yang Kai. This shadow stuck close to the ground and did not seem to have a physical body, nor did it emit any aura. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai did not notice it at all. The black shadow approached little by little, and soon came to a position less than 15 meters behind Yang Kai. Immediately, the dormant black shadow curled up like a snake, converging into one and aiming at Yang Kai's back. Right at this moment, Yang Kai's body shook violently as a resounding dragon roar rang out. Immediately after, an unimaginable pressure spread out in all directions. On Yang Kai's right arm, golden scales strangely appeared and wrapped his entire right arm. Not only his right arm, but the back of his hand was also covered in golden scales. When these scales appeared, his 5 fingers suddenly burst with golden light and his fingernails strangely elongated, flashing a sharp cold light. Dragon form. After cultivating half of the monster transformation's secret art, Yang Kai was now barely able to stimulate the golden holy dragon source in his body and transform part of his right arm into a dragon form. His entire right arm instantly became ferocious and terrifying. The black shadow that appeared 15 meters behind Yang Kai was obviously taken aback and quickly returned to the ground, retreating in a hurry. At that moment, Yang Kai moved, his right arm stretching forward in a seemingly slow but actually urgent manner, instantly breaking through the barrier of space and arriving above the origin essence crystal. The origin essence crystal flashed wildly. Vaguely, a restless aura surged from it, as if it was on the verge of exploding. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he grabbed the origin essence crystal in his hand and gripped it tightly. At the same time, he poured his Saint Chi and divine sense madly into it. Suddenly, a soft sound seemed to come from the origin essence crystal and the restless aura gradually subsided. The golden scales on Yang Kai's right arm gradually faded and his terrifying right arm returned to its normal state. Letting go of his hand, Yang Kai looked at the origin essence crystal in his hand and grinned. The remnant soul inside the origin essence crystal had been forcibly erased by him, so now this origin essence crystal could be held by anyone without worrying about it exploding. The process was simple and easy, something Yang Kai had not expected. Qiyu had given him such serious instructions, so Yang Kai thought it would be difficult, but how could he have known he would succeed so easily? Yang Kai looked at this origin essence crystal up close and a strange look appeared on his face. He vaguely felt that this origin essence crystal was somewhat familiar, as if he had obtained it before. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai suddenly realized when he had obtained an origin essence crystal. The first time he entered Luyen Sandland. In Luyen Sandland, in the pool filled with soul-cleansing divine water, Yang Kai had indeed obtained a crystal-like object. At that time, he did not know what it was, but when he used his divine sense to investigate it, the crystal strangely disappeared and entered his knowledge sea. In the end, this wonderful crystal was completely absorbed by the 6-colored soul-warming lotus, leading to the successful evolution of the soul-warming lotus into its 7-colored form. Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique was comprehended at that time. So that thing was an origin essence crystal. Yang Kai finally understood. No wonder its effects were so powerful, even allowing the soul-warming lotus to evolve. It was just that Yang Kai had not been able to comprehend the mysteries of the territory from it, so he did not know what was going on. It seemed that the master who died beside the soul-cleansing divine water was at least a third-order origin king. Many years had passed, so Yang Kai did not have any thoughts of exploring it in detail. After understanding this, he put away the origin essence crystal. Although this thing was precious, Yang Kai wanted to obtain the monster transformation secret art more. As such, he still had to give it to Qiyu. What's more, Qiyu was Shan Qing Luo's adoptive mother. If she became stronger, Shanqing Luo would be able to obtain more protection. Yang Kai understood this very well. From beginning to end, he had no intention of taking the Origin Essence Crystal for himself. He believed that with his own ability, even if he did not rely on the Origin Essence Crystal, he would one day be able to break through to the Third Order Origin King realm and reach the peak of the martial Tao. Turning around, Yang Kai also put away the Monster King's skeleton. Of course, Yang Kai would not miss the Monster King's space ring. Although he did not know what was inside, the wealth of a Third Order Origin King would certainly not be small. This was the biggest gain of this trip. After a careful inspection confirming that he had not missed anything, Yang Kai left. The cave was not too deep, so Yang Kai soon saw the light again. You finally came out. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, a somewhat familiar sinister laugh came from the depths of the ground. Immediately, a blood-red figure suddenly rushed up from the ground and landed in front of him. In an instant, it launched a storm of attacks. Yang Kai's face became cold as he sent out a golden blood thread from his finger, forming an airtight barrier in front of him. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a violent burst of energy rang out as all the attacks launched by the blood-red figure were blocked by Yang Kai's golden blood threads, causing them to retreat in vain. Shuel Yen. Yang Kai took a moment to see who had attacked him and could not help shouting coldly as murderous intent surged from his body. It's your grandpa Shuel Yen. Shuel Yen roared wildly, his expression ferocious as he activated his flood dragon transformation, covering his whole body in blood-red scales, making him look extremely sturdy. Regardless of the situation, he continued to attack Yang Kai desperately. You court death. Yang Kai sneered, and with a single thought, the two golden blood threads suddenly transformed into thunder flame flying lizards, bared their fangs, and pounced towards Shuel Yen. How can a flying lizard defeat my Shuejiao? The Shuejiao seemed to have forgotten the lesson he had learned in the palace and did not show the slightest fear of Yang Kai. Punching out with his scaly fists, two blood-colored flood dragons condensed from his monster chi appeared and met the thunder flame flying lizard head-on, entangling with each other without the slightest disadvantage. At the same time, Shuel Yen waved his hand and summoned a giant axe, which he then slashed towards Yang Kai's position. A shocking axe wave that seemed capable of cleaving through the heavens arrived in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he dodged to the side. At that moment, another figure leapt out of the soil, clasped its palms together, and pushed them forward fiercely. A huge and strange flower suddenly appeared, its petals opening like a giant beast's mouth as it bit towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became cold as he pushed his space force and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away. The strange flower failed to succeed and immediately flew back, floating above the head of the second figure, its petals constantly opening and closing, as if it was breathing with life, and a sweet fragrance began to fill the air. Mi Tian. Yang Kai's lips curled upwards as he revealed a playful look. Good, both of you are here. It seems you knew I would come here, so you set up an ambush here? Indeed, Mi Tian smiled lightly. Mi Tian smiled softly with a warm look on his face. You have the divine dragon source, and the origin essence crystal here is no secret to my monster race. On top of that, you suddenly came to the blood prison from Monster Star, so how could we not know what you were planning? Was it Senior Chiyu who sent you here? Smart. Yang Kai nodded lightly. What about the origin essence crystal? Mi Tian's breathing became slightly rapid. Since I've come out, where do you think the origin essence crystal is? Yang Kai smiled brightly. You really succeeded. Mi Tian took a light breath, the look of greed on his face obvious. You want it? Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. With just the two of you, I'm afraid you don't have such ability. Be careful you don't end up dying here. Seeing him despise them so much and not take them seriously, whether it was Shuel Yen or Mi Tian, both of their faces became ugly. Although they didn't want to admit it, both of them knew that in a one-on-one fight, neither of them was Yang Kai's opponent. In the palace, Yang Kai had proven his strength. Whether I have the ability or not, we'll know after we fight, Mi Tian coldly snorted. Yang Kai was just about to laugh again when suddenly his brow furrowed and his shirt madly spread outwards. With him as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius suddenly collapsed and tiny void cracks began to appear like slithering snakes. Chapter 1607. In the chaotic collapse of space, a cold light suddenly appeared. It seemed to have been aimed at Yang Kai's back, but the chaotic space affected the accuracy of this cold light, causing it to be swallowed up by the void before it could play any role. Accompanied by a soft cry of surprise, a third figure appeared like a ghost, his brow furrowed as he jumped back, a dignified look on his face as he shook his head and sighed. Sure enough, he's difficult to deal with. Yang Kai remained motionless, standing like a rock on the ground as he glanced back coldly, somewhat surprised. Lai Feng. You're also here. He hadn't expected that the third person to attack him would actually be Lai Feng from Wild Lion territory. The top juniors of the monster race's 3 territories had now gathered together. Mi Tian and Shuai Yan ambushing him was something Yang Kai could understand. After all, there was some friction between him and these two, so how could they possibly give up? However, Lai Feng's participation in this matter was truly unexpected. When Yang Kai first entered the blood prison, Lai Feng had even invited him to act together, but a few days later, this guy had become his enemy. Atop Monster Mountain, demonic chi filled the air, and these 3 monster race juniors took advantage of this demonic chi to perfectly conceal themselves. If it weren't for Yang Kai's sharp senses, he really might have been ambushed by Lai Feng. Lai Feng, I have no grievances with you, right? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and asked indifferently. Lai Feng laughed dryly and said in a deep voice, of course not. Then why did you do this? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Brother Yang, please forgive me. Lai Feng seemed a little embarrassed as he cupped his fists and said calmly, to be honest, if possible, Lai Feng does not want to be enemies with Brother Yang. But this matter is related to an origin essence crystal, so Lai Feng cannot ignore it. Yang Kai nodded. Understood. Since Brother Yang understands, Lai Feng has nothing to say. Every tribal lord wants to obtain the origin essence crystal, but no one has a way to take it out. Now that Brother Yang has achieved this, Lai Feng cannot allow you to leave, but if Brother Yang can hand over the origin essence crystal, I believe Shuai Yan and Mi Tian should let you leave safely. Do you think I'll hand it over? Yang Kai sneered. Lai Feng thought about it seriously for a while, then said seriously, I'm afraid not. If it were me, I wouldn't either. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Let's join forces and kill him. No matter how powerful he is, he's just one person. Why should the 3 of us be afraid of him? Shuai Yan's temper was the most fiery, so when he saw Yang Kai and Lai Feng arguing endlessly, he let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Kai with all his might. Releasing an astonishing momentum, the phantom of a huge blood flood dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Shuai Yan obviously knew how powerful Yang Kai was and wanted to go all out against him. Mi Tian didn't waste any time talking nonsense. The moment Shuai Yan took action, Mi Tian let out a shout and the strange flower above his head suddenly began spinning, its petals flying out and disappearing into the void. Lai Feng's figure once again faded like a ghost before disappearing without a trace. No one knew where he had gone. The fierce offensive of the 3 monster race rookies broke out in an instant. Good. Since you court death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Kai was fighting 1 against 3, but not only was he not afraid, his expression instead became fierce and savage. 5-colored light suddenly covered his entire body, and with a chi sound, tiny and almost invisible 5-element sword chi emerged from every pore on his body. These 5-element sword chi were extremely sharp, and not only could they provide him with a considerable amount of protection, they also possessed great lethality. 5 elements indestructible sword chi was a combination of attack and defense. His muscles bulging, Yang Kai's explosive strength surged as he threw out 3 punches to meet Shuai Yan's violent onslaught. The violent energy from the two collided in the middle, sputtering out a huge explosion. Yang Kai remained motionless while Shuai Lian's fierce body trembled 3 times before his arms suddenly drooped down weakly. In a head-on collision, he was obviously not Yang Kai's opponent. Without giving Shuai Lian a chance to react, Yang Kai rubbed his hands together and summoned a dozen golden blood threads, twisting and twisting together to form a golden spear that shot towards Shuai Lian at an extremely fast speed. Shuai Lian's face changed drastically as his eyes filled with shock. As soon as they fought, he realized that Yang Kai was stronger than when they had fought in the palace before. At that time, Shuai Lian at least had the strength to fight back, but now, he was completely suppressed, unable to even muster up the will to resist. The other party's offensive had completely destroyed his confidence. This situation could only be explained by 2 possibilities. The first was that Yang Kai had not used his full strength at that time, and the second was that Yang Kai had grown a lot in the blood prison. Shuai Lian's courage was shattered. Perceiving the terrifying lethality contained in this golden spear, Shuai Lian did not dare to neglect and hurriedly summoned a defensive artifact in front of him while crossing his arms across his chest, grit his teeth, and roared, preparing to meet this attack head-on. Guangdang. The sound of metal colliding rang out and spread throughout the entire Demon Mountain. The defensive artifact Shuai Lian hurriedly summoned failed to play any role and was directly penetrated by the golden spear before continuing to stab towards him. On both of Shuai Lian's arms, the blood-colored scales were pierced through and a large hole immediately appeared. The wound was so deep that bone could be seen and blood instantly sprayed out. Under the tremendous force, Shuai Lian's body was sent flying straight into the cave. A series of crashing noises rang out from the depths of the cave for a long time. No one knew where Shuai Lian had been sent flying or how serious his injuries were. Yang Kai did not stop and instead turned around abruptly, waving his hand towards a certain spot in the void behind him. A huge crescent-shaped void crack immediately formed and rushed forward fiercely. Lai Feng let out a strange cry as he hurriedly retreated, staring at the crescent-shaped void crack with a dignified expression, not daring to face it head-on, only able to evade. Before he could even launch an attack, he was forced out by Yang Kai. Petals suddenly appeared around Yang Kai, spinning like sharp blades as they shot towards Yang Kai from all directions. As these petals rotated, a sweet fragrance spread out, seemingly capable of affecting one's mind. At this moment, Yang Kai had forced Lai Feng back and paused, allowing Mi Tian to grasp the opportunity to attack quite well. In an instant, the countless petals wrapped around Yang Kai, forming a strange flower that reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, Yang Kai had already disappeared. He seemed to have been swallowed by the flower. Mi Tian frowned as he looked around nervously. He could tell that his attack had no effect and Yang Kai had escaped at the critical moment. "Want to kill me? The 3 of you don't seem to have enough weight." A sarcastic voice came from the side, causing Mi Tian's eyes to shrink as he quickly looked over, only to see Yang Kai standing in the void unscathed. Mi Tian's face suddenly became gloomy. Lai Feng appeared silently beside Mi Tian, a cold expression on his face, not saying a word. The 3 monster race rising stars joining forces might not be able to compete with an Origin King Realm Master, but they were absolutely invincible in the Origin Returning Realm. They were not ordinary Origin Returning Realm Masters, they were all top masters on Monster Star. However, the result of this battle made them feel a chill in their hearts. Without much effort, Yang Kai resolved their attacks one by one. Shuai Lian had been sent flying into the cave, and even now, there was no movement from him. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but the remaining 2 were completely suppressed. Is this guy even human? Lai Feng's eyes twitched as he regretted getting involved in this mess. He knew that Yang Kai was extremely strong, otherwise, he would not have been able to teach Shuai Lian a lesson back in the palace, so when they first entered the blood prison, he had invited Yang Kai to act together. However, after learning about the Origin Essence Crystal from Mi Tian and Shuai Lian, he could not just sit back and watch. The Origin Essence Crystal was too precious, so precious that he was willing to take a risk. Originally, he thought that if he joined forces with Shuai Yan and Mi Tian, Yang Kai would definitely be outnumbered, but judging from the short time they fought, the situation was not optimistic. This person was actually heaven-defying to such an extent. With just a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, being able to achieve such a feat was unprecedented since ancient times, right? Lai Feng, you aren't regretting it, are you? You should know that there is no medicine for regret in this world. Today, either he dies, or we die. Mi Tian glanced at him with a gloomy expression. He was determined to kill Yang Kai. Lai Feng slowly shook his head. Once an arrow leaves the bow, there is no turning back, I naturally know that. And, let's wait for Brother Shuai Yan to come out. Only if the three of us work together will we have a chance. Mi Tian did not refute. Facing Yang Kai, he had already put away his pride. The two stood there side by side, their eyes wandering between Yang Kai and the cave from time to time, their hearts burning with anxiety. Shuai Yan still did not move, as if he had really been killed by Yang Kai in a single blow. However, this was impossible. Even if Yang Kai was powerful, Shuai Yan had still displayed his flood dragon transformation, so his defenses were impregnable. How could he have been killed by such an attack? Mi Tian and Lai Feng could not figure out what Shuai Yan was doing, and for a moment, both of them cursed Shuai Yan in their hearts, blaming him for dropping the ball at this critical moment. Right at this moment, an extremely tragic roar suddenly came from the cave. The roar was like rolling thunder, deafening to the ears. It's Shuai Yan. Mi Tian frowned, his expression becoming gloomy. He did not know why Shuai Yan was acting so crazily. Even if he was unwilling, he could have just rushed out and fought Yang Kai again, so what was the point of roaring like this? Something's not right. Lai Feng suddenly felt his heart palpitate uneasily. Inexplicably, an unprecedented sense of crisis spread from the bottom of his heart, as if he did not retreat immediately, his life would be in danger. This kind of feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Like Mi Tian and Lai Feng, Yang Kai also stared towards the cave with a dignified expression, faintly aware that something was wrong. However, he was more curious about what Shuai Yan was doing, or if he was going to use some kind of earth-shattering secret technique. Chapter 1608. After a short while, Shuai Yan's roar suddenly subsided, as if someone had grabbed his throat and stopped abruptly. The moment his roar subsided, the rich demonic qi throughout Monster Mountain suddenly became turbulent, as if it had been summoned and began to rush towards the cave. The cave was like the mouth of a beast, sucking in the frightening amount of demonic qi. In less than 10 breaths of time, the rich demonic qi that had been lingering in Demon Mountain for tens of thousands of years was completely wiped out. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Mi Tian and Lai Feng glanced at each other, seemingly unable to figure out the situation. Inside the cave, a ferocious aura was slowly recovering. This aura was so strong that it made Yang Kai somewhat uncomfortable. Asterisk sha sha sha, asterisk the sound of footsteps came from inside the cave, and a moment later, Shuai Yan's figure emerged from the cave entrance. At this moment, he no longer looked as embarrassed and angry as before, and instead had a thoughtful look on his face as he spread his hands in front of him and stared at them carefully. A hint of hidden joy flashed across the depths of his eyes. Shuai Yan, what are you doing? Mi Tian shouted, his face filled with anger. He had just started fighting with Yang Kai, but Shuai Yan was acting so inexplicably, making Mi Tian extremely unhappy. Yang Kai was too strong, and even if the three of them joined forces, they were not completely confident they could kill him, so none of them could afford to take him lightly. He seems to be a little different. Lai Feng narrowed his eyes as he stared towards the cave. Let's kill Yang Kai first. Mi Tian coldly snorted before once again urging the strange flower to attack Yang Kai. Although Lai Feng felt that something was wrong with Shuai Yan, he knew that now was not the time to dwell on such matters, so his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood, quietly approaching Yang Kai. Yang Kai focused most of his attention on Shuai-Yen. At this moment, Shuai-Yen was completely different from before, and Yang Kai actually felt great pressure from his opponent. Shuai-Yen also seemed to recover as his two blood-red eyes stared towards a certain spot in the sky, a strange light flashing across his eyes as he muttered, "Shadow Vulture bloodline? Interesting, I didn't expect to run into the bloodline of an old friend right after I see the light of day again." After saying this strange sentence, he suddenly took a step forward. Ignoring the barrier of space, he actually went directly to a place more than 10 feet away. No one saw how he moved, but Yang Kai, who had been closely watching him, found a clue. It wasn't that it ignored the barrier of space, but that it was too fast, so fast that even his divine sense couldn't keep up. Shuai-Yen stretched out his hand and seemingly casually grabbed towards the void. As he made a grabbing motion, the space around him abruptly congealed. A panicked figure appeared from within. It was Lai Feng, who had disappeared. Lai Feng's expression was filled with both shock and anger. He never thought Shuai-Yen would come here and ruin his plans, so he hurriedly withdrew and asked for clarification. But Shuai-Yen didn't give him this opportunity at all. Inexplicably, his blood-red hand covered in scales grabbed Lai Feng's neck. Yang Kai paled in horror while Mi Tian was also taken aback. No longer caring about attacking Yang Kai, Mi Tian glared at Shuai-Yen and shouted, "What are you doing?" The three of them had joined forces to ambush Yang Kai, but now that the enemy was unharmed, Shuai-Yen was actually targeting one of their own, making Mi Tian unable to bear it any longer. Shuai-Yen didn't pay any attention to Mi Tian and instead lifted Lai Feng up high as if he was a child, staring at him with his scarlet eyes indifferently as he asked, "Who is that old fart Tian Jiao to you?" Lai Feng finally realized something was wrong and desperately urged his monster chi to break free from Shuai-Yen's control, but no matter how hard he tried, his monster chi seemed to be imprisoned and could not move at all. "You're not Shuai-Yen!" Lai Feng exclaimed in horror. It was impossible for Shuai-Yen to subdue him in a single move. Combined with the change in demonic chi back on Monster Mountain, Lai Feng immediately understood what was going on. Possession. Yang Kai and Mi Tian also reacted at the same time and called out in surprise. "You little brats have good eyesight." Shuai-Yen cackled strangely, not trying to deny it. Instead, he shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai, a look of greed flashing across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Shuai-Yen staring at him, not knowing what he meant. Shuai-Yen no longer paid any attention to him, retracted his gaze, and continued to ask, "Who is Tian Jiao to you?" "He is my family ancestor." Lai Feng's face flushed red as he grit his teeth and replied. "Is he still alive?" Shuai-Yen tilted his head. "My family ancestor fell a long time ago." "May I ask who Senior is?" Lai Feng asked in a deep voice. When Tian Jiao was alive, he was a top master on Monster Emperor Star. He was an extremely powerful monster king who had reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Unfortunately, he fell 10,000 years ago, leaving him as the strongest member of Lai Feng's bloodline to this day. He actually died? That's a pity, this king still has some old debts to settle with him. Shuai-Yen seemed a little disappointed as he grinned, but it doesn't matter, it's all in the past. Encountering his junior today can be considered as settling one of this old master's grievances. "Who is Senior?" Lai Feng asked in a trembling voice. He could feel that Shuai-Yen was squeezing his big hand harder and harder, making it difficult for him to breathe. This king was born in the same era as Tian Jiao and had many grievances with him. "Who do you think this king is?" Shuai-Yen chuckled. Lai Feng's face turned pale as he trembled. "You're the mad crocodile king. You actually fell here." Lai Feng was naturally familiar with the history of his family. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Tian Jiao was alive, the Shadow Vulture lineage was extremely powerful and dominated almost all of Monster Star. Unfortunately, there was another powerful monster king who could compete with Tian Jiao. That was the mad crocodile monster king. Now, after hearing Shuai Lian's words, Lai Feng immediately understood his identity. The guy who possessed Shuai Lian turned out to be the bloodthirsty and cruel mad crocodile monster king. It was rumored that his cultivation was earth-shattering, but his actions were bloody and cruel. Countless monster race and human race cultivators died at his hands. The entire monster star was turned upside down by him, which was why he was called the Mad Crocodile Monster King. Tianzhou tried to kill him many times but failed, and the enmity between the two masters grew deeper and deeper. But later, he suddenly disappeared from Monster Star, and no one knew where he went. Qiyu and the others knew that the Mad Crocodile King fell in the blood prison, but the younger generation did not know much about what happened tens of thousands of years ago. Now that he learned the truth, Lai Feng's courage almost shattered. Falling into the hands of such a monster race master, how could he have a good end? That's right, this king fell here, but this king can rise again today. Heh, since you are a descendant of Tianzhou, you can only blame your bad luck for bumping into this king. Shuai Lian sneered as he squeezed Lai Feng's neck with his big hand, and with a loud crack, Lai Feng's neck fell to the side and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Lai Feng was dead. Shuai Lian was now so powerful that it was almost impossible to comprehend. Mi Tian gulped as his face turned pale. Even when facing Yang Kai, he had not felt so powerless. The great reputation of the Mad Crocodile Monster King made him unable to even think of resisting. At the moment of Lai Feng's death, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately retreated, wanting to leave this troublesome place. You think you can leave without this king's permission? Shuai Lian suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Mi Tian and casually stretched out his hand, causing a mysterious force to burst forth. The space in front of Mi Tian seemed to have turned into an impenetrable wall that blocked his path. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he watched this scene and vaguely understood. This was the power of his territory. Although Shuai Lian's aura was still at the peak of the third-order origin returning realm, the Mad Crocodile Monster King who possessed his body was a genuine third-order origin king. It was understandable that he could use some of the power of his territory. It turns out this kind of power can be used like this. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly, seemingly very interested in Shuai Lian's methods. Mi Tian failed to escape and immediately changed directions. Shuai Lian coldly snorted and waved his hand, summoning a blood flood dragon that transformed into a rope-like existence that shot towards Mi Tian. Mi Tian flew into a rage and turned around, causing the strange flower to burst into thousands of petals that shot towards Shuai Lian from all directions. At the same time, his eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange brilliance as he stared straight at Shuai Lian. Shuai Lian showed no fear and simply sneered contemptuously, soul-absorbing evil eye. Daring to use this against this old master, boy, you're overestimating yourself. Saying so, his scarlet eyes suddenly became deep and dark, like a bottomless pit that swallowed up Mi Tian's evil eye. A terrifying spiritual energy burst out from Shuai Lian's body. Mi Tian screamed miserably, as if he had suffered a great deal of pain, his aura suddenly weakening. Not only did his evil eye not play any role, but it was also injured by Shuai Lian, greatly damaging his soul. The blood-red rope instantly bound Mi Tian tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Shuai Lian grinned fiercely as he raised his hand high and slowly clenched it into a fist. The blood-red rope that bound Mi Tian quickly tightened as Shuai Lian's fist moved. Don't! Mi Tian cried out, but it was to no avail as the blood-red rope directly cut into his flesh and broke his bones. With a series of cracking sounds, Mi Tian's flesh and blood were sent flying, leaving no trace of his body behind. With just a wave of his hand, he had killed two monster race rising stars. Shuai Lian lowered his head and stared at his hand, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face as he muttered, Good, the blood flood dragon bloodline really has its own uniqueness. He seemed very satisfied with his new body. But soon, he slowly shook his head, raised his eyes, and stared at Yang Kai with an even more fervent gaze, his eyes filled with greed. For him, Yang Kai's existence seemed to be more attractive to him. You're not running? Shui Lian asked in amazement. Although he had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements when he killed Mi Tian and Lai Feng, it was impossible for him to give him a chance to escape. However, this human just stood there and watched coldly, not even showing any intention of running away, which surprised Shui Lian greatly. Chapter 1609. Why should I run? Yang Kai, who was standing there, raised his brow and asked. Are you not afraid of death? Aren't you afraid this king will kill you? Shui Lian showed a look of interest. It's not certain who will kill who. Senior's words are too confident, Yang Kai chuckled. Shui Lian narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Kai seriously before nodding gently. Although I don't want to admit it, you human are much better than my monster race's little brats. My monster race seems to be in decline right now. Senior is too kind. Yang Kai still wore an indifferent look, but Senior doesn't need to act mysterious. Even if you were a monster king tens of thousands of years ago, now that you have taken over this body again, how much strength can you display? Be careful not to fail miserably. If that happens, you'll die a horrible death. Shui Lian was startled but immediately burst into laughter, his laughter rumbling like thunder as he nodded. Good, good, even though you know this king's identity, you don't show the slightest fear and are even able to speak freely with this king. You human brat, you're really not bad, making this king feel a bit reluctant to kill you. And, this king has just taken over this body and has experienced tens of thousands of years of weakness, so he really can't display much of his strength, but, killing you is not a problem. Moreover, you must die. This king likes the golden divine dragon source in your body, so hand it over obediently and this king can give you a quick death. The origin power of the golden holy dragon? Yang Kai frowned, revealing a look of understanding, so it was Senior who wanted to kill me in the cave just now. No wonder I felt something was wrong. Your perception is quite keen. Shui Lian coldly snorted, enough nonsense, surrender obediently and this king won't be too cruel to you, but if you dare to resist, so what if I resist? Yang Kai coldly snorted before his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. This is... Shui Lian frowned, revealing a dignified look. The moment Yang Kai disappeared, Shui Lian noticed a strange power that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Soon, Shui Lian realized what it was and exclaimed, Space Force. Shui Lian's eyes flashed a terrifying blood-red light as his expression twisted with excitement. He had never expected that this human's body would contain so much wealth that even he coveted it. Not to mention that the golden divine dragon source power was something that every monster race powerhouse yearned to possess. Even this unorthodox space force was not something that ordinary people could cultivate. As long as he could occupy this human boy's body, whether it was the golden divine dragon source or the space force he cultivated, Shui Lian could take it all for himself. Although Shui Lian's original monster body had inherited an ancient bloodline, how could it compare to the golden divine dragon? Coupled with the space force he possessed, Shui Lian felt that if he could seize Yang Kai's body, his cultivation would rise to a whole new level in the future. Good, good, good. The heavens are really helping this king. Shui Lian laughed, his blood-red eyes filled with greed. A creaking sound suddenly rang out as a half-moon-shaped void crack suddenly appeared 15 meters in front of Shui Lian. This void crack was 10 meters long and as soon as it formed, it shot towards Shui Lian. A chaotic aura pulsed from this void crack, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if it was trying to banish Shui Lian into the endless void. Your use of the Tao of space has actually reached such a level. Shui Lian exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Still standing in place without moving, Shui Lian didn't even try to dodge, simply stretching out his hand and grasping forward. As he grasped, the rapidly advancing crescent-shaped void crack suddenly seemed to be bound by some kind of invisible force and stopped mid-air, unable to advance any further. Shui Lian frowned as he madly pushed his monster chi and shouted, "Break for me!" With a roar, the crescent-shaped spatial rift was crushed by him, and the space that was cut open twisted and squirmed for a while before repairing itself. Voila! A slight noise came from the soles of Shuai Lian's feet and a gray figure appeared above his head, gripping a black stick with both hands and smashing it down fiercely. What is this? Shuai Lian was taken aback. Even with his perception, he did not notice any trace of this figure approaching him until it broke through the ground. Looking at it carefully, Shuai Lian discovered that this figure was not made of flesh and blood, but more like a humanoid rock. It wasn't tall, only about the length of an ordinary person's thigh. However, the black stick it held in its hands gave off a power that made Shuai Lian tremble in fear. If this stick hit, Shuai Lian estimated he wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. His face sinking, Shuai Lian coldly snorted as a blood-red mist suddenly filled his body, forming a solid defense around him. The black stick smashed down fiercely. With a cracking sound, the defense Shuai Lian laid down was unable to withstand the power of this stick and directly collapsed, allowing the black stick to continue smashing towards his head. Shuai Lian's complexion finally changed as he covered his body in blood-red scales and used his flood dragon transformation to meet the incoming stick with his fist. On his fist, not only was there a frightening energy fluctuation, there was also a strange aura. It was the power of territory. Kong, the blood-red and black lights collided and a dazzling halo burst forth. Shuai Lian's body sank as he was smashed directly into the ground while the small figure was also sent flying backwards, landing heavily on the ground, but soon stood up, shaking its head as if nothing had happened. A high-pitched bird cry rang out as a strange fiery red bird suddenly appeared, its beautiful body swaying back and forth. Flapping its wings, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a series of fireballs containing terrifying power, instantly enveloping Shuai Lian's position. Shuai Lian's roar rang out in an instant as the sound of fireballs exploding echoed one after another. Yang Kai's figure once again appeared like a ghost, his expression indifferent as he swooped down from the sky, the verdant dragon bone sword already in his hand. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, a giant dark green dragon shook its head and wagged its tail before pouncing straight towards Shuai Lian, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. Yang Kai used almost all of his strength, not showing any intention of holding back. The other party's strength was unfathomable, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't treat him as an ordinary origin returning realm master. The giant dark green dragon's huge body slammed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Yang Kai then shot out hundreds of golden blood threads, sending them out like a mad dance, cutting through space. "Little brat, you court death!" Shuai Lian shouted madly. He hadn't expected to suffer such a big loss at Yang Kai's hands right after he saw the light of day again. He thought that Yang Kai was no different from Mi Tian and Lai Feng, who he had killed before. It seemed he had underestimated Yang Kai's ability. The power of his territory seeped out from Shuai Lian's body, preventing the fireballs from entering within 10 meters of him and bursting apart. The giant dark green dragon was also sent flying by Shuai Lian's punch, while the golden blood threads shot out by Yang Kai didn't have much effect, only leaving shallow scars on the surface of Shuai Lian's body. After being possessed, Shuai Lian's strength had become almost unimaginable. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand, summoning the purple shield in front of him. The next moment, a giant blood-red fist slammed into it. Voila! The origin grade high-rank defensive artifact that had followed Yang Kai for many years and had been repaired and refined several times by Yang Inflammation was blown apart, no longer able to provide any help to Yang Kai. The destruction of the purple shield slowed down the violent offensive of Shuai Lian's punch, allowing Yang Kai to meet it with his own. When the two fists collided, Yang Kai only felt an irresistible force hit him head-on, causing him to feel a sweet taste in his throat as he was sent flying a few thousand meters before he was able to stabilize himself. After standing firm, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and stared forward. Over there, when the dust settled, Shuai Lian's hair was disheveled and his aura was violent. His face was ferocious and terrifying as his scarlet eyes stared straight at Yang Kai from a few thousand meters away. He seemed to be truly enraged. Yang Kai grinned as he calmed down. Just now, he seemed to be going all out, but in fact, it was just a test of strength. Now that he had obtained the result he wanted, Yang Kai was naturally happy. Shuai Yan was not invincible. He was afraid of the heaven-shaking pillar in the stone mongoose's hand, he was afraid of his golden blood threads, he was afraid of the verdant dragon bone sword, and he was also afraid of the firebird artifact spirit. All of Yang Kai's means could cause harm to him. This was more than enough. Yang Kai was afraid that no matter how hard he tried, Shuai Yan would remain unscathed. If that really happened, Yang Kai would immediately leave. If he couldn't even break his opponent's defenses, what was the point of fighting? While Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, Shuai Yan's furious expression converged and he seemed to realize something, a look of dread appearing in his eyes. He finally saw the situation in front of him clearly. Yang Kai was different from Lai Feng and Mi Tian and was not an existence he could kill at will. This little brat is ridiculously strong. Sweeping his eyes over the firebird, the stone mongoose, and the giant dark green dragon, Shuai Yan suddenly shouted, "Boy, you're really good. You cultivate the Tao of space, so this king isn't sure he can kill you. How about this, you leave this king's origin essence crystal behind and we can shake hands and not cross paths from now on." You want the origin essence crystal? Yang Kai curled his lips. Yes, that is this king's monster core, this king will not give it up no matter what. You think too much. Yang Kai chuckled, once the origin essence crystal is in my hands, it's impossible for me to return it to you. If you want it, you can take it with your own ability. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Seeing that you are a promising talent, I don't want to bully you and make things difficult for you here. Don't misunderstand my intentions. Really? Why do I feel like Senior is lacking in confidence? Don't you want my golden holy dragon's origin power? If you kill me, everything will be yours. Why are you wasting your breath here? Chapter 1610. Shuai Yan's face sank. Little brat, are you really not going to give me any face? Who do you think you are? Yang Kai sneered contemptuously. Good, there aren't many who dare speak to this king like this. Tianzhou, that old fart, is one of them, and you count as another, but you will die here today. Shuai Yan roared as a blood-red mist suddenly emerged from his body and wrapped around him, making it impossible to see his figure from where he stood, only a blood-red cloud. Immediately, the blood-red cloud flew over at an extremely fast speed and wrapped around Yang Kai in an instant. From the blood-red mist, a terrifying and astonishing energy fluctuation burst forth and a blood-red light shot towards Yang Kai like a living creature. At the same time, a mysterious force began to spread. Yang Kai suddenly felt that his movements had become difficult and the Saint Qi in his body was faintly suppressed. Territory, territory. Yang Kai roared as his shi madly spread outwards, causing the surrounding space to distort and collapse. However, his shi was completely suppressed by Shuai Yan's domain and was unable to extend any further than 3 inches out of his body. Shi close to the grand accomplishment stage. Shuai Yan shouted in surprise, "Little brat, you really have the capital to be arrogant. With just a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, you've condensed your shi to such a degree, but you're still not good enough." Shuai Yan grinned as he separated a thick blood qi from his body and transformed it into a flood dragon that rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions. This was condensed from the mad crocodile monster king's own malevolent aura. As long as an ordinary cultivator was invaded by this aura, they would immediately lose their mind and become the demon race. Although Yang Kai did not understand the mysteries of this aura, how could he let it get close to him? Hundreds of golden blood threads lingered around his body, as if he had grown hundreds of arms, waving them about. The pressure from Yang Kai's territory was greatly reduced. Golden blood threads had the magical effect of breaking shi, and since Yang Kai's territory was an evolved form of shi, golden blood threads also had a slight restraining effect on it. 1 or 2 threads might seem insignificant, but when hundreds of them were released together, the effect was obvious. Yang Kai's power instantly spread to a foot away from his body. With a wave of his hand, the giant dark green dragon turned into a streak of green light and flew back into his hand, transforming back into the form of the dragon bone sword. A loud dragon roar rang out from the sword as Yang Kai gripped it with one hand, poured his Saint Chi into it, and swung it forward fiercely. A dark green sword light tore through space and tore the blood-red violent aura in half before slashing towards Shuel Yen, who was hidden in the blood fog. Shuel Yen didn't dare to face this attack head-on and could only dodge, but before he could react, a burly figure suddenly emerged from the ground. The stone mongoose. At this moment, the stone mongoose had transformed into a stone giant, and the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand had also become extremely terrifying, reaching a length of 15 meters. The pitch-black giant staff carried with it a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering momentum as it viciously smashed down at Shuel Yen. Shuel Yen was shocked and didn't dare take the heaven-shaking pillar's attack head-on. His figure flickered as he dodged again while at the same time sending out a punch. This punch, which contained a terrifying amount of power, smashed into the stone mongoose's chest. With a loud bang, the stone mongoose was forced back a few steps as stone fragments flew out from its sturdy chest. The stone mongoose was obviously stunned. Since its birth, it had never been injured by anyone. Today was the first time. Even if it only lost a few stone fragments, it was still an injury. The stone mongoose's round eyes suddenly flashed a cruel brilliance as it stretched out its hand and pounded its chest, causing a loud bang to ring out. Immediately, a terrifying scorching power spread from the stone mongoose's body. This scorching aura seemed to want to incinerate everything in the world as it erupted from inside the stone mongoose. The surface of the stone puppet's body suddenly melted, and its entire body turned a fiery red. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He didn't know what the stone mongoose was doing. He had never seen the stone mongoose change like this before. He hurriedly retreated to avoid a direct confrontation with Shuel Yen and paid close attention to the stone mongoose. He didn't know whether this change was good or bad for the stone mongoose. Soon, a layer of liquid appeared on the stone mongoose's body, like rolling lava, covering its entire body. At first glance, the stone mongoose seemed to be wearing lava armor. The lava armor was steaming hot, and even Yang Kai didn't dare to approach it. Sun's true fire. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He could feel the power of the sun's true fire from the lava armor. In an instant, Yang Kai realized what was going on. The stone mongoose had indeed swallowed the sun's true fire in the past, but after so many years, the stone mongoose hadn't used this power, so even its master, Yang Kai, didn't know what the stone mongoose was capable of. But today, Shuel Yen's punch had undoubtedly enraged the stone mongoose, so it had decided to use its full strength. The stone mongoose in its lava armor suddenly transformed into a lava giant. It held the incredibly thick heaven-shaking pillar in one hand and clenched its other hand into a fist. A sinister grin appeared on its usually simple and honest face, giving it a strange appearance. Dang dang dang. The stone mongoose stepped forward and rushed into the blood cloud without fear, swinging its huge fists towards Shuel Yen. Shuel Yen let out a strange cry as the thick blood cloud began to thin at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was being evaporated by the sun's true fire. After a dozen or so punches, Shuel Yen's figure reappeared. His face was ashen as he looked fearfully at the lava giant that was constantly closing in on him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Even with his profound knowledge, he couldn't tell what kind of monster this creature in front of him was. The first time it attacked him, it was only half the height of a person, appearing small and delicate. The second time it attacked him, it suddenly became tall and powerful, and now, it had transformed into a giant of lava. Shuel Yen retreated again and again, not daring to confront the stone mongoose head-on. The firebird took advantage of this situation and spat out a barrage of large and small fireballs. Not only were these fireballs scorching hot, but they also contained arcs of lightning. The firebird had also swallowed the sun's true fire, allowing it to grow by leaps and bounds. It had also swallowed the heaven-scorching thunder fire, allowing its flames to fuse with the violent nature of thunder. Its flames were even more terrifying than the stone mongoose's. What it lacked was the stone mongoose's terrifying strength, but it was much more agile. With two great helpers, one on the ground and one in the sky, they were able to force Shuai Yan into a situation where he was unable to fight back. Yang Kai grinned. With just the firebird and the stone mongoose, Shuai Yan was already at a disadvantage. Even if he had been a monster king for tens of thousands of years and could still use a trace of the power of his territory, his strength was still limited by the body he possessed. If he was at his peak, he would have been able to kill Yang Kai on the spot. A peak third-order origin king was no joke. However, now that he was a dragon swimming in shallow water, he couldn't stir up any waves. Scram! Shuai Yan was in a difficult situation and couldn't help roaring as he steeled his heart and threw a punch at the stone mongoose, the huge force behind it forcing the stone mongoose back several dozen meters. However, Shuai Yan's fist was also scorched black and filled with a nauseating smell. In the next moment, Shuai Yan did not stop and instead avoided the crazy attacks of the firebird and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was the key figure in this battle. As long as he killed Yang Kai, the stone mongoose and firebird, who obeyed his orders, would not be able to play much of a role. Shuai Yan made up his mind and attacked with all his strength, seemingly trying to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. The power of his territory surged again and covered Yang Kai, allowing Shuai Yan to viciously rush forward. Yang Kai's shi erupted from his body and resisted the power of the territory, but he was quickly forced back. Shuai Yan had already closed in and was grinning fiercely as he let out a fierce roar. This roar was as harsh as a sword, as if hundreds of sharp swords were stabbing into one's soul, causing Yang Kai's movements to freeze. "Boy, you're finished!" Shuai Yan shouted wildly as he reached out to grab Yang Kai. "Not necessarily." Yang Kai's mouth suddenly curled into a strange smile as his body shook violently and a roar came from his throat. Dragon transformation. A golden light burst forth and a golden scale armor suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's right arm, wrapping him up completely. His 5 fingers shone brilliantly and his entire hand became terrifying, as if it had transformed into a dragon claw. The divine dragon's pressure filled the air. A trace of fear instinctively flashed across Shuai Yan's eyes as the infinitely rising momentum around his body suddenly fell. The pressure of an ancient spirit had a suppressive effect on any monster race, let alone an emperor among divine spirits. Whether it was Shuai Yan's body or mad crocodile monster king's soul, they were both just wild variants that could not be compared to the golden divine dragon. Kai Yang stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers closed together like a sharp sword, fiercely thrusting forward. A light poochie sound rang out. Shuai Yan's seemingly invulnerable body was directly pierced through by Yang Kai's right hand, as if it was tofu, not encountering any resistance at all. A heartbeat sounded from Shuai Yan's chest as Yang Kai's dragon transformation right hand grasped his heart. Shuai Yan froze in place as his big hand that was reaching out towards Yang Kai stopped above his head, his eyes trembling violently. "I'll send you on your way." Yang Kai grinned as he squeezed his right hand and crushed Shuai Yan's heart. "Boy, you're still too inexperienced." Before Shuai Yan died, he suddenly laughed strangely. As his heart was crushed, the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. Yang Kai's face sank as he faintly realized that something was wrong. Just as he was about to withdraw, however, he saw a blood-red light suddenly shoot out from Shuai Yan's head and rush straight towards his own without the slightest pause. This blood-red light revealed a very strange aura and tore through the defenses of Shuai Yan's knowledge sea. "So that's what you were planning." Yang Kai suddenly woke up and did not dare to neglect, quickly immersing himself in his knowledge sea and manifesting his soul avatar. Inside his knowledge sea, the sea of conflagrated knowledge sea roared. An unfamiliar figure stood in midair, looking around in shock and amazement. He found that this place was somewhat different from what he had imagined. "If you're planning to seize my body, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Yang Kai looked at this strange figure and sneered. Chapter 1611. Mad Crocodile Monster King had never taken the survival of Shuel Yan's body seriously. He had pretended to fight Yang Kai in close combat so that the moment Yang Kai relaxed, he could rush into his knowledge sea with his soul avatar and seize his body. He had almost succeeded. His soul avatar had broken into Yang Kai's knowledge sea as he wished, and now he only needed to swallow Yang Kai's soul avatar before he could occupy Yang Kai's body and enjoy the many mysteries it contained. Mad Crocodile was confident in this. Although he had been dormant for tens of thousands of years and his soul had been constantly weakened by the flowing time Great Emperor, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. His spiritual energy was still far superior to that of an ordinary origin returning realm master. Otherwise, he would not have been able to seize Shuel Yan's body in such a short time. Shuel Yan was an elite among origin returning realm masters. However, as soon as he entered this incomparably hot sea of knowledge world, he faintly felt that something was wrong. Your soul is actually a variant soul. Mad Crocodile exclaimed. You must be joking. Yang Kai looked at him faintly, not in a hurry to take action, his indifferent tone as if he was chatting with a friend. Mad Crocodile frowned as he looked around. Soon, his gaze was attracted to a seven-colored island in the center of Yang Kai's knowledge sea. In an instant, Mad Crocodile's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled them. Pointing his finger, he asked in a trembling voice, "Is that the legendary soul-warming lotus? Does Senior know about the soul-warming lotus?" Yang Kai was surprised. Mad Crocodile's face sank. This king has drunk more water than you have walked. The soul-warming lotus is a supreme treasure. How could this king not have heard of it? This little brat actually has the soul-warming lotus. What surprised him the most though was that this soul-warming lotus was actually seven-colored. With such a supreme treasure nourishing his knowledge sea, it was no wonder this brat's knowledge sea was so strong and his knowledge sea was so thick. It was rumored that this thing could constantly nourish a cultivator's soul and strengthen their soul. If it was used for a short time, its effects would be obvious, but if it was used for a long time, its effects would be remarkable. It was enough to save a cultivator countless years of hard work. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Mad Crocodile was alive, he had naturally heard of the soul-warming lotus, but unfortunately, he never had the chance to see it. Crocodile had never expected that tens of thousands of years later, when he possessed Yang Kai's body, he would actually see it with his own eyes. Yang's crocodiles was, or had evolved crocodile evolved to soul. The former was more likely more. The evolution of the soul-warming lotus was extremely difficult, so how could it easily evolve into its seven-colored form? Crocodiles. Mad Crocodile's heart was filled with emotion. He was able to become a monster king because of his talent and bloodline. He also had many fortuitous encounters and worked hard to achieve his status and strength. However, compared to Yang Kai's, his fortuitous encounters were simply a pile of garbage. He looked greedily at the seven-colored treasure island and took a deep breath, as if to calm his excitement. He turned his head, looked at Yang Kai solemnly, and said in a loud voice, "Boy, this king has indeed underestimated you. It seems that there will be a hard battle ahead. I just don't know who will die in the end." The other party's soul power was not below his own, and he also had the soul-warming lotus to assist him. Mad Crocodile Monster King was not completely confident that he could devour Yang Kai's soul avatar. He regarded the other party as an opponent who could confront him head-on. "I think the latter is more likely." Hearing this, Yang Kai chuckled, his face calm and confident. He did not put Mad Crocodile Monster King in his eyes at all. "Boy, you're too arrogant. It's time to teach you a lesson, lest you underestimate the heroes of the world. You don't believe me?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him with a sarcastic smile. "Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. The sooner I kill you, the sooner I'll be done." As he spoke, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky. Mad Crocodile did not know what Yang Kai was going to do and looked up suspiciously. An extremely strange oval object was imprinted in his eyes. In the middle of that object, there was a gap. At first glance, it looked like a closed eye, mysterious and unfathomable. Following Yang Kai's finger, the gap slowly cracked open. Immediately, a golden light bloomed from it. The golden light grew stronger and stronger, finally forming a pillar of light that shone down from the sky, enveloping Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar. Inside that golden light, there seemed to be a five-colored glow mixed with it. An extremely mysterious power wrapped around Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar, making him unable to move, as if he was bound by this golden light. What is this? Mad Crocodile cried out in horror. As soon as he was illuminated by the golden light, he realized that something was wrong. His soul force was like a snowflake exposed to the scorching sun, quickly evaporating and melting. This discovery made him turn pale with fright, and he desperately resisted. The golden light was somewhat scattered, and the five-colored glow contained within it seemed to show signs of being unable to restrain Mad Crocodile Monster King. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. The demon eye of annihilation was the great demon god's divine technique. It could produce a soul annihilation golden light, which had a strong restraining effect on the soul. Yang Kai had used it countless times to no avail. Although the great demon god was only a saint king at the time of his death, his divine technique was now in Yang Kai's possession, and the power of the soul annihilation golden light had also increased along with Yang Kai's strength. What's more, the soul annihilation golden light was now mixed with the power of the colored glass divine light. The colored glass divine light had the effect of binding one's soul, and when combined with the soul annihilation golden light, its power was even greater than before. Even so, Mad Crocodile Monster King couldn't be killed in one fell swoop, which showed how pure and powerful his soul force was. However, this was also understandable. After all, Mad Crocodile was a Monster King level master. It would be unreasonable if he could be killed so easily. Yang Kai grinned and didn't make any moves. With a single thought, the roaring, flame-like sea water rushed from all directions, turning into a giant wave that rushed towards Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar. In an instant, the place where Mad Crocodile stood was wrapped in fiery red spiritual energy. No! Mad Crocodile's screams resounded. Amidst the sea of flames, he struggled to resist. Powerful soul skills erupted one after another, shooting out in all directions. Mad Crocodile, in this place, I am the master. You dared to come here, you're digging your own grave. Yang Kai shouted, fiercely urging his soul force to exert pressure on Mad Crocodile. The soul annihilation golden light, the colored glass divine light, and the conflagrated divine sense, all three of them worked together, turning Mad Crocodile's knowledge sea upside down. Mad Crocodile's screams and roars were endless, sounding extremely tragic, but no matter how he struggled to resist, he still couldn't escape the shroud of the golden light. Under the golden light, his soul force was melting at an extremely terrifying speed, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker. As time passed, his screams gradually weakened, and his resistance became weaker and weaker. In the end, he didn't respond. After Yang Kai waved his hand to calm the tumbling divine sense and withdrew the power of the demon eye of annihilation, there was only a mass of energy left in the knowledge sea. Mad Crocodile's soul force had long been destroyed. Looking at this mass of energy, Yang Kai's eyes burned brightly. This was what Mad Crocodile left behind after he was strangled, and it contained his understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as his understanding of his territory. This was the life experience of a third-order origin king. Its value was immeasurable. If he could absorb this mass of energy, Yang Kai estimated that he should be able to grow tremendously, likely saving him many years of cultivation. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't wait to summon his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea, turn his head, and look around. Arriving in front of the dead Shuel Yen and the other monster race newcomers, Yang Kai took out their monster cores and space rings, summoned a mass of demonic flames, and burned their corpses clean before turning around and rushing back into the cave. Shuel Yen, Mi Tian, and Lai Feng were all extremely famous and powerful origin returning realm masters on Monster Star. It could be said that they basically represented the highest level of combat power in the origin returning realm. Their monster cores were naturally extremely valuable. Yang Kai did not use their corpses to condense blood beasts. Now that he had enough means to deal with his enemies, he was not in a hurry to refine blood beasts. 3 monster cores equivalent to peak 9th order monster beast cores, if used well, could be used as pill spirits. He could definitely refine 3 origin king grade spirit pills. Yang Kai decided to use these 3 monster cores for alchemy. Monster cores of this grade were rare. Inside the cave, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, carefully absorbing the essence of the pure energy he had just absorbed, his face sometimes filled with excitement and joy, sometimes filled with confusion and amazement. 100 kilometers away from the blood prison, inside the stone pavilion, Luo Hai's eyes were closed tightly, motionless. However, his divine sense was roaming the void, enveloping the entire blood prison. Although he could not perceive it too clearly, he could still perceive some general things. Now, his divine sense was completely focused on Monster Mountain. As if he had discovered something, his body had been trembling slightly since half an hour ago, and a storm had been raging in the depths of his heart. Because of the request of the old woman surnamed Lei and the others, Luo Hai had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. When Yang Kai entered Monster Mountain, Luo Hai had noticed it, and he had also noticed the changes in Monster Mountain. When the aura of the origin essence crystal hidden in Monster Mountain disappeared, Luo Hai also noticed it. The origin essence crystal had been stored there for tens of thousands of years, but as soon as Yang Kai entered Monster Mountain, something happened. What could this mean? Luo Hai understood the truth of the matter almost immediately. The origin essence crystal had been taken away by Yang Kai. This was a treasure that even Luo Hai coveted. Hiding the excitement in the depths of his heart, Luo Hai did not show the slightest trace of it on the surface, so as not to expose any flaws, but secretly began to plan. An origin essence crystal left behind by a Monster King level master was not something Luo Hai would let go of. It was the key to his breakthrough to the 3rd order origin king realm. Perhaps he could use this origin essence crystal to break through his current shackles and reach the supreme peak. That Monster King was not the only 3rd order origin king who died in the blood prison, as many as 3, but the origin essence crystals of the other 2 had long since been taken away. Only that Monster King's origin essence crystal was extremely difficult to obtain and no one could obtain it. The rich demonic chi that shrouded Monster Mountain made it impossible for any human origin returning realm master to approach it. This time, someone had finally succeeded, so how could Luo Hai let it go? Chapter 1612. Luo Hai already regarded the origin essence crystal as his own. He had the confidence and qualifications to do so. After all, as the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, as long as Yang Kai was still on Green Mountain Star, he could not escape his control. When the time came, Luo Hai could ask this little brat for the origin essence crystal and give him some rewards. If he was willing, Luo Hai felt he could even accept him as a disciple. This was a great honor, an opportunity that others couldn't even ask for. For many years, Luo Hai had not been so excited, but at this moment, he almost couldn't control himself. If not for fear of the other origin kings in the stone pavilion seeing through his disguise, he would have already laughed heartily. Master Luo Hai, the blood prison will close in 10 days, right? The old woman surnamed Lei suddenly asked. N. Luo Hai nodded after hearing this. There are indeed only 10 days left. When the time comes, the power of the territory inside the blood prison will fully erupt and those little brats will have no choice but to withdraw. I wonder what their harvest was this time. By the way, is that 2nd order origin returning realm brat safe and sound? Hearing her ask about Yang Kai, everyone opened their eyes and looked towards Luo Hai, obviously concerned about Yang Kai's life or death. He's fine, this king thinks he'll be able to come out alive. You don't have to worry about his safety. Good, as long as he can come out alive, this old woman will immediately invite him to join Sword Union. The old woman was overjoyed. This little brat's future is boundless. Although there have been some second-order origin returning realm masters who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth who entered the blood prison, none of them were able to come out alive. If he can accomplish this, his future will definitely be bright. This old master can't wait to meet this little brat. I really want to know what his origins are. And, looking at his performance, there will definitely be a place for him in future stars territory. Everyone chimed in one after another, obviously having a very high opinion of Yang Kai. Luo Hai just smiled and did not interrupt. Only he understood that Yang Kai was more outstanding than everyone imagined. Inside the cave of the Monster Mountain, Yang Kai was completely immersed in his meditation, completely unaware of the passage of time. Slowly, he frowned and opened his eyes. Yang Kai noticed that the atmosphere in the blood prison had changed a little. In the Monster Mountain, there was a trace of territory's power flowing over. Before coming here, Chiyu had said that once the aura of the blood prison changed, they had to leave immediately. Otherwise, they would die without a burial place. When such a change occurred, within 5 days, the entire blood prison would become a forbidden area that no one could set foot in. It would be a chaotic territory that would only calm down after 1,000 years. It was time to leave. He slowly stood up and inspected his gains. He was beaming with joy. He felt that his understanding of force had become much clearer, and he was only 1 step away from mastering it. This step seemed very close, but it was as if there was a thin layer blocking his understanding of force. However, this was not a big deal. After absorbing the spiritual energy of Mad Crocodile Monster King, as long as he thoroughly comprehended it, it would not be difficult for him to reach the grand accomplishment stage in his sure. Moreover, when he broke through to the Origin King realm in the future, it would be easy for him to form his own territory. Yang Kai could not enjoy this kind of benefit now, only when his strength reached the Origin King realm would he be able to show it. Walking out of the cave, Yang Kai identified his bearings before his figure flickered and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, quickly disappearing. 2 days later, in a basin, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. "Boy, you're here." A figure suddenly flashed from the side and landed in front of Yang Kai, looking at him with a smile. "Senior Ba He." Yang Kai gently nodded to him. "I thought you were dead, boy. I didn't hear any news about you." Yu Xiong popped out from an unknown corner and greeted Yang Kai casually while sweeping his eyes over him, seemingly trying to see if he was missing an arm or a leg. "Yang Kai." Shanqing Luo smiled like a flower and landed directly beside him, holding his arm. Shue's son appeared immediately after Shanqing Luo but only nodded lightly to Yang Kai, not saying much. "You're all here," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Have you obtained the thing adoptive mother gave you?" Yu Xiong walked up to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, took out a round crystal-like object, and tossed it to Yu Xiong. Yu Xiong caught it nervously and held it in his palm to examine it carefully. In an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted to this seemingly pure and flawless crystal, everyone's eyes burning with passion. "This is an Origin Essence crystal?" Ba He gulped as he stared at the Origin Essence crystal without blinking. Even the most indifferent Shue's son's breathing became slightly faster. "This isn't a fake, is it?" Yu Xiong looked up at Yang Kai. "What do you think?" Yang Kai sneered. "It doesn't look fake." Yu Xiong shook his big head and said so, quickly taking out a jade box from his space ring and carefully placing the Origin Essence crystal inside. After carefully putting it away, he looked up at Yang Kai and said with a complicated expression, "Boy, you're quite straightforward. This is the first half of the monster transformation secret art that adoptive mother gave you, take it." Saying so, he threw an ancient book to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, flipped through it, and after confirming there were no problems, nodded. "Senior Chi Yu's task is complete. Now that this thing is in your hands, it has nothing to do with me anymore." "Don't worry," Yu Xiong grinned, "there are so many of us here, there's no need to worry about losing it. Yang Kai no longer said anything, turned his head to Shan Qing Luo, and whispered, "Come with me, I have something to say to you." Okay, Shan Qing Luo nodded and followed Yang Kai to a spot not far away. Seemingly realizing something, Shan Qing Luo's mood suddenly became a little depressed. Atop the pile of rubble, there was nothing but desolation devoid of any emotion. Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo stared at each other, an atmosphere of reluctance filling the air. After a long time, Yang Kai sighed and asked, "I met some guys before and seemed to have a conflict with you. One of them said he injured you. How are your injuries?" "It's nothing serious, I was just shaken by his Saint Chi. It can't even be considered a minor injury." Shan Qing Luo slowly shook her head. "Are those guys dead?" Since they had encountered Yang Kai, it would be strange if they were still alive. "And you're much stronger than I am now. When we were in the ash-gray cloud evil land, I was the one who sheltered you," Shan Qing Luo chuckled. Only a few years had passed since then, yet that fledgling boy from back then had already surpassed her, and this was even when she possessed the heavenly moon demon spider source. Back then, it was pretty good. Yang Kai's eyes showed a look of reminiscence as he smiled ambiguously. Shan Qing Luo obviously understood what he was referring to and shot him a flirtatious look. "Do you want to go back to Monster Star?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "I owe adoptive mother a debt of gratitude, so I can't just leave like this." Shan Qing Luo's expression became sad. "Moreover, I don't want to drag you down in the future. I am now a half-monster, and Monster Star is the most suitable place for me to cultivate. If I leave with you, I will only become a burden to you in the future. I don't want that." Yang Kai gave her too much pressure. If she wanted to be with this man forever, she couldn't be greedy for a moment of pleasure. Shan Qing Luo understood this better than anyone else. Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing his understanding. He had already thought about these things, so when Shan Qing Luo said it out loud at this moment, he wasn't surprised at all. "What about you? Are you going to leave?" "Yes." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "I've brought the people from the central capital and Tongxian realm out. I'll take them to a cultivation star called Shadowed Star, which is very remote. If there is a chance, I'll come back to Monster Star to see you." Shan Qing Luo bit her red lips and clenched her fists, her pair of enchanting eyes becoming misty as she faintly said, "When we parted that year, it has been 30 years since we last met. Now that we have parted, I don't know when I will be able to see you again." Yang Kai stretched out his big hand, held her small hand, and pulled her into his arms, placing her hand on his heart. Shan Qing Luo looked up, her beautiful eyes shining with an amazing brilliance. Blushing slightly, she held Yang Kai's hand and also placed his hand on her heart. "You have me in your heart, and I have you in my heart." The two of them were well aware of this, so there was no need for words. Standing on tiptoe, she closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering as she pressed her red lips against Yang Kai's. "Young people." Not far away, Bahi sighed as he stood there with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. "It looks like I've decided to become your brother-in-law." Yu Xiong giggled as he winked at Shui Sun to the side. Shui Sun's face was also red, even her neck, as she lowered her head and stared at the ground, seemingly trying to find an ant on the ground. Breathing heavily, Yang Kai's blood began to boil as he tasted the sweetness and beauty of Shan Qing Luo's body. Although the beguiling demon queen looked extremely charming and alluring, this was the first time Yang Kai had experienced such a thing, so it was inevitable that he wasn't her opponent. Soon, Shan Qing Luo threw away her armor and was utterly defeated, her whole body seemingly falling through the clouds, as if it was no longer her own. Suddenly, Yang Kai screamed and covered his mouth with his hand. Shan Qing Luo took this opportunity to escape from his evil clutches and took a few steps back, her expression still not disappearing as she grit her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "Why did you bite me?" Yang Kai asked, feeling wronged. "I wanted to give you a souvenir, lest you forget me after a long time." Shan Qing Luo giggled, tears falling from her eyes as she whispered, "Hurry up and leave, if you don't. I'm afraid I won't let you leave." She seemed to have made a very difficult decision as her tender body trembled slightly. Yang Kai licked his lips and nodded, then take care of yourself. After saying so, he took out a space ring and handed it to Shan Qing Luo. Take this and don't tell anyone about it. What's inside? Shan Qing Luo looked at him suspiciously. You'll know in a moment. Yang Kai grinned but did not point it out. Glancing over at Ba He and the others, he said loudly, you should leave as well. There's no need to wait for Shuai Lian and the others. As soon as these words fell, Space Force wrapped Yang Kai and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shan Qing Luo opened her mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. Chapter 16:13. Ba He and the others stood in place and looked at each other. Shan Qing Luo was in a daze as she held the space ring in her small hand, which still seemed to contain the warmth of Yang Kai's body. She probed it with her divine sense, and after seeing what was inside, she was shocked. Inside the space ring, there were at least 200 territory stones neatly arranged. She almost thought she was seeing things, but after confirming it carefully, she found that these things were really territory stones, each one exuding a gentle territory field aura. So many. Shan Qing Luo was shocked and her tender body couldn't help trembling. One had to know that she had been wandering around the blood prison all this time and had only obtained 3 territory stones. Even so, she felt that she had gained a lot. Yu Xiong had only obtained 1. As for Ba He had only obtained 2. But Yang Kai had casually given him 200 territory stones. This number was enough to drive anyone crazy. Where did he get so many territory stones? After recovering from her shock, Shan Qing Luo smiled happily and sweetly, gripping the space ring even harder. With so many territory stones, she was confident that she could break through to the Origin King realm in a very short time and would not become a burden to Yang Kai in the future. We don't need to wait for Shuai Lian and the others? What do you mean? Yu Xiong looked confused. Ba He's face changed as shock filled his eyes. Obviously, he understood and waved his hand. Let's go, there's no need to wait. Shuai Sun also understood and her figure flickered, arriving beside Shan Qing Luo and pulling her towards an extremely hidden void corridor nearby. The void corridor that existed in this basin was connected to a place 1,000,000 kilometers away from Green Mountain Star. The monster race cultivator who came from Monster Star would always leave from here. With the cultivations of Ba He, Yu Xiong, and the others, after leaving the void corridor, it would take them 3 or 4 months to fly through the star field before returning to Monster Star. Fortunately, there wasn't much danger along the way, so there was nothing to worry about. 2 days later, Yang Kai left the blood prison and came to a vast wasteland. Sporadic cultivator appeared one after another from the blood prison, either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. Without exception, everyone had an excited expression mixed with sadness. What was exciting was that they had walked out of the blood prison alive. Taking a trip to the blood prison meant that one day they might be qualified to condense their sure to the grand accomplishment stage and break through to the Origin King realm. Even if they were unable to break through to the Origin King realm in the future, with this experience, they could still become outstanding Origin returning realm masters. Sadly, many of their companions had died. For some forces, the cultivator that entered was completely annihilated, such as the few people from Scarlet Wave Star's Brilliant Flame sect. On the wasteland, countless cultivator raised their heads in anticipation, waiting for the disciples of their sect to walk out. Once they discovered something, they would greet them with smiles on their faces and greet them warmly, their eyes filled with covetous and hopeful expressions. Naturally, no one came to greet Yang Kai. He had rushed over from Monster Star, and Shan Qing Luo and the others who had come with him had all returned. Yang Kai didn't care about the excitement of others and instead released his divine sense to search for traces of Qian Tong and the others. He had come out relatively late, so Qian Tong and the others should have come out much earlier. Soon, Yang Kai found something and turned his head in a certain direction. Not far away, a group of people who seemed to have some background were surrounding a beautiful young woman, trying their best to invite her over. Everyone's expression was extremely sincere as they offered tempting offers. "Madam, if you have nowhere else to go, why don't you come to my Blue Radish sect? With your cultivation and strength, as long as you join, you can become an outer sect elder and enjoy your own spirit peak. Every month, you will receive a large number of spirit stones and pills. My Blue Radish sect has 72 main peaks, but one of them is empty and has yet to find a suitable owner. Blue Radish sect is nothing. Madam, come to our Heavenly Dream Temple. My Heavenly Dream Temple has an Origin King Realm Master, and every 3 years, there will be an opportunity to impart cultivation experience and explain the mysteries of our territory. Madam, you can't miss it. If Madam can come to Imperial Spirit Pavilion, this old master can guarantee that you will become an inner sect elder. My Imperial Spirit Pavilion will do its best to help you cultivate and break through to the Origin King realm as soon as possible." The beautiful young woman turned a deaf ear to the noise around her and just stood there with a frown, as if she was waiting for someone, looking around from time to time. Annoyed by their chatter, she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, everyone, but this mistress already has a sect and does not intend to leave, so please don't waste your time here. It doesn't matter if you have a sect." The old man from Imperial Spirit Pavilion who had invited her to join before laughed, "This old master did not ask you to leave your current sect. Madam can join my Imperial Spirit Pavilion with your current identity. There is no conflict." In order to win over this beautiful young woman, this old man seemed to have set a very wide bottom line, not minding which sect she originally came from. "Sorry, I don't have such an idea," the young woman still shook her head. Elder Lin, Yang Kai walked over and greeted the young woman. Hearing this call, Lin Yu Rao's beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly turned her head and said cheerfully, "Sect Master, you finally came out." Yang Kai nodded lightly before looking around. "Why are you alone? Where are Qian Tong and the others?" Lin Yu Rao opened her mouth and showed an embarrassed look. "It's not convenient to talk here, let's talk while walking." Seeing her look change, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and simply nodded, "Okay. Friend, please wait." Seeing Yang Kai about to take Lin Yu Rao away, the people who had surrounded her before suddenly became anxious and quickly blocked Yang Kai's path. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned. The old man who spoke before smiled meaningfully, cupped his fists, and politely said, "Friend, are you the sect master of this lady's sect?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "It's nothing. This old master is the great elder of Imperial Spirit Pavilion and is here on behalf of Imperial Spirit Pavilion to invite this lady to join our pavilion as an inner sect elder." The old man saw that Yang Kai was just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and couldn't help looking down on him. Otherwise, why would he try to poach her right in front of Yang Kai? After all, this kind of thing was somewhat immoral. Do you also have the same intention? Yang Kai looked at the others. "That's right." Those people all nodded, their expressions calm. "What do you think?" Yang Kai turned to look at Lin Yu Rao. "Sect master need not ask, this mistress will not leave High Heaven sect." Lin Yu Rao brushed her hair behind her ear and responded faintly. Yang Kai nodded lightly, "Did you hear that? I'll take my leave first." Saying so, Yang Kai prepared to lead Lin Yu Rao out. "Lady, do you want to reconsider this offer? If you think this old master's sincerity is not enough, we can still discuss it further." The old man still chattered as he chased after Lin Yu Rao. Scram! Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he shouted at the old man. Seeing this old man greet him with a smile, Yang Kai didn't intend to embarrass them, so he asked Lin Yu Rao. However, this old man still refused to back down after receiving Lin Yu Rao's answer, clearly not putting him in his eyes at all. This was blatant contempt. Yang Kai wasn't made of mud, so how could he not have a temper? The old man was stunned for a moment before his face became gloomy and he grinned meaningfully. "Boy, this has nothing to do with you, you'd best shut your mouth obediently, or else what?" Yang Kai stared back at him coldly. "Or else you'll regret it. Don't think you can act so rampant just because you're a sect master. Who do you think you are? As the sect master of a sect, you can't even compare to an elder of your sect. What kind of sect master are you? In my opinion, this lady's talent is wasted on you. It would be better for her to join my Imperial Spirit Pavilion as soon as possible. That way, she'll have a bright future. As the old man spoke, the other cultivator who had invited Lin Yu Rao before also began belittling Yang Kai's cultivation, trying to persuade him to let go and not delay Lin Yu Rao's future. What's all this noise for? Yang Kai was annoyed and coldly said, Elder Lin has already rejected you, yet you still insist on pestering her. Are you not putting me in your eyes? Does this old master need to put you in his eyes? What a joke. The old man coldly snorted. The others also looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, obviously not putting him in their eyes. The conflict here attracted the attention of many people. Seeing that Yang Kai, a trivial second-order origin returning realm cultivator, had actually provoked so many enemies at once, many of them showed looks of sympathy, thinking that Yang Kai had eyes but failed to see and was about to suffer a big loss. Old man, if you don't want to die, don't provoke him. Don't be fooled by his low cultivation, he's not someone you can deal with. Suddenly, an abrupt voice rang out, causing the old man and the others to frown. Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw an ordinary-looking young man standing in place with his hands behind his back, a mocking smile on his face. Being belittled like this, the old man was naturally angry and his face sank. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a 3-petal flower embroidered on the chest of this young man's robes and his expression changed. Seemingly thinking of something, he politely cupped his fists and asked, Dare I ask this friend, who is Master Wu Dao to you? The young man said lightly, He is my master. There was a burst of gasps as everyone stared at the young man in shock, seemingly unable to believe what they were hearing. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of envy. Heavens, this person is actually Master Wu Dao's disciple. It is rumored that Master Wu Dao did accept a disciple 50 years ago, but unfortunately, no one knew who that disciple was, but it turns out to be him. He actually came to participate in the blood prison trial. What did he mean by that sentence just now? Could it be that this second-order origin returning realm brat also has a great background like him? After learning that this young man turned out to be Wu Dao's disciple, everyone's look towards him changed, becoming one of awe and envy. The old man from Imperial Spirit Pavilion no longer dared to underestimate what this young man had said before and frowned. Friend, dare I ask just now? The young man still had his hands behind his back and shook his head lightly. You heard everything, so why bother asking? If you want to die, keep provoking me. The old man's face paled as he stared at Yang Kai in fear. He seemed to have seen some kind of huge backer behind Yang Kai and no longer dared to act presumptuously. Chapter 1614. Yang Kai was also confused at this moment as he stared at this young man in confusion. From the reactions of the people around him, Yang Kai had already judged that this young man's background was definitely not trivial. This so-called Master Wu Dao was definitely an Origin King Realm Master. Otherwise, the people around him would not have reacted so exaggeratedly. But why did this guy want to help him? Moreover, Yang Kai felt that this young man was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Friend, I've returned the favor in the blood prison, so from now on, we don't owe each other anything, the young man grinned at Yang Kai. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai suddenly realized. He had indeed seen this young man before, but it was only once. This young man was one of the 30 people who had safely withdrawn from the Stone Mountain in territory at that time. Before leaving, this young man nodded lightly to Yang Kai to express his gratitude. However, there were too many people at that time, so Yang Kai had not paid much attention. It turned out that this young man's so-called favor was referring to this. Yang Kai finally understood. The other party was obviously thanking him for reminding him loudly at that time, saving him from a life-threatening situation. This young man was quite interesting. Yang Kai smiled, cupped his fists, and introduced himself, Yang Kai. Su Bin Bai. The young man returned the gesture. Yang Kai gently nodded, faintly feeling that this young man was not simple. This was not because he had an Origin King Realm Master as his master, but because he himself was not trivial. This was a pure intuition that had no basis to speak of. But Yang Kai believed in his intuition. However, the two of them did not have much friendship, so Yang Kai had no intention of speaking to this young man. Just as he was about to leave with Lin Yu Rao, the surrounding world energy suddenly shook, as if an invisible sledgehammer was striking the void. This vibration was transmitted to everyone's hearts, causing everyone's expression to change. Soon, a mysterious force was transmitted from a distant place, piercing straight into everyone's hearts like a sharp sword. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled as he looked in that direction. Su Bin Bai also had a surprised expression. He seemed to have thought of something and his expression kept changing. Someone is about to break through to the Origin King realm. A trembling voice suddenly sounded. His words were earth-shattering. Everyone turned to look at the speaker in unison, their expressions aghast. Are you serious? Yes, this is definitely a sign of someone breaking through to the Origin King realm. This old master was fortunate enough to witness it once before, and although it has been many years, the memory is still fresh. This feeling is exactly the same as it was back then. Someone is definitely about to break through to the Origin King realm. The man who spoke with certainty. He must be an expert who came out of the blood prison. Looks like he obtained a lot of benefits from the blood prison. He actually broke through as soon as he came out. The blood prison is really a good place to gain experience. This person is really lucky. What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and go watch the fun. Breaking through to the Origin King realm is not something you can see casually. I wonder which guy's luck is so good. The breakthroughs of third-order origin returning realm masters were generally well prepared. Those who belonged to sects would naturally break through within their own sect. When they broke through, their sect's spirit arrays would be fully activated and all security measures would be put in place to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Those who did not belong to sects would also invite trusted friends and family to find a hidden and safe location. Very few people did not make full preparations. As such, it was extremely rare to see an Origin King realm breakthrough. But right now, there was a master in this vast wasteland who was about to break through his own shackles. This person was obviously not prepared and was acting in a hurry. Such a lively scene was hard to come by even in 10,000 years. How could the countless cultivator outside the blood prison miss such a good opportunity? Observing an Origin King realm master breakthrough was an experience for everyone. It was an opportunity for them to learn something from the Central Territory's territory that would benefit them for the rest of their lives. So, after guessing the truth of the matter, the cultivator gathered outside the blood prison summoned their star shuttles, transformed into multicolored streaks of light, and flew off into the distance. Sect Master. Lin Yu Rao's pretty face turned pale as her tender body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong with her expression and could not help frowning. If I'm not mistaken, the person breaking through should be Qian Tong. Lin Yu Rao quickly said. What? Yang Kai was shocked as his expression suddenly became solemn. Are you sure it's Elder Qian? There's an 80% chance. Lin Yu Rao bit her red lips lightly. The reason why Elder Qian did not wait for you here was because he felt his aura fluctuate and showed signs of breaking through, so he quickly left. He wanted to find a safe place to break through, but now it seems, it's too late. Let's go. Yang Kai immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. If the person breaking through was indeed Qian Tong, the current situation was not optimistic. Outside the blood prison, there were now at least 1,000 cultivator, 70 to 80% of whom were origin returning realm masters. At this moment, all of them were rushing towards the place where Qian Tong was breaking through. If they disturbed him, at best, he would fail to break through, and at worst, he would die on the spot. Yang Kai did not know what kind of grand scene would occur when he broke through to the Origin King realm, but inferring from the commotion caused when he broke through to the origin returning realm, it was definitely not a trivial matter. The baptism of world energy was a huge test for Qian Tong, so at this time, no one could disturb him. Unexpectedly, it was Qian Tong who took the lead in crossing this threshold. Yang Kai was a little surprised. After all, when he separated from Shi Shan in the territory, Qian Tong had not shown any signs of breaking through, so in the past 10 days or so, he had definitely encountered another opportunity. Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, and without using his star shuttle, a pair of almost transparent wings appeared behind him. The faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard as a stream of light flashed across his wings, surpassing one cultivator after another. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to sense something and turned his head to the side. Not far away, a figure was running side by side with him, and when this figure noticed Yang Kai's gaze, he turned his head and smiled at him. Su Bin Bai. This guy was really not simple. Not only was he able to keep up with Yang Kai's speed, but he was also able to do so with ease. Brother Yang, your wings are quite interesting. Su Bin Bai glanced at the wind and thunder wings behind Yang Kai, a trace of appreciation flashing across his eyes. Every time the wind and thunder surged, Yang Kai's figure would leap forward, forcing him to use all his strength to catch up. You're not bad yourself. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Likewise. Su Bin Bai smiled lightly before asking thoughtfully, Brother Yang, since you're so nervous, could it be that the person who broke through has something to do with you? If it's that person, then it has something to do with me. Yang Kai was not in the mood to chat with him and simply nodded seriously. Oh. Then this Su congratulates Brother Yang first. The appearance of an Origin King Realm Master in the sect is an incredible event. If there is anything this Su can do for you, Brother Yang, don't hesitate to ask. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he quickly cupped his fists. Many thanks, Brother Su. The other party being willing to help was naturally a good thing. Although Yang Kai did not know what level of origin King Wu Dao was, from the way everyone treated Su Bin Bai before, Wu Dao was an extremely powerful existence even among origin kings. Using Yang Kai's tiger skin as a banner would make things easier. While the two were talking, they arrived at their destination and with a flicker, Yang Kai fell from the sky like a meteor and landed beside the group on the ground. The next moment, Su Bin Bai landed lightly, his movements casual and elegant. Sect Master, you're here. Yang Xiao Zhu and Chu Hani saw Yang Kai arrive and were both shocked as they hurriedly saluted. Mou nodded lightly. Zhao Tianze was also here and stepped forward to greet Yang Kai. After sweeping his eyes over them and confirming that everyone was safe, Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, was it Elder Qian? Yes. Chu Hani frowned, it happened so suddenly that we were all caught off guard. Obviously, they also knew the seriousness of the situation. Breaking through here could turn a joyous occasion into a bad one. Zhao Tianze smiled bitterly. Originally, this old master was going to take him to a place with a price of 500,000 spirit stones. That place was very secluded in the world energy that was rich enough, but Elder Qian, it's not your fault, Yang Kai frowned. By the way, City Lord Zhao, what happened to Elder Qian inside? How did he suddenly break through? He didn't encounter anything special, but after separating from you, Elder Qian explored a few whirlpools in the territory and seemed to have gained a lot, Zhao Tianze replied respectfully. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The people who had followed Yang Kai to Green Mountain Star were all third-order Origin Returning Realm cultivators who had been stuck in the Origin Returning Realm for many years, but all of them had the qualifications to break through to the Origin King Realm. All they lacked was an understanding of Shi. As long as they could cultivate their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they could break through. Qian Tong had obviously met this requirement. This was his opportunity, as well as his destiny. As they spoke, more and more cultivator rushed to this place, and the world energy aura around Qian Tong became more and more violent. Faintly, a mysterious power began to fill the air. At first, it was very slow, but in the blink of an eye, it exploded. Qian Tong Shi. It enveloped an area of a few hundred meters, and within that area, the sound of wind whistled as tornadoes of various sizes took form. They connected the heavens and the earth, and they completely covered an area of a few hundred meters, causing its impetus to be extremely shocking. Qian Tong Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and his own unique strength had been integrated into it. Sure enough, it's the sign of someone breaking through to the Origin King realm. The cultivators who arrived at this place shouted loudly, each of them staring at the front with wide eyes, as if they wanted to see more clearly. Some people even passed by the position where Yang Kai and the others were, observing from a very close position while comprehending the many mysteries hidden in the heavens and earth. This was Qian Tong's comprehension of the mysteries of the Origin King realm, and when one broke through, it would spread out unreservedly, greatly attracting any Origin returning realm master. Yang Kai's face sank as he flew up into the sky, cupped his fists, and called out loudly, "Everyone, please don't get too close, lest you disturb the state of mind of this Yang Senior." The cultivator who was closer looked up at him and curled their lips disdainfully, not paying any attention to him at all. Chapter 16-15. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was a once-in-a-10,000-year opportunity, even rarer than the blood prison trial. How could they give up this opportunity just because of Yang Kai's words? All of them wished they could get closer. "Please give this Yang some face, this Yang will be grateful." Yang Kai was extremely annoyed and wished he could use force to deter these people, but for the sake of Qian Tong's breakthrough, he had no choice but to suppress his anger and act politely. "Who do you think you are? We're not hindering anyone by standing here. We're not causing any trouble. Is this your home? Why are you not allowing others to stand here?" Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. "That's right, a trivial second-order Origin returning realm cultivator dares to point fingers here? Be careful this old master doesn't cripple you. Young man, where do you think it's cool? This is not a place where you can speak at will." The group of people ridiculed him, not taking him seriously. Yang Kai's face turned livid. "Everyone, when others are at a critical moment in their breakthrough, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to come here and be so long-winded? When you break through, this Su will also come and disturb you, how about it?" Su Bin Bai grinned meaningfully, his voice not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. "Boy, who are you? Young people nowadays really don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Speaking so unscrupulously, sooner or later they'll suffer a big loss. You court death. That guy is Senior Wu Dao's disciple, how dare you speak to him like that?" Not everyone was unaware of Su Bin Bai's origins. Someone had overheard the conversation between Su Bin Bai and the Imperial Spirit Pavilion elder outside the blood prison and naturally knew that his identity was not trivial, so they quickly whispered a warning. "What? Master Wu Dao's disciple? Are you sure?" "No way, rumor has it that Master Wu Dao hasn't shown his face for hundreds of years. When did he ever accept one? Believe it or not, don't blame me for not warning you when you suffer a loss." That's true, look at the pattern on his chest, it's clearly the symbol of Master Wu Dao's three-flower divine art. Only those closest to Master Wu Dao are eligible to wear it. My God, Master Wu Dao's disciple, his future achievements will be limitless. It can't be fake, right? Who dares to use this pattern as a joke? Are you tired of living? In that case, this person is really Master Wu Dao's disciple. After knowing Su Bin Bai's identity, the cultivator who was so arrogant and didn't take Yang Kai seriously turned pale. They regretted that they had spoken rudely without knowing Su Bin Bai's background. Su Bin Bai grinned meaningfully. "What's more, he is about to break through to the Origin King realm, yet you dare to act so presumptuously. Aren't you afraid he will find trouble with you after he succeeds?" As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. If Su Bin Bai's identity made them wary, then these words made them terrified. Just now, they were only interested in watching the fun and were curious, so they didn't think of this. After being reminded by Su Bin Bai, they realized how stupid they were. Indeed, this person was about to break through to the Origin King realm. If he failed to break through, there was nothing to say. This person would definitely be annihilated by the World Energy Baptism, but if that person succeeded in breaking through and became an Origin King realm master, wouldn't he settle accounts with Yang Kai? Continuing to stand here and watch was simply courting death. At this point, all of them turned pale. The cultivator who shouted at Yang Kai before cupped his fists to Su Bin Bai and said, "Many thanks for the reminder." Saying so, he hurriedly retreated, an awkward smile on his face as he cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. "Little brother, I apologize for offending you just now. This one was not considered enough. I hope little brother won't blame me." The others also chuckled and tried to appease him. Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly as he nodded gently. "Everyone is too polite. This Yang also made a mistake just now. As long as you stand a little further away and don't affect this Yang senior's breakthrough, this Yang will not interfere." Good, little brother is straightforward. This one and everyone here thank you." After the disturbance was resolved, almost all the nearby cultivator took the initiative to retreat. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, and the others secretly wiped their cold sweat. Yang Kai landed, nodded lightly to Su Bin Bai, and said gratefully, "Many thanks, Brother Su, for helping me out. I will remember this favor." "It's a small matter, Brother Yang doesn't need to worry," Su Bin Bai smiled freely. At that moment, there was an uproar. Heavens, Master Luo Hai is here. The movement here really alarmed Master Luo Hai. After all, he is the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. So many Origin Kings. Isn't that Senior Lei of Sword Union? Look, that's our Purple Star's Senior Li Wan Ning. That's old Jiao of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. The 7 or 8 Origin Kings were all recognized. After all, they were not like Wu Dao, who was always elusive. Although they also lived in seclusion, they would still occasionally show their faces and had great fame throughout the entire Star territory. These Origin Kings came from the distant horizon, led by Luo Hai, with the others following closely behind, arriving in the middle of the crowd in the blink of an eye. An invisible force spread out from these people, and all the people who were close to them involuntarily retreated a large distance. The area of 300 feet around them automatically became a vacuum zone. TSK, this time the blood prison opened, an Origin King was born. Looking at this person's posture, he has obviously touched the threshold of territory. If he is lucky, he will definitely break through. Old Jiao of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce clicked his tongue as his hawk-like eyes pierced through the mountain range of world energy and stared directly at Qian Tong's position, saying suspiciously, "This old master has never seen this person before and does not know which great force he comes from." The beautiful woman from Purple Star, Li Wan Ning, giggled, "Old Jiao, are you trying to win him over? If so, just say so, why bother hiding it? How is this old master hiding anything? Aren't you all thinking the same thing?" Old Jiao snorted lightly. Everyone else just smiled and said nothing. Obviously, old Jiao was right. This person must be won over, but this old woman is also quite interested in that mysterious little brat. "Master Luo Hai, where is that little brat now? Is he also here?" The old woman from Sword Union leaned on her walking stick and asked while looking around with a smile. Whenever she found a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator, she would stare at them for a while. Luo Hai's expression flickered, but he didn't try to hide it and nodded. "He is indeed here. As for who he is, I think it won't be difficult for you to find out with your divine senses, right? Since Master Luo Hai says so, we will show you our incompetence." A burly man grinned meaningfully and immediately released his powerful divine sense. Everyone else did the same. In an instant, 7 or 8 divine senses belonging to Origin King realm masters appeared and enveloped all the cultivators present, causing them to feel a chill run down their spines as they had no idea what these masters were trying to do. "It's him!" Old Jiao suddenly shouted as his eyes fixed on Yang Kai, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. Immediately after, everyone noticed the existence of Yang Kai. After all, of the 1,000 or so people present, there were not many second-order origin returning realm masters, and among these second-order origin returning realm masters, Yang Kai's Saint Chi was the most condensed and his vitality was also the most vigorous. This little brat is really good. Look at how condensed his Saint Chi is, it's more than twice that of an average third-order origin returning realm master. No wonder he was able to slaughter his way through the blood prison. Old Jiao smiled with satisfaction and gently nodded. This old woman is curious about what kind of body tempering he underwent. His physique seems quite powerful. A trace of suspicion flashed across the old woman surnamed Lei's eyes. This little brat is extraordinary. What are you standing here evaluating him for? Just go over and talk to him. Are you afraid he'll eat you? The beautiful woman Li Wanning pursed her lips and smiled, swaying her hips as she walked towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai suddenly frowned. The arrival of these origin kings stunned Yang Kai for a long time. He thought that the sound of Qian Tong's breakthrough had attracted them, causing him to feel uneasy, not knowing what they wanted to do. Each origin king realm master possessed incredible strength, so with 7 or 8 of them here at once, anyone would feel uneasy. Just as Yang Kai was feeling anxious though, he saw the beautiful woman actually walk towards him and stare at him, causing him to feel confused. Following behind this beautiful woman, the others also stared at him and walked over. What do they want to do? Yang Kai involuntarily circulated his Saint Chi as a look of vigilance filled his face. With his current strength, he could be considered invincible under the Origin King realm, but facing an Origin King, all he could do was flee. If he made a single mistake, he would be instantly killed. The gap between the Origin King realm and the Origin Returning realm was too great, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators stuck in the third-order Origin Returning realm for their entire lives. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few Origin Kings in the territory. Brother Yang, don't be nervous. Su Binbai's voice suddenly sounded beside him. He seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's vigilance and chuckled. They shouldn't have any malicious intent towards you. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. And, after every blood prison trial, the Origin Kings of the various great forces will try to win over some outstanding cultivator, and this time is naturally no exception. I think they probably have taken a fancy to you and want to win you over, not harm you. Win me over? Yang Kai frowned. I wasn't the only one who came out of the blood prison. Why did they suddenly find me? Su Binbai smiled brightly. This is naturally because Brother Yang's performance in the blood prison was impeccable. To be honest, this Su feels a lot of pressure facing you. My performance. How did they know about my performance in the blood prison? Yang Kai's face sank. They probably don't know, but Senior Luo Hai of Green Mountain Star can sense some things. He is the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, Su Binbai explained. Yang Kai's face changed as he suddenly realized something was wrong. Chapter 16:16. As Star Masters, they could indeed perceive the movements of stars that had been refined into star essences at will. However, doing so would consume a great deal of mental energy. No Star Master would be so bored as to spy on something at will. If they had the time and energy to do so, they might as well enjoy themselves. Yang Kai naturally knew this. Xia Ning Chang was also a Star Master, but her situation was quite special. With her ability, she was able to perceive the situation all over Tongxian realm. Luo Hai was a second-order Origin King, many times stronger than Xia Ning Chang, so it was not difficult for him to perceive the situation inside the blood prison. Seeing the change in his expression, Su Binbai immediately knew what he was afraid of and chuckled. Brother Yang, you don't need to be too nervous. The territory of the blood prison is so powerful that even Senior Luo Hai may not be able to perceive it too clearly. Not too clearly? Yang Kai raised his brow. It is said that the Blood Prison is under the control of the previous Green Mountain Star Master who took the initiative to use the source strength of this star. The previous Star Master was a third-order origin king, a minor realm higher than the current Senior Luo Hai. Before Senior Luo Hai's strength can match that of the previous Star Master, he won't be able to perceive everything, Su Binbai explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his tense expression relaxing a little. However, even if Su Binbai said so, he was still a little uneasy. The movement in the Stone Mountain territory was one thing. At that time, the stone mongoose had acted stealthily, so even Luo Hai would not be able to discover it. Yang Kai was not worried about this at all. However, what happened in Monster Mountain made him feel a little uncomfortable. Qiyu and the others knew that there was an origin essence crystal there, so how could Luo Hai, as the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, not know? He had also fought with Mad Crocodile Monster King on Monster Mountain, and the origin essence crystal had been taken away by him. Did Luo Hai know about this? Yang Kai did not dare to make an arbitrary judgment, but the origin essence crystal was of great importance. It was something even Qiyu coveted. Qiyu and Luo Hai had similar cultivations, so if Qiyu wanted it, Luo Hai would definitely want it too. Many thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind like lightning, but Yang Kai took a deep breath and his expression returned to normal as he glanced over at Luo Hai, who was wearing a golden crown. The other party was also paying attention to him, and when their eyes met, Yang Kai clearly saw a flash of light in Luo Hai's eyes. Yang Kai's heart sank. What's your relationship with Master Wudao? The beautiful woman walked in front of Yang Kai and was about to ask him a few questions when she suddenly saw Su Binbai standing beside Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes swept over the three-petal flower pattern on his chest and she asked in surprise. "That's my master." Su Binbai replied, neither servile nor overbearing. "Master Wudao is your master?" Li Wanning couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, looking shocked. "What? This little guy belongs to Master Wudao?" The many origin kings who followed exclaimed, as if they had discovered something incredible, all of them looking at Su Binbai with interest. Even Luo Hai, who had the strongest cultivation and highest status among the crowd, showed a hint of surprise. Obviously, he had not expected that someone with such a background would come to this year's Blood Prison trial. Su Binbai greets seniors. Although Su Binbai was Wu Dao's master, he was still a junior, so in front of so many origin kings, he didn't dare act arrogantly and bowed respectfully. Good, little brother Su doesn't need to be so polite. And there are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so polite. This Zhou was fortunate enough to meet Master Wudao once 500 years ago, and thanks to his guidance, he was suddenly enlightened and broke through to the origin king realm. If we really count, Master Wudao can be considered this Zhou's half-master. You and I can even be considered brother and little brother. The brawny man smiled kindly at Su Binbai. As an origin king realm master, he obviously didn't care about his own identity at all, instead vigorously praising Wu Dao. Senior Zhou is too serious. This junior dares to call Senior Zhou brother. Su Binbai smiled slightly, his attitude humble. Good, Master Wudao finally has a successor. Little brat, do your best and don't lose face for Master Wudao. Junior will remember Senior's teachings. Su Binbai responded respectfully. When we meet again, Master Wudao, send this Luo's regards to him, Luo Hai said kindly. Junior will definitely pass on these words. Su Binbai nodded. Master once said that in the future territory of the Star Territory, if there are no accidents, the first to break through to the third-order origin king realm will be Senior Luo Hai. When the many origin kings heard this, they all looked at Luo Hai with admiration, as if receiving such an evaluation from Wudao was a great honor. Is that so? Luo Hai raised his brow, showing a proud look as he laughed. In that case, this Luo will not disappoint Master Wudao's expectations. Junior wishes Senior the best of luck in getting what you wish for. Good, let's not talk too much. You should go about what you came here to do, Luo Hai chuckled as he looked at Yang Kai with great interest. How should I address this little brother? The beautiful woman Li Wanning was the first to ask, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. Everyone else also stared at him expectantly. Yang Kai. Yang Kai? Everyone heard this and frowned, looking at each other in confusion before slowly shaking their heads, indicating that they had never heard this name before. Generally, rising stars in the origin returning realm had some reputation, but this was the first time they had heard the name Yang Kai. Why does this old master feel like he has heard someone mention you before? Only old Jiao showed a thoughtful expression. Senior, this is old Jiao of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. The beautiful woman took the initiative to introduce Yang Kai. Hangluo Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Senior Jiao may have heard it from Shuiyu. Old Jiao's eyes lit up as he nodded. Yes, I heard it from third young master. This old master remembers, when third young master returned from the Emperor Garden last time, he did mention you. Little brother, are you acquainted with third young master? Yang Kai braced himself and nodded. Not only was he acquainted with Shuiyu, that woman could not wait to cut him into 1,000 pieces. This must be fate. Old Jiao was overjoyed. Someone who can make third young master constantly think of you is really not a trivial matter. Little brother, are you interested in joining my Hangluo Chamber of Commerce? With your aptitude, you can definitely become a senior executive of my Chamber of Commerce in the future. You probably know how powerful my Hangluo Chamber of Commerce is in the Star Territory, right? Hey, old Jiao, this mistress came here first, okay? Don't you think you're being a bit unreasonable? Li Wanning saw old Jiao being so blunt and suddenly felt a little unhappy. There's no such thing as first come, first served in this kind of situation. The first to arrive gets the prize. Old Jiao laughed and continued to entice Yang Kai. Little brother, Shuiyu's third young master rarely cares about anyone. This old master also knows a little about your aptitude and strength. If you join my Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, this old master can make the decision to give you. Old Jiao set out a series of conditions, causing all the nearby cultivators to breathe heavily as they stared at Yang Kai with envy and jealousy, all of them wishing they could rush up and beg old Jiao to let them join Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. Don't listen to him. What's so good about Hangluo Chamber of Commerce? Li Wanning sneered, immediately turning her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai. Little brother, as long as you agree to join our Purple Star, I will satisfy all of the conditions old Jiao gave you and can even find you an Origin King Realm Master to personally guide you. Of course, if you don't mind, this queen can also personally instruct you. What do you think? You two don't need to talk nonsense here. Who doesn't know how to make empty promises? The old woman surnamed Lei couldn't help jumping out, slamming her dragon head walking stick on the ground as she stared at Yang Kai and said, Little brother, join our sword union. Our sword union welcomes young and fresh blood. As long as you agree to join now, this token is yours. Saying so, a dark token suddenly appeared in the old woman's hand. That token was neither gold nor jade. It was unknown what material it was made of. There was a sword-shaped symbol on the token, and there was a faint murderous aura emanating from it. A sword union elder token. Someone who knew what sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at this token with a burning gaze. No way, this is a sword union elder token? A second-order origin returning realm cultivator can become a sword union elder? Senior Lei is really bold. In the entire sword union, there are only 10 great elders, each of whom is a peerless character. TSK, with this elder token, you can mobilize a large part of Sword Union's manpower, financial, and material resources. You won't have to worry about anything in the future. What's so good about this little brat? Why are there so many masters competing to win him over? Among the onlookers, there were those who were envious, those who were jealous, and those who were confused. No one understood why these Origin Kings did not try to win over so many third-order Origin returning Realm Masters but instead went to great lengths to invite a second-order Origin returning Realm Master. No one here is worse than him, right? Everyone felt indignant and unwillingness to admit defeat welled up in their hearts. With the three great forces each offering a price, the other Origin Kings were also unwilling, and one after another tried to win over Yang Kai, each of their expressions extremely sincere. Only a lone Origin King Realm Old Man remained indifferent. He had only come here to purchase territory stones. Junior understands what seniors mean. Yang Kai waited for them to finish before nodding seriously. He had never expected that he would attract so much attention as soon as he came out of the blood prison. These Origin Kings had come here just to win him over to join their forces. Every one of them had an amiable attitude, and their expressions were very sincere. But the more they acted like this, the more uneasy Yang Kai felt in his heart. Since they were inviting him so enthusiastically, it seemed they had some understanding of his performance in the blood prison. Otherwise, how could they act like this? And the reason they could understand was all because of Luo Hai. I can't stay here for long. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind to wait for Qian Tong to successfully break through and immediately find an opportunity to leave Green Mountain Star. Since you understand, what's your decision? Li Wanning asked nervously. From Luo Hai, they deeply understood just how outstanding Yang Kai was. Since ancient times, no second-order origin returning realm cultivator had ever come out of the blood prison unscathed. Yang Kai was the first to do so. This alone was enough for them to win him over, not to mention that with their eyesight, all of them could see that Yang Kai possessed some kind of mysterious ability. He was definitely a genius among geniuses, and none of them wanted to miss this opportunity. Chapter 16-17. Above the vast wilderness, 7 or 8 Origin Kings stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his reply. The eyes of the thousands of cultivator also focused on Yang Kai, and for a time, the limelight of Qian Tong breaking through to the Origin King realm was stolen. Su Binbai stood to the side and smiled, not showing any surprise at all. It seemed to him that Yang Kai being roped in by so many people was a normal thing. Seniors, I understand what you mean. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but please forgive this junior for being presumptuous. This junior is unable to enjoy everyone's kindness, so this junior must thank everyone for their favor. Old Jiao looked stunned, not having expected that Yang Kai would refuse the sincere invitations of so many Origin Kings. Won't you consider it carefully? Li Wanning was also quite surprised. Originally, they had already guessed before coming here that Yang Kai would not be able to refuse such an invitation and would at least join one of them. However, he had refused all of them, which was really beyond everyone's expectations. The onlookers also burst into an uproar. Is this boy a fool? With such a great opportunity in front of him, why would he let it go? There's definitely something wrong with his head. Why did we come here? Isn't it all for these opportunities and resources? Now that all of these are in front of him, why would he refuse? Why didn't I get such a good opportunity? How infuriating. Senior Jiao, I am willing to join Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, please take me with you. Senior Lei, I've been admiring the Sword Alliance for a long time. Please accept me. Senior Li, the scene was chaotic. The 8 Origin Kings whose invitations were all rejected by Yang Kai were stunned and somewhat uncomfortable, but when they saw others joining in the commotion, their faces sank and they released some of their strength. Who could resist the anger of an Origin King? Noticing that these masters were not in a good mood, the chaos came to an abrupt end and no one dared to act presumptuously. Little brother, have you made up your mind? Li Wanning looked at Yang Kai with some disbelief. She really couldn't understand why Yang Kai was so indifferent. The conditions she offered weren't bad, it could be said that they were already the best treatment she could offer, and she had even said that she would personally guide him. Having the personal guidance of an Origin King Realm Master was the dream of any Origin returning Realm Master. He actually wasn't tempted? Yes, do you want to think about it again? Elder Jiao looked at Yang Kai unwillingly. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled. Seniors, this junior appreciates your kind intentions, but this junior really has no intention of joining any force." Hearing his words, everyone revealed looks of pity. After all, if they missed out on such a good seedling, who knew when they would be able to meet another one in the future? Good, since this little brother is not willing to join, there is no need to force him. Aren't there many good candidates here? Don't you have any other ideas? Luo Hai smiled gently. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet, so this old master won't force him. Little brother, if anyone wants to join my Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce, feel free to come to my Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, and find this old master. The door of the Chamber of Commerce will always be open to you, and the conditions this old master proposed before will not change. Elder Jiao nodded gently to Yang Kai. My sword union is the same, the old woman surnamed Lei followed. The others also expressed that if Yang Kai wanted to join, he could look for them. The Origin Kings who had gathered around Yang Kai dispersed and began searching for other outstanding candidates. They had come to Green Mountain Star this time to lead their forces to participate in the blood prison trial and also to recruit new blood after the trial was over. However, Yang Kai's performance was simply too outstanding, so all of them had set their first goal on Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai had rejected them, they naturally could not miss out on other candidates. In an instant, many people gathered around the Origin King Realm Masters, all of whom volunteered to join them. Luo Hai did not move and simply stood in place. Yang Kai looked at him and thought for a moment before cupping his fists to Luo Hai and saying, "Many thanks for senior's help, this junior will remember." Luo Hai glanced over at him and chuckled, "No need to be polite, this king is Green Mountain Star's Star Master, this is what this king should do." And, seeing the worried look on your face, does this friend who is breaking through to the Origin King realm have something to do with you? Yang Kai did not deny it. In front of such a master, denial was meaningless, so he simply nodded and said, "Yes, he is an elder of mine." No wonder you weren't interested in these people's attempts to win you over. It turns out your family's elder is about to break through to the Origin King realm. Luo Hai seemed to understand something and chuckled, "This king is a little curious. Where did you come from? How come everyone here is so outstanding?" Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and the others who had been standing next to Yang Kai. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that these people had reached the peak of the Origin Returning Realm and only lacked some comprehension of sure to break through to the Origin King Realm. In other words, these people were absolute elites among the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai frowned, and although he was reluctant in his heart, he still replied, "We are from Shadowed Star." Shadowed Star. Luo Hai frowned. Even though he was quite knowledgeable, he was still quite unfamiliar with the name Shadowed Star. Glancing over at Yang Kai meaningfully, he chuckled and said, "It must be a good place." He thought that Yang Kai had casually fabricated the name of a star to fool him. However, Luo Hai had no intention of pursuing the matter and simply fell silent, staring forward indifferently as his thoughts ran wild. Yang Kai also raised his eyes and paid close attention to the location of Qian Tong. Over there, Qian Tong's shore had spread to a radius of 10,000 meters, with countless large and small tornadoes shuttling back and forth. Sometimes a large tornado would split into several smaller tornadoes, and sometimes several smaller tornadoes would gather together to form a large tornado. The ground within 10,000 meters looked as if it had been plowed by an iron plow, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. An astonishing and terrifying amount of world energy gathered in the sky, gradually forming ink-like dark clouds. These dark clouds were like a blanket that pressed down on the sky, making it difficult to breathe. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling frightened. He could sense that the dark clouds contained an extremely terrifying amount of energy of the world. It was an existence that even he was extremely wary of. This was not the end though, as the surrounding world energy was still gathering towards this place. Time passed by little, and the noisy scene gradually subsided. The Origin Kings who had been recruiting talents also gradually returned, each of them with great gains. However, the treatment of the people they had recruited was quite different from the one they had given Yang Kai before. Not only did they have to accept some difficult tests, but even if they passed these tests and were eligible to join the forces of the Origin Kings, they would not be able to enjoy the same treatment as Yang Kai. No one dared to complain. Bargaining with an Origin King realm master was no different from courting death. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the location of Qian Tong as several Origin Kings gathered together and whispered amongst themselves. Soon, they seemed to have obtained some information from Luo Hai, and all of them turned to Yang Kai in surprise. "Little brother, is the person who is breaking through your elder?" Yang Kai nodded. "Does he have the same temper as you?" Old Jiao quipped. They all felt regretful that they had failed to win over Yang Kai, but at this time, there was another person more worthy of winning over, and that was Qian Tong, who was on the verge of breaking through. No matter what, Yang Kai was just a good seedling with excellent aptitude. His future was still uncertain. Star territory was vast, and there were countless geniuses, but most of them fell during their rise, unable to reach the peak of the martial Tao. On the contrary, there were some who had been silent all this time who had the last laugh and achieved great fame. There were so many Origin Kings present, and not all of them were top geniuses, but they were now the most powerful group of cultivators in the star field. Relatively speaking, Qian Tong and Yang Kai's weight were different. Once he successfully broke through, he would become a genuine Origin King. Each great force did not have many Origin King realm masters, so the addition of one would greatly improve the strength of their force. It could be said that they were determined to win over Qian Tong. Of course, the premise was that the other party could successfully break through. "Do you want to win him over?" Yang Kai quickly understood. Old Jiao nodded. "If that's the case, you can talk to him yourselves when the time comes. Whether he is willing or not is up to this junior and senior." "You little brat." Old Jiao smiled helplessly. At that moment, everyone stopped talking and focused their attention on Qian Tong's breakthrough. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, faintly feeling that something was wrong. For some reason, although the dark clouds were constantly growing and absorbing the world energy within a 10,000-kilometer radius, Qian Tong was still not undergoing a baptism. Breaking through to a great realm was bound to be accompanied by a baptism of world energy, allowing the cultivator to break through their own shackles. However, this baptism was still delayed, so the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, making everyone feel uneasy. "Brother Yang, the concentration of world energy here doesn't seem to be enough." Su Binbai suddenly leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered. "Is that the problem?" Yang Kai showed a look of astonishment. Because I am at the peak of the third order origin returning realm and can break through to the Origin King realm at any time, before I came out, my master gave me some instructions on how to break through. Everything else is fine, but when breaking through, the world energy must be maintained at a sufficient level. My master told me to find a place with sufficient world energy when breaking through. Su Binbai explained. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Although Green Mountain Star's world energy was quite good, it was still divided into different places. The world energy in this vast wilderness was not very strong, so it was obviously not enough to meet the requirements for Qian Tong's breakthrough. "Is there a solution?" Yang Kai asked hurriedly. "Naturally, there is a solution." Su Binbai didn't answer, but old Jiao suddenly laughed. "If the world energy isn't enough, just find a way to supplement it. Saint crystals are the best choice. Little brother, do you want this old master to lend you some saint crystals?" "This old master doesn't have much, but he has enough saint crystals." Chapter 16-18. Old Jiao was obviously expressing goodwill. He was eager for Yang Kai to ask him to lend him some saint crystals. As long as Yang Kai accepted this favor, everything would be easy to negotiate. After all, taking advantage of others was the shortest path. "This queen also has a lot of saint crystals." Li Wanning pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he ignored them. How could he not see what these people were thinking? If he really wanted to lend them some saint crystals at this time, it would be a huge favor. This matter was related to Qian Tong's breakthrough and whether or not he could break through to the Origin King realm. How many saint crystals do you have? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yang Xiaozhu and the others. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, and the others exchanged glances before each taking out their own saint crystals and handing them to Yang Kai. So little, Yang Kai swept his divine sense and roughly counted, his brow furrowing. The total number of saint crystals each of them possessed was only about 5 million. This was not a small amount, after all, it was more than enough to meet everyone's cultivation needs. Moreover, when they left Shadowed Star, the saint crystals allocated from the sect were basically all taken care of by Yang Kai. Those saint crystals had already been used back on Tongxian realm when his little senior sister was refining the star source of the stars. Yang Kai did not have many saint crystals on hand. He could not help feeling a little troubled as he quickly rummaged through his space ring. Yang Kai found the saint crystals belonging to Mi Tian, Shuel Yan, Lai Feng, and the others, but even after pooling all their saint crystals together, there was still no more than 10 million. They had all come to the blood prison trial, so who would bring so many saint crystals with them? Is that enough? If not, I can lend you some. Su Binbai saw Yang Kai's worried look and took the initiative to ask. How could I accept that? Yang Kai smiled wryly. He had never expected that one day he would be worried about saint crystals. In the past, he had always spent saint crystals freely, regardless of the number. What's the matter? Saint crystals are just worldly possessions, Su Binbai grinned, but I don't have much, only 20 million. It should be enough. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you, Brother Su. There's no need to be so polite. Perhaps one day, this Su will have something to ask of Brother Yang. When that time comes, I hope Brother Yang won't refuse. Su Binbai smiled as he handed a space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and nodded at him. Brother Su, this Yang will remember this kindness. If there is anything you need me to do, please don't hesitate to ask. I hope you and I will meet again one day. Su Binbai smiled. A total of 30 million saint crystals was not a small number, but it was also not a large number. However, it should be enough for Qian Tong to make a breakthrough. The heaven and earth spirit qi in this wasteland was only slightly thin, but it was not really barren. Seeing that Yang Kai would rather borrow saint crystals from Su Binbai than ask them for help, the many Origin Kings exchanged glances before slowly shaking their heads helplessly. Yang Kai knew what they were thinking, but how could they not know what Yang Kai was thinking? Not saying anything, old Jiao just kindly reminded, boy, if you want to deliver those saint crystals, you need to return quickly. The terror of breaking through to the Origin King realm is not something you can imagine. If you stay inside for too long, even you will be affected. Many thanks for Senior's reminder. Yang Kai gently nodded before taking a deep breath, his figure flickered slightly, and suddenly disappearing from where he stood. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed straight towards the dark clouds. Everyone's attention was fixed on his movements, their gazes fixed on him without blinking. Countless large and small tornadoes swept across the earth as Yang Kai's figure flickered back and forth, approaching them at an extremely fast speed. The sheer surrounding Qian Tong's body was the biggest obstacle preventing him from moving forward. The grand accomplishment sure was almost comparable in power to the territory domain. Fortunately, Yang Kai had many experiences in the blood prison, so this difficulty was not enough to stop him. Integrating his Shi into the territory domain, Yang Kai did not encounter much resistance, his movements flowing smoothly and quickly. Even Qian Tong was not affected. This little brat really has some skill. Old Jiao's eyes lit up. He was actually able to integrate his Shi into another's. It seems his understanding of Shi has far surpassed that of many third-order origin returning realm masters. Given some time, he will definitely break through to the Origin King realm. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had already rushed to a spot not far from Qian Tong. Qian Tong was sitting cross-legged in place when Yang Kai's arrival caused him to open his eyes, but after seeing Yang Kai, he closed his eyes again and remained motionless, as steady as a rock. Yang Kai did not dare to delay, sending out his divine sense and taking out all the saint crystals he had collected from his space ring, piling them up around Qian Tong, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. Elder Qian, this is for you, it may be able to help you at a critical moment. Yang Kai suddenly threw out a jade bottle that landed firmly in front of Qian Tong. After doing all this, Yang Kai rushed back without stopping. A moment later, Yang Kai returned to his original place. Just as he stood there, an astonishing energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. A white beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky, piercing straight into the 9 heavens. Along with the birth of this beam of light, the 30 million saint crystals scattered by Yang Kai burst into a dazzling light. Seemingly attracted by some unknown force, the energy inside these saint crystals poured out, gathered together, and poured into the dark clouds in the sky along with the beam of light. The dark clouds became thicker and more solid. A faint rumbling of thunder could be heard from inside these clouds, shocking everyone. Kacha, with a deafening clap of thunder, a dragon-like world energy descended from the sky and struck Qian Tong without warning, pouring into his body and cleansing his marrow. It's begun. Luo Hai shouted as he stared at the scene with a deep gaze. Qian Tong's breakthrough had finally begun. A mysterious aura began to spread as the breakthrough began, causing all the cultivator present to involuntarily show a thoughtful look. Everyone tried their best to savor this aura, hoping to gain some benefits from it. This was the aura of an origin king breaking through. The scene before them was also one of such breakthroughs, so observing it would definitely be of great benefit to their own growth. The first wave of world energy fell, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. Within a 10,000-kilometer radius, a violent rumbling sound reverberated through the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and causing the air to become chaotic, giving everyone a terrifying feeling that the heavens were not the heavens and the earth were not the earth. Such power caused most of the origin returning realm masters to go pale. Putting themselves in this situation, they all felt that with their current strength, they would not be able to resist and would be reduced to ashes in a single blow. Was the breakthrough to the origin king realm really so terrifying? Some people's confidence suffered a blow, but others' eyes shone brightly, filled with a strong desire for the future. These origin king realm masters seemed to be paying attention to Qian Tong, but in truth, they were paying attention to the reactions of these cultivator and screening them for potential talents. A second wave of world energy fell, followed by a third, then a fourth. Like a torrential storm, there was almost no pause. Qian Tong's beast-like roar came from the other side, and anyone could imagine how much pressure he was under. Qian Tong's shirt fluctuated wildly as large and small tornadoes began to swirl around him, gradually sublimating and transforming. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai and the others showed nervous looks. From Qian Tong's roar, Yang Kai could infer some information. The pressure Elder Qian was under seemed to be increasing as he was baptized by countless world energy bolts, his aura becoming weaker and weaker, and his vitality becoming dimmer and dimmer. Qian Tong was like a canoe sailing on a stormy sea in the middle of a stormy storm. He was in danger of being annihilated at any moment. The situation isn't good. Old Jiao showed a worried look. And the world energy baptism this person is withstanding seems to be much stronger than mine. Li Wanning also frowned. The stronger the baptism one withstands, the higher their future achievements will be. The power of the baptism is different for each origin king. If one can withstand it, the world will open up, but if one can't, their soul will scatter. Luo Hai sighed softly. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have fallen at the threshold of breaking through? The first few great realms of the martial Tao are nothing, but from the Saint King realm to the origin returning realm, a great realm is not something one can break through casually, it is a struggle with one's life. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were all experienced cultivators, so how could they not understand this principle? Luo Hai was right, since the Saint King realm broke through to the origin returning realm, a cultivator was fighting with their life on the line. If one failed to break through a great realm, the only result was death. There was no other possibility. Once one attracted the power of the world energy, one would either be reborn under this baptism or die. Old Jiao glanced at Yang Kai and pondered for a long time before saying, "Boy, you have to be mentally prepared, the current situation is not optimistic." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him before chuckling, "Elder Qian will succeed." Old Jiao shook his head, "Sometimes, what you wish may not necessarily succeed." This old master also hopes this person can succeed, but... He did not continue, obviously not very optimistic about Qian Tong's prospects. Yang Xiaozhu and the others suddenly became nervous. The group of 5 had followed Yang Kai from Shadowed Star to Green Mountain Star, where the blood prison trial was held once every 1,000 years. Qian Tong's luck was profound, and now that he finally had the qualifications and opportunity to touch the Origin King realm, no one wanted to see him fail. If he succeeded, Qian Tong would become the first Origin King realm master on Shadowed Star in tens of thousands of years. Although he had broken through on a different cultivation star, it was enough for Yang Xiaozhu and the others to see a bright future. The power of the world energy continued to descend and bombard Qian Tong's body, causing his roars to become weaker and weaker. His vitality and aura became like a candle in a storm, flickering with the wind. It looks like he won't succeed." The old woman surnamed Lei suddenly shook her head, a trace of regret appearing on her face. It's a pity that he has already reached this point." Old Jiao nodded in agreement. Under their perception, Qian Tong's vitality had dimmed and his aura had fallen to its lowest point. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was on the verge of death. If nothing unexpected happened, this person would undoubtedly die. Chapter 1619. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was not just a matter of strength, sometimes it was also closely related to luck. Qian Tong's luck was obviously not very good. Although his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and he had gained a lot in the blood prison, the world energy baptism he experienced during his breakthrough was also incredibly strong. The fact that he could survive until now was proof of his strength. It was impossible for him to persist until the end. Only half of the dark clouds in the sky had disappeared, which meant that the world energy baptism he received was only half complete. No one was optimistic about him. Even Luo Hai regretfully withdrew his gaze and no longer paid any attention. Although Yang Kai spoke casually before, he was secretly worried for Elder Qian. He had never encountered such a scene before, so he was somewhat unable to judge. However, he had confidence in Qian Tong and in the thing he had given to Qian Tong. Ordinary people could not understand the desire of Shadowed Star's cultivators to reach the Origin King realm. Due to the suppression and constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, no one had been able to break through to the Origin King realm for tens of thousands of years, but the more this was the case, the more Shadowed Star's cultivators yearned for this supreme realm. In terms of pure desire to pursue the Tao, Qian Tong did not lose to anyone. Kacha, another terrifying world energy baptism poured into Qian Tong's body, cleansing his meridians while destroying his physique. At the center of this chaotic energy, Qian Tong's already weak vitality was in danger of being annihilated. Lin Yu Rao screamed as her beautiful face paled and she could not help covering her mouth with her hand. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, Mou, and the others also paled. No way, no way. It's really impossible this time. Old Jiao shook his head regretfully. This person's luck is really bad, otherwise, he would have a great chance of reaching the Origin King realm, but unfortunately. What happened? Old Jiao's eyes suddenly widened as he stared straight ahead, as if he had discovered something incredible. The other Origin Kings also showed looks of surprise as they cried out one after another. Impossible. Why is this person's vitality rising so crazily? Could it be that he took some kind of heaven-defying spirit pill? What kind of spirit pill could have such miraculous effects? Nonsense. How could there be a spirit pill that can make a person who died of an apple glow with such vitality? Not even an Origin King grade spirit pill. Strange, what did this person eat? Many Origin Kings were at a loss, none of them understanding why Qian Tong's vitality, which was on the verge of extinction, suddenly blossomed with such astonishing brilliance. Even though it was disturbed by the violent energy of the promotion, the rich qi and blood energy could still be clearly felt. Qian Tong's hearty laughter came from afar. His figure was as straight as a sword as he stood proudly on the ground. He looked up at the sky in high spirits. This old man hasn't lived long enough. How can I die in a foreign land? Damned heavens, what other tricks do you have? Just use them. The faces of old Biyao and the others twitched as shock filled their eyes. This person actually dared to challenge the might of heaven and earth when he was advancing. Since ancient times, there had never been such a person. Could it be that he didn't know that the power of heaven and earth caused by his advancement was spiritual? Such provocation was no different from digging his own grave. Sure enough, as soon as Qian Tong's voice fell, the huge dark clouds in the sky suddenly began to rotate and a thunderous roar rang out, shaking the souls of those who heard it. In the blink of an eye, a huge vortex appeared above Qian Tong's head. Immediately afterwards, a thick beam of energy shot out from the vortex and directly hit Qian Tong. Qian Tong's miserable howls and roars rang out again as his vitality was rapidly consumed. This old dog. Old Biyao smacked his lips, not knowing what to say. Luo Hai's eyes flashed brilliantly as he stared deeply at the scene before him, his expression changing. The power of the world seemed to be pouring down, and as the beam of light shot out, the dark clouds in the sky began to shrink and thin at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths of time, the sky suddenly opened up, and the terrifying power of heaven and earth disappeared. The raging energy also vanished in an instant. In the distance, only Qian Tong's figure could be seen standing there motionless. It was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. However, there was a wonderful domain centered on him that spread out with a loud bang, spreading out to a radius of 100 kilometers before gradually dissipating. Immediately afterwards, this domain was slowly withdrawn and poured into Qian Tong's body. Something seemed to have changed. Many Origin returning realm masters frowned, unable to see through this mystery, but the Origin Kings all raised their brows in surprise. Compressing his Shi into territory, this person actually succeeded. The old woman surnamed Lei whispered. Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to the movements of these Origin Kings, heard this and chuckled. He could not see any clues from the scene of Qian Tong's advancement, so he could only observe these Origin Kings, but now hearing what the old woman surnamed Lei said, he immediately relaxed. Qian Tong was now a genuine Origin King realm master. However, compared with veteran Origin Kings like Luo Hai, he was still a little inexperienced. After all, the perfection of one's territory was not something that could be achieved in a day or two. Even the weakest Origin King here had broken through 500 years ago and had 500 years of experience in tempering their territory. In other words, in a one-on-one fight, Qian Tong may not last more than 3 breaths of time. After thinking about it, Yang Kai flew up into the sky, cupped his fists, and said loudly, "Everyone, although Elder Qian has now broken through to the Origin King realm, he needs some time to stabilize his state of mind. This junior hopes that everyone will not stay here for long. If there is any offense, please forgive him." The many cultivators looked at each other, knowing that Yang Kai wanted to drive them away. Without the disdain and disregard from before, these Origin returning realm masters tactfully turned around and left, a few of them even cupping their fists to Yang Kai and saying some polite words. Before, they had disdained to ignore him because they had the advantage in numbers, but now that Qian Tong had broken through to the Origin King realm, if they continued to provoke him, wouldn't that be courting death? No one dared to do so. Several seniors, Yang Kai looked at the Origin Kings again and asked for their opinion. Enough, you don't need to drive us away. This old master will leave on his own." Old Biyao snorted, "But when that friend wakes up, tell him that this old master and the others will be waiting for him in a nearby city. He has only just broken through, so there must be many things he doesn't understand. If there is anything he wants to ask, he can come to us. We won't be stingy. And, if we can tell him, we will. The old woman surnamed Lei nodded in agreement. Then this junior will thank several seniors on behalf of Elder Qian. Yang Kai nodded respectfully. The several origin kings glanced at each other before their figures flickered and they disappeared from where they stood. Yang Kai clearly saw Luo Hai glance at him, intentionally or unintentionally, before leaving. This place was really not suitable for him to stay any longer. Brother Yang, I will also take my leave. I hope you and I will meet again one day. Su Binbai cupped his fists to Yang Kai. Brother Su, take care. Yang Kai nodded. Although he felt that Su Binbai was a good person and worth making friends with, now was not the time to make friends, so he did not try to persuade him to stay. Soon, only Yang Kai's group remained in the noisy wasteland. Zhao Tianze also did not leave. At this moment, he was looking at Qian Tong in the distance with a look of envy, secretly vexed that he did not have such ability and comprehension. He and Qian Tong had entered the blood prison together, but Qian Tong had succeeded. On the other hand, Zhao Tianze only felt that his sure attainments had greatly improved and that he was still far from breaking through to the origin king realm. City Lord Zhao, Yang Kai walked over to Zhao Tianze and called out. Sect Master Yang, what are your orders? Zhao Tianze asked. I wouldn't dare give you any orders, but I'm afraid we will have to leave soon. Leave? Zhao Tianze was stunned. Where to? Back to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai whispered. Why must we leave? Zhao Tianze looked puzzled. Even Yang Xiaozhu and the others stared at Yang Kai in amazement, not knowing why he said this. Didn't those seniors invite Elder Qian to join them? Why? As he spoke, Zhao Tianze furrowed his brows, as if he had realized something. Yang Kai could not tell the truth, so he simply said, Elder Qian will definitely not join them. Since he won't join them, why bother looking for them? When this junior refused their offer before, although they did not say anything, they felt somewhat uncomfortable in their hearts. If Elder Qian refuses again, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not become hostile. That's unlikely. Zhao Tianze's forehead dripped cold sweat. Although he felt that these origin kings would not be so stingy, what Yang Kai said had some truth to it. This kind of thing had to be guarded against. I'm always afraid of what might happen, so I want to wait for Elder Qian to wake up before leaving Green Mountain Star immediately. Zhao Tianze nodded lightly and sighed. That's a pity. This Zhao wanted to invite Sect Master Yang to my Green Water City to rest for a few days. There will be opportunities in the future, Yang Kai chuckled. Now, this junior has something to trouble City Lord Zhao with. Sect Master Yang, please feel free to speak. This Zhao will not disappoint. Zhao Tianze nodded. In the blood prison, Yang Kai had disregarded their past grievances and allowed him to return to his territory to comprehend the mysteries of the Stone Mountain. Later, Yang Kai had inadvertently saved his life, so Zhao Tianze naturally wanted to repay this kindness. Can City Lord Zhao return to Green Water City and bring Qianyu to me? Miss Qianyu? Zhao Tianze was naturally no stranger to Qianyu. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star, Qian Tong and the other third-order origin returning realm masters had stayed behind. Qianyu had also stayed behind to inquire about the whereabouts of Su Yan, Ice Master Qingya, and the others. Now that Yang Kai was leaving, Qianyu naturally could not forget about her. That's not a problem, this Zhao will set off immediately. This Zhao will definitely bring Miss Qianyu here in 6 or 7 days or as short as 2 or 3 days. Zhao Tianze promised. Then, he bid farewell to Yang Xiaozhu and the others, and left at lightning speed. Sect Master, why are you so nervous? Yang Xiaozhu looked at Yang Kai with some confusion. He could feel that Yang Kai was vigilant about something, but he did not know why. Chapter 1620. If it's just those people trying to win us over, Sect Master doesn't need to worry so much. Even if they feel uncomfortable in their hearts, for the sake of their own reputation, they won't do anything evil. It's not just that, Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not worried about this. What I'm worried about is something else. What is it? Lin Yurao asked. I'm afraid we've been targeted. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. There were various signs that Green Mountain Star's Star Master, Luo Hai, had some understanding of what had happened in the blood prison. Since it was related to the Origin Essence Crystal, Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly. If the Origin Essence Crystal was still in his hands, he could just hand it over to Luo Hai to ensure everyone's safety, but now, the Origin Essence Crystal wasn't in Yang Kai's hands at all. He had already given it to Yu Xiong. Having lost such a bargaining chip, how could Yang Kai dare to stay here for long? If it weren't for Qian Tong still needing some time, Yang Kai would have already left. Yang Kai didn't speak in too much detail, but from his tone and demeanor, Yang Xiaozhu and the others could infer that the situation was serious, so they didn't ask too much and simply followed Yang Kai's decision. Qian Tong was still standing in the distance, motionless, obviously comprehending something. Yang Xiaozhu and the others had nothing to do, so they simply sat cross-legged and meditated, digesting the gains they had gained from this trip to the blood prison. Although they did not break through to the Origin King realm like Qian Tong, that did not mean they had gained nothing. On the contrary, each of them had gained a lot, and as long as they had enough opportunities in the future, they may have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai's expression changed as various thoughts flashed through his mind, imagining all kinds of possibilities and countermeasures. Time passed slowly, and 3 days later, Zhao Tianze brought Qianyu back. After seeing Yang Kai, Qianyu was naturally overjoyed, but when she remembered that she had been investigating Green Mountain Star for several years but had found nothing about the whereabouts of Su Yan and the others, Qianyu couldn't help feeling sad. Zhao Tianze didn't stay long, and after sending Qianyu here, he hurried back to Greenwater City. When the blood prison opened this time, he had entered together with the Vice City Lord of Greenwater City. Unfortunately, the Vice City Lord, who was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, had fallen inside the blood prison and did not come out alive. It really pained him. He needed to return to Greenwater City and choose a new Vice City Lord. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Suddenly, Qian Tong's loud laughter could be heard. Everyone who had been waiting was shocked and raised their heads to look in the direction of Qian Tong. In a flash, Qian Tong appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Elder Qian. Yang Xiaozhu cupped his fists and congratulated. Elder Qian breaking through to the Origin King realm is a grand event that has not occurred on Shadowed Star for the past 10,000 years. Shadow Moon Hall will certainly be overjoyed, and all cultivators on Shadowed Star will share in this glory, Mou chuckled. You're being too serious. Qian Tong shook his head. This time, this Qian narrowly escaped death. If it weren't for Yang Kai, I would have already fallen, let alone broken through. Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai and said seriously, Yang Kai, this old master owes you another favor. At that time, if it weren't for the jade bottle Yang Kai had given him, strengthening his vitality and healing his injuries, how could he have persisted until the end? Qian Tong knew that the thing Yang Kai had given him was life-revitalizing jade cream. He had used it once with Fei Ji Tuesday. Along with soul-cleansing divine water and immortal source liquid, life-revitalizing jade cream was one of the 3 great divine waters in Star Territory. Each drop was extremely precious. The bottle Yang Kai had given him contained at least 20 drops. It could be said that his success in breaking through was largely due to Yang Kai's contribution. Elder Qian is too polite. Yang Kai chuckled, this isn't the place to talk, it's more important for us to leave quickly. Leave now? Qian Tong raised his brow. Leave now. Good. Qian Tong didn't say anything else, still following Yang Kai's lead. It's inconvenient to move with so many people around, you all come in first. Yang Kai said as he summoned the sealed world bead. Everyone knew what he was going to do, so they naturally cooperated, relaxing their minds and not resisting. Yang Kai tossed the sealed world bead to everyone, and with a flash of light, they all disappeared from where they stood, being collected into the sealed world bead. This old master doesn't need to go in, Qian Tong smiled slightly. I just broke through, so this old master wants to experience the world principles here. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai didn't want to force him and nodded, that's fine. But if we really encounter any danger, this old master is already an origin king now, what kind of danger could he possibly encounter? Qian Tong laughed, not caring much. A trace of worry appeared on Yang Kai's brow, but he didn't explain much, simply calling out to Qian Tong before summoning his star shuttle and flying out of Star Field. This was still Green Mountain Star, so Yang Kai didn't dare to release his starship casually. Once an Origin King grade starship appeared, it would immediately alarm Luo Hai. The speed of the two was extremely fast. Unlike Yang Kai's worried look, Qian Tong was now in high spirits, as if everything around him had changed. As he flew, he glanced around, occasionally revealing a thoughtful look. The moment the two set off, in a city 1,000 kilometers away, inside the city lord's mansion, Old Biyao and the other Origin King realm masters were chatting, either talking about strange things or exchanging cultivation experiences. They were here because they were waiting for Qian Tong. Qian Tong was a new Origin King, so they thought he would definitely come looking for them. After all, every Origin King would have many things they didn't understand after breaking through. If someone was willing to answer them, naturally they wouldn't miss this opportunity. None of them had expected Yang Kai to be so decisive as to leave Green Mountain Star directly. Luo Hai sat at the head of the table, occasionally speaking a few words when he felt like it, causing Old Biyao and the others to show looks of enlightenment and admiration. Suddenly, Luo Hai's brow furrowed as he showed a look of surprise. Master Luo Hai, what's wrong? The old woman surnamed Lei looked at him puzzledly. This king suddenly has something to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Saying so, Luo Hai's figure suddenly faded and disappeared. No one knew how he left. Where is brother Luo Hai going? Old Biyao and the others looked at each other blankly. Looking at his expression, it seems that something big has happened. Could it be that something has happened in his palace? That can't be. Brother Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star's Star Master, who would dare act presumptuously in his palace. Right, huh, it seems I was thinking too much, but why hasn't that new Origin King come yet? We've been waiting here for several days now, could he have run away? Why would he run away? We have no malice towards him and can even teach him some experience. Such a good thing, as long as he isn't stupid, he will definitely come. Then let's wait a little longer. Above Green Mountain Star, 100,000 meters below, Yang Kai and Qian Tong flew side by side, trying to escape from the control of Green Mountain Star. Suddenly, Qian Tong frowned and shouted, Yang Kai. What did you sense? Yang Kai turned to look at him. I feel like we're being watched. Qian Tong frowned as he spread out his divine sense like a tide, but he was unable to sense anything, making him puzzled. He had just broken through and was at the peak of his life, so suddenly having this kind of feeling naturally made him uncomfortable. Just pretend you don't know. Yang Kai sent a divine sense message. Yang Kai, do you know something? Qian Tong also replied with his divine sense. I have some guesses. Yang Kai's face turned ugly. If I'm not wrong, the one who is watching us is Green Mountain Star's Star Master, Luo Hai. It's him. Qian Tong's face changed drastically. Why is he watching us? He's watching me. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He thinks I have something he needs. Then what should we do? Qian Tong asked in shock. Being targeted by such a master, even Qian Tong panicked. He was now an Origin King, but he had only just broken through. But what about Luo Hai? He was a second-order Origin King and the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong had no doubt that on Green Mountain Star, if the other party wanted to take his life, it would only take a single thought. Let's leave this damned place quickly. As long as we escape from the constraints of Green Mountain Star's world principles, Luo Hai is just a second-order origin king. Perhaps we'll still have a chance to survive. Yang Kai's thoughts were clear. Hearing this, Qian Tong nodded imperceptibly. As long as they were not bound by Green Mountain Star's world principles, Luo Hai would not be so terrifying and they might really be able to escape from him. With this thought in mind, the speed of the two suddenly increased. You want to leave Green Mountain Star? In the distance, Luo Hai seemed to have noticed something and smiled slightly, whispering, "Good idea, but it's too naive." Saying so, Luo Hai stretched out his hand and gently grasped the air in front of him, seemingly changing something. Yang Kai and Qian Tong, who were tens of thousands of kilometers away, suddenly went pale and their lightning-fast figures came to a halt, sweat dripping down their backs as their faces paled. Looking at the endless star field, Yang Kai secretly grit his teeth and desperately pushed his Saint Chi and Shi, trying to break free from this invisible shackle, but to his horror, he was unable to move no matter how hard he tried. The surrounding space seemed to have frozen. The might of the Star Master was simply too powerful. Just a little bit more. Yang Kai could feel that he and Qian Tong were so close to breaking free from the world principles of Green Mountain Star, but at the last moment, they were stopped. Qian Tong's situation seemed to be better than Yang Kai's. At the very least, he could still circulate his Saint Chi. Looking around, he shouted, "Who is it?" A figure quietly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai and Qian Tong. Wearing a golden crown and a golden robe, who else could it be but Luo Hai? Glancing at Qian Tong indifferently, a trace of approval flashing across his eyes. As a newly ascended origin king who had not even stabilized his realm, being able to accomplish this was already quite amazing. In the future, Qian Tong's achievements would not stop at the first-order origin king realm, perhaps even reaching the second order. However, Luo Hai did not pay too much attention to Qian Tong and instead took back his gaze to Yang Kai. The main purpose of his trip here was to find Yang Kai. Before, in the wilderness, there were too many people and he could not do anything to Yang Kai, but now that Yang Kai and Qian Tong had flown out of Green Mountain Star and arrived in the star field, Luo Hai could act freely. Chapter 1621. So, it is Senior Luo Hai. Yang Kai looked towards Luo Hai and asked with a frown, "What does Senior mean by this?" A smile appeared on Luo Hai's face as he asked instead of answering, "Where are you two going in such a hurry?" "Naturally, we are leaving here and returning to Shadowed Star." "Is there something Senior needs?" "Nothing," Luo Hai slowly shook his head. Luo Hai slowly shook his head. However, old Jiao and senior sister Lei are both waiting for this friend to return and want to have a good chat with him. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you two to leave without saying goodbye?" "It is indeed a bit inappropriate." Yang Kai gently nodded, "But this incident happened too suddenly, so we must return to Shadowed Star as soon as possible. Since we have met Senior here, I'll have to trouble Senior to relay our greetings. Junior won't be able to say goodbye in person." "That won't do." Luo Hai obviously had no intention of compromising. "They have been waiting for you for some time now, so you two should come with this king." Master Luo Hai's words are a bit unreasonable. Qian Tong took a deep breath. "Whether we go or not is up to me and Yang Kai." "Is Master Luo Hai trying to force us to wait?" He had learned from Yang Kai that Luo Hai did not have any good intentions towards Yang Kai, so his words were not very polite. After all, he had just broken through to the Origin King realm and was in high spirits, so even facing Luo Hai, he did not show much fear. Luo Hai's eyes flashed as he glanced over at Qian Tong faintly. Qian Tong immediately felt like he had been struck by lightning, his body shaking as his face paled slightly. He immediately realized the huge gap between him and Luo Hai. After teaching Qian Tong a small lesson, Luo Hai smiled at Yang Kai and said, "You should think about it before replying to this king." I'll give you 10 breaths of time. His attitude was undoubtedly very tough. Yang Kai's face sank, not having expected a master like him to be so shameless. Qian Tong and Yang Kai's eyes met as they both felt helpless. Facing Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star, even a third-order origin king might not be able to do anything to him, let alone Yang Kai and Qian Tong. 10 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Hai asked lightly, "Have you considered it?" As he spoke, the world around them seemed to become even more solid, making it impossible for them to move. Qian Tong stared at Yang Kai, obviously waiting for him to take the lead. Yang Kai took a deep breath and quickly said, "I've thought about it." "Oh. What is your answer?" "Hai." A satisfied smile appeared on Luo Hai's face. "That's impossible," Yang Kai shouted. As soon as his voice fell, a faint territory domain suddenly appeared around Qian Tong's body. This territory domain wrapped around him, allowing him to compete with the star force of Green Mountain Star. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood contained Qian Tong's source qi, and as soon as it appeared, it transformed into a blood arrow that shot towards Luo Hai with lightning speed. Impudence. Luo Hai was furious. No one had ever dared to attack him, the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Yang Kai and Qian Tong were the first. Glaring gloomily at Qian Tong, Luo Hai waved his hand lightly and the blood arrow that shot towards him shattered. At the same time, Qian Tong seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as his chest caved in and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned as white as paper. Courting death. Luo Hai's eyes were cold, not intending to let Qian Tong go. Since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, Luo Hai naturally had no intention of holding back. In any case, this place was about to enter Green Mountain Star's territory and was about to leave the world principles of Green Mountain Star, so no one could detect the battle here. Luo Hai's biggest goal was Yang Kai. As for Qian Tong, he really didn't care about him. Stretching out his hand, Luo Hai's fingertip suddenly burst with a dazzling white light, as if something was about to shoot out towards Qian Tong. Kacha, at that moment, a burst of lightning and thunder rang out and an aura that caused Luo Hai's face to pale suddenly appeared above his head. Luo Hai's face changed as he looked up, his eyes narrowing in the next moment. Above his head, a black cloud had appeared at some unknown time, and inside this black cloud, countless tiny arcs of lightning were shuttling back and forth. Although these arcs of lightning were small, they contained enough terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth. Even Luo Hai was deeply shocked. He suddenly woke up and turned his head to look at Yang Kai, only to find that he was holding a dark blue bead in his hand and was madly pouring his Saint Qi into it. The surface of this bead was pulsing with arcs of lightning that were resonating with the arcs of lightning above his head. Was it this little brat who did this? What is this bead? Luo Hai's thoughts turned sharply, but before he could figure out the mysteries of this inexplicable blue bead, the countless tiny arcs of lightning above his head suddenly fell vertically and wrapped around him. A loud crackling sound rang out. Luo Hai's angry roar instantly resounded through the sky and reached the territory of Green Mountain Star. The anger of the Star Master shook Green Mountain Star. At this moment, all of Green Mountain Star seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, the earth trembling and mountains collapsing as if the end of the world was coming. On Green Mountain Star, the hundreds of millions of residents couldn't help paling. Old Biyao and the others abruptly stood up, their faces filled with shock. It's Master Luo Hai. A trace of panic appeared on the old woman surnamed Lei's face. Who made him so angry? Who could make him so angry? Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes penetrating the barrier between the palace and the clouds, seemingly sensing something. Emperor pressure. Li Wanning exclaimed, her pretty face pale. Everyone else was trembling as well. They were all origin kings, standing high above the clouds, able to overlook all living beings, but in front of the legendary great emperors, they were nothing more than ants. The moment they felt the emperor's might, everyone was shocked. However, why would Emperor Pressure suddenly appear in Green Mountain Star's star field? What's more, this Emperor Pressure was filled with murderous intent. What had happened to Luo Hai? Everyone looked at each other. They wanted to take a look, but they didn't dare to. Not to mention that the murderous intent of this Emperor Pressure was not something they could contend with. If they were to discover some secret of Luo Hai's, they would not be able to bear the consequences. All they could do was stand there with dignified expressions, wait quietly, and silently perceive. Inside the star field, a 10,000-kilometer radius, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as countless tiny arcs of lightning shuttled back and forth. It was as if this place had become a world of thunder and lightning. Luo Hai's face was gloomy to the extreme as he stared in a certain direction, grit his teeth, and shouted, "An Emperor artifact. It's actually an Emperor artifact. Boy, you forced this king's hand, even if you don't die, you must die." He had never expected that Yang Kai would possess such a heaven-defying Emperor artifact. Only an Emperor artifact could tear apart the barrier he had set up and allow Yang Kai and Qian Tong to leave safely. He had heard of Emperor artifacts before. They were artifacts used by great emperors and were stained with the aura of the great emperors, which was why they were called Emperor artifacts. However, in the entire star territory, although Emperor artifacts were famous, no one had ever seen one with their own eyes. No one knew what an Emperor artifact looked like or what kind of amazing power it possessed. Luo Hai had experienced it personally this time. If Yang Kai's cultivation was not high enough, and if this was not the range of Green Mountain Star's star force, that blow alone would have been enough to injure him. A second-order origin returning realm cultivator injuring a second-order origin king was almost impossible, but that little brat named Yang Kai had almost done it. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Hai's mind as his eyes lit up and he murmured, "Annihilation Thunder Bead, that should be the legendary Annihilation Thunder Bead." Every artifact used by great emperors was famous, and some of them might not be known to ordinary people, but Luo Hai, as a star master and a second-order origin king, had naturally heard of the Annihilation Thunder Bead. After personally experiencing the power of this emperor artifact, Luo Hai immediately judged that it was definitely the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Luo Hai grinned ferociously. If he could obtain the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he would be able to display most of the power of this emperor artifact. At that time, even if he faced a third-order origin king, he was confident he could defeat him. He, Luo Hai, would become the strongest master in star territory. The lightning arcs gradually weakened before disappearing. Star Field regained its tranquility. "Do you think you can escape?" Luo Hai flicked his sleeve and crossed his hands behind his back, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll forward. In the next moment, he was already 100 kilometers away, chasing after Yang Kai. Not to mention whether the Origin Essence Crystal was in Yang Kai's hands, just the Annihilation Thunder Bead was an Emperor artifact that Luo Hai coveted. This time, he could not allow Yang Kai to escape from his hands. He wanted the Annihilation Thunder Bead, but he also wanted the Origin Essence Crystal. What puzzled Luo Hai though was that he could only feel Yang Kai's aura from afar while the Qian Tong seemed to have disappeared. Not only that, but Yang Kai's companions also seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Even Luo Hai did not know where they had gone. 10,000 kilometers away from Luo Hai, Yang Kai desperately pushed his Saint Chi, adjusting his aura as he fled, his expression extremely solemn. Although he had successfully caught Luo Hai off guard with the help of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, breaking through his blockade and escaping from Green Mountain Star, even without the support of Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai was still a genuine second-order origin king. It would be difficult to escape from his hands. What's more, the Annihilation Thunder Bead's attack had almost drained all the Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body, forcing him to explode a drop of pure golden blood to give himself a chance to breathe. The more Saint Chi one poured into the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the greater the power it could display. Even if a third-order origin king used it, they would not be able to display its full power. Yang Kai estimated that he had only used less than 10% of the Annihilation Thunder Bead's power. There was a stabbing pain in his head as his knowledge sea roiled and dried up. There were even some small cracks in his knowledge sea space, a sign that he had overused his divine sense. This kind of trauma could not be described as trivial. Normally, Yang Kai would not care too much about it and would only need to rest for a few days. Under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, his knowledge sea would be restored to its original state. But now, how could he have the time to rest? Stuffing a large number of pills into his mouth, Yang Kai only hoped to accumulate some spiritual energy in the shortest possible time. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Chapter 1622. Fortunately, these pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, so each of them was of extremely high quality. As soon as these pills entered Yang Kai's stomach, they transformed into streams of heat that flowed into his limbs and bones, making up for the loss of Saint Qi and spiritual energy he had lost. Qian Tong had been taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. After taking a blow from Luo Hai, Qian Tong had suffered some injuries, and although they were not serious, it was undoubtedly best not to let him show himself at this moment. If he was suppressed by Luo Hai and his cultivation fell, Qian Tong would regret it for the rest of his life. After all, he had just broken through to the Origin King realm and had not had time to consolidate his foundation yet. In terms of cultivation, Yang Kai was not as good as Qian Tong right now, but when it came to escaping, Yang Kai was confident he would not lose to anyone. Yang Kai's speed was already extremely fast, and with the wind and thunder wings behind him, he shot through the territory of the starry sky like a bolt of lightning. However, Luo Hai's speed seemed to be even faster, and in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 10,000-kilometer distance was closed. Sensing a strong pressure from behind, Yang Kai immediately understood that Luo Hai was not far away. "Boy, cooperate with this king obediently and this king may not take your life. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame this king for being ruthless." Luo Hai's threatening voice clearly reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai ignored this threat and continued to flee. Facing such an opponent, he had no intention of fighting. Now, his only hope of survival was to keep running. "You court death." Seeing Yang Kai remain unmoved, Luo Hai flew into a rage. 500 kilometers away from Yang Kai, he suddenly stretched out his hand and sent out a thin strand of energy from his fingertip, crossing the barrier of space in an instant and shooting towards Yang Kai at a terrifying speed. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Yang Kai grit his teeth, pushed his space force, stretched out his hands, and tore apart the void in front of him. A spatial crack in the void immediately appeared in front of him. Yang Kai took a step forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the strange attack hit the position where Yang Kai had been, piercing through the shadow he had left behind. Spatial crack. Luo Hai exclaimed in surprise as his figure flickered and he arrived at the spot where Yang Kai disappeared, intending to follow after Yang Kai and rush into the primal chaos crack. However, Yang Kai obviously didn't give him the chance to do so. The spatial crack immediately closed. "This little brat is actually proficient in the Tao of space," Luo Hai said incredulously. With his cultivation reaching such a high level, Luo Hai was rarely moved by anything, but Yang Kai had caused him to lose his composure time and time again. First, he summoned an emperor artifact, then tore space apart. Just how monstrous was this little brat? Obtaining an emperor artifact was not a big deal. It could only be said that Yang Kai's luck was profound and he had no idea where he had obtained it. However, tearing space apart was something even Luo Hai had never heard of. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the entire Starry Sky territory, and there were only a few who cultivated the Tao of space, but the few people Luo Hai knew of had only dabbled in the Tao of space and knew how to repair space arrays. Who could tear space apart at will? Is this your trump card? No wonder you dare act presumptuously in front of this king. Luo Hai's face was gloomy as he chuckled, but you think you can escape from this king's palm with this? Dream on. As soon as these words fell, Luo Hai released his terrifying divine sense madly. After 3 breaths of time, Luo Hai's eyes flashed and he turned his head towards a certain direction, that way. He's running pretty fast, actually 5,000 kilometers away. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hai pushed the Saint Chi in his body and shot out like a meteor, approaching Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. 5,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai had just taken a few breaths when he keenly noticed that a divine sense had locked onto his position, like a maggot latching onto his bones. Looking back, in the distant star field, Yang Kai saw a stream of light approaching him. Yang Kai grit his teeth and once again stretched out his hand to tear space apart. A moment later, Luo Hai caught up, stopped, and expanded his divine sense a second time to search for Yang Kai's position, and after noticing something, began his pursuit again. The two of them, one fleeing, one chasing, the distance between them sometimes shortened, the atmosphere extremely tense. Yang Kai knew that he absolutely could not fall into Luo Hai's hands, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Luo Hai's originally calm and confident expression had disappeared and was replaced with infinite anger and annoyance. He had thought that even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, he would never be able to escape from his grasp. The Tao of Space was indeed mysterious, and a cultivator who was proficient in it was extremely difficult to kill, but compared to him, Yang Kai's cultivation was simply too low. Luo Hai didn't know how much Saint Chi and spiritual energy it took to tear space, but he knew that the price was definitely not small. All he needed to do was follow Yang Kai from a distance, and once Yang Kai ran out of strength, Luo Hai would be able to capture him. This was Luo Hai's plan. But what surprised Luo Hai was that over the past half a month, Yang Kai had torn space at least 200 times, each time escaping 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away. And as time passed, the distance he was able to escape was getting farther and farther, as if Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of Space had become more and more exquisite. This little brat doesn't show any signs of exhaustion. Where did he get so much Saint Chi to squander? Where did he get such a powerful spiritual energy? Even if he took a spirit-grade pill, it wouldn't have been able to support his escape for so long. Luo Hai couldn't figure it out. But he didn't give up. He firmly believed that his guess was right and that Yang Kai would eventually stop. Luo Hai's guess was right. Every time Yang Kai tore space, he needed to expend a huge amount of Saint Chi and spiritual energy. Over the past half a month, he had almost exhausted all of his spiritual energy. Saint Chi wasn't so bad. If he didn't have enough Saint Chi, he only needed to use his golden blood to replenish himself. But his spiritual energy wasn't. The consumption of his spiritual energy was too terrifying, and his recovery wasn't fast. If it weren't for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to continue. Even so, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. A large number of pills had been swallowed by Yang Kai, and the ones he had refined to restore his spiritual energy had almost all been used up. Yang Kai had no choice but to swallow the herbs that could help restore his spiritual energy. Although swallowing these herbs like this was a bit of a waste and he couldn't fully utilize the medicinal efficacies of these herbs, escaping was more important right now, so how could Yang Kai care about such things? Pushing himself to his limits again and again, Yang Kai's knowledge sea was expanding and his spiritual energy was becoming more and more solid. His mastery of the Tao of Space was also becoming more and more refined. Yang Kai didn't notice this as all his energy was now focused on how to get rid of Luo Hai's pursuit. After thinking about it, there was only one way. Yang Kai could hide inside the sealed world bead. But this method was too risky. Once he hid inside and was discovered by Luo Hai, he would become a turtle in a jar. Unless he had no other choice, Yang Kai didn't dare to do this. Another 5 days passed. The two of them had already flown an unknown distance through the starry sky territory, but Luo Hai was still like a locust, firmly following Yang Kai. Once he tore space and opened up some distance, Luo Hai would catch up in a short time. An Origin King Realm Master was extremely difficult to deal with. His knowledge sea was almost dry, and the herbs he swallowed were unable to replenish his spiritual energy. He only had 3 chances left before Yang Kai would be completely exhausted. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai tore space again and dove in, appearing a few thousand kilometers away in the next moment. Without stopping, Yang Kai tore space a second time, a third time. In an instant, he had escaped 10,000 kilometers from Luo Hai. His face as pale as paper, Yang Kai looked around and immediately landed on a huge asteroid nearby. This asteroid was about a few hundred kilometers in size, like a mountain. After arriving on the asteroid, Yang Kai found an extremely secluded place and immediately threw out the sealed world bead, hiding it in a crevice in the asteroid before jumping into the small sealed world. Inside the small sealed world, peace reigned. The friends and relatives Yang Kai had brought from Tongxian realm had been living here peacefully for a long time. Here, there was no competition and the world energy aura was rich. Besides the incomplete world principles, this was simply a paradise. Inside the small sealed world, there were many loft-like buildings scattered across a 100-kilometer radius. Inside each of these lofts, there was a cultivator meditating and cultivating in seclusion. These lofts were built by the cultivator from Tongxian realm. The small sealed world had mountains, rivers, grasses, and trees, so it was very convenient for them to collect materials locally. The 3 clans, human, monster, and demon clans coexisted in harmony without any disputes. Everyone cherished the life they had now. The cultivation conditions and environment here were many times better than in Tongxian realm. Almost 90% of the cultivators here had already broken through and taken a step forward in their cultivation. Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Shao, Ling Tai Su, Old Demon, Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, Monster Race Great Senior Thunder Dragon, these veteran third-order saints had all broken through to the Saint King realm one after another. Although the world principles of this small sealed world were not complete, they were enough to meet the needs of these people to break through. After all, the Saint King realm was not very powerful. When Yang Kai appeared here, the entire small sealed world fell silent. No one noticed his arrival. Yang Kai forced himself to focus, endured the great pain in his head, and released his divine sense to investigate. Soon, he noticed the location of Xia Ning Chang and his figure flickered, immediately arriving on the 2nd floor of one of the lofts. Xia Ning Chang seemed to be in the middle of alchemy, her face still covered by a black veil. She seemed to be concentrating on alchemy, exuding a mysterious and dignified aura. Although her full appearance could not be seen clearly, the outline of her face alone was enough to captivate any man. Kai Yang's appearance had given her a fright, and after noticing that Kai Yang's aura was unstable, her beautiful face paled and she immediately rushed to Kai Yang's side to support him. She cried out in alarm, "Junior brother, what's wrong? Who hurt you?" "It's nothing, I just encountered a strong enemy who is chasing after me." Yang Kai wanted to laugh and comfort Xia Ning Chang, but he could not bring himself to do so. Xia Ning Chang's expression changed, but she did not ask too much. She knew that someone who could force Yang Kai into such a state was at least an origin king. She was well aware of Yang Kai's combat strength. In Red Moon Palace, even a master like Shuel Yen was not Yang Kai's opponent. Now that he was in such a miserable state, who else but an origin king could do this? Xia Ning Chang grit her teeth as her eyes became moist, her heart aching. Chapter 1623. I'll be fine after resting for a while, it's not a big deal. Yang Kai saw her sobbing appearance and knew she was worried about him, so he quickly comforted her. Xia Ning Chang nodded slightly, her eyes red. "Do you have any pills that can restore one's soul? Give me as many as you have." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to her. Xia Ning Chang quickly rummaged through her space ring and soon took out several dozen large and small jade bottles. During this time, she had been concentrating on refining pills in the small sealed world, so there was no shortage of materials and her results were remarkable. The pills in these jade bottles were all used to restore one's soul and varied in rank, from Saint King grade all the way to Origin grade high rank. With so many medicinal pills, it would definitely be a huge fortune if they were placed outside. These soul-cleansing chi recovery pills are the best. I've refined a few of them with pill veins. You can use these first. Xia Ning Cheng picked up a jade bottle, opened the lid for Yang Kai, and poured out a few pills from it. Yang Kai took these pills without saying a word, stuffed them into his mouth, and swallowed them. Reaching out, he swept all the jade bottles into his space ring before sitting down cross-legged to meditate. The little senior sister held her breath and quietly moved away from Yang Kai so as not to disturb him, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she paid close attention to him. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's complexion began to recover, and Xia Ning Cheng confirmed that he was really fine, just that he had consumed too much spiritual energy. As long as Yang Kai was fine, she could rest assured. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai was meditating to restore himself, but he was also spreading his divine sense outside the sealed world bead, vigilantly monitoring his surroundings in case of any unforeseen circumstances. As the owner of the sealed world bead, he could do this. Yang Kai wasn't sure if he could get rid of Luo Hai with this method. The other party was a second-order Origin King, the most powerful enemy Yang Kai had encountered so far. If he were to discover traces of the existence of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would become a turtle in a jar. A figure flew several dozen kilometers away from the huge meteorite where the sealed world bead was located and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luo Hai. As expected, he did not find the sealed world bead. Instead, he went in a direction that he had determined. Yang Kai's heart relaxed, but he didn't dare to be too careless. While desperately refining the medicinal efficacies of the pills and restoring his divine sense, he continued to pay attention. A moment later, Luo Hai returned from the front and flew back 50 kilometers to the other side of the meteor. The terrifying divine sense belonging to a second-order Origin King swept through the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers like a tidal wave, leaving nothing behind. His eyes were like a hawk's, exuding a sharp light, seemingly able to see far into the distance. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the huge meteor where the sealed world bead was located. Yang Kai couldn't help holding his breath as he secretly became nervous. Fortunately, Luo Hai quickly shifted his gaze and continued to search elsewhere, obviously not finding anything. However, he was an Origin King in the end, and Yang Kai had suddenly disappeared in this area. Luo Hai did not believe that Yang Kai could escape from his divine sense in an instant. He was certain that Yang Kai was hiding nearby, but using some unknown method to conceal his aura and vitality, making it impossible for a master like Luo Hai to detect him. Interesting. Luo Hai muttered to himself, his figure constantly shuttling back and forth across the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, searching for any suspicious places while shouting, "Boy, this king knows you are hiding here, but do you think you can get rid of this king like this? Come out obediently and hand over the Emperor artifact and Origin essence crystal to this king, and this king can let bygones be bygones and let you live, but if this king finds you, Yang Kai heard his shouts but remained unmoved. Since Luo Hai had already shed all pretense of cordiality, it was impossible for him to let him go. Otherwise, if today's events were to spread, it would be a blow to his reputation. Moreover, whether it was the Emperor artifact or the Origin essence crystal, both were of great importance, so how could Luo Hai allow Yang Kai to live? As long as he obtained these two things, he would definitely burn the bridge after crossing the river. Yang Kai secretly cursed Luo Hai in his heart for being so despicable and shameless. Back on Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai gave off a good impression. As the Star Master of a star and a second-order Origin King, he did not put on any airs and appeared approachable, but now that there was no one else around, he finally revealed his true face. If it were any other Origin returning Realm Master, they might have been pressured by Luo Hai to surrender and beg him to let them go. However, Yang Kai knew that doing so would only result in a faster death. Half a day later, Luo Hai had wandered back and forth in a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, carefully searching every place and every asteroid, but still finding nothing. This made him extremely annoyed. He himself was a little uncertain whether Yang Kai was really still hiding here, or whether that little brat had already escaped his grasp. Suddenly, Luo Hai paused and his expression became gloomy, as if he had made some kind of decision, grinding his teeth as he shouted, "Boy, you forced this king's hand, I hope you won't regret it when you reach the underworld." As soon as these words fell, Luo Hai suddenly stretched out his hands, spread his 10 fingers, and formed a circle in front of himself. A frightening amount of Saint Chi surged from Yang Kai's body, and from his 10 fingers, a white light condensed towards the center of his palm. The Saint Chi in Luo Hai's body seemed to have found an outlet and rushed out, gathering together along the 10 white lights. In the blink of an eye, a fist-sized white energy ball appeared in front of Luo Hai. Although this energy ball was not big, it contained enough terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth. As Luo Hai poured his Saint Chi into it, it continued to grow. The divine sense Yang Kai left outside the sealed world bead sensed this scene and cursed in his heart, knowing that Luo Hai was serious. For a while, he did not know what to do and could only force himself to calm down and observe the situation. After 10 breaths, the white ball of light between Luo Hai's hands had grown to the size of a wash basin. Luo Hai grinned lightly and pushed his hands forward. The white ball of light floated forward as if it was weightless, flying 100 kilometers straight. In the next moment, a dazzling white light bloomed from that position, filling the surrounding 10 million kilometers. With this white light as its center, everything within a 10,000 kilometer radius that came into contact with it was instantly reduced to dust and disappeared. Countless large and small asteroids suspended in the star field were vaporized, and even a small dead star nearby began to crack and disappear. The full power of a second-order origin king's attack was terrifying. Luo Hai remained motionless as he spread out his divine sense and paid close attention to his surroundings. He believed that as long as Yang Kai was still hiding nearby, he would die. With his second-order origin returning realm cultivation, it was impossible for him to resist such a violent attack. As for the origin essence crystal and emperor artifact, they were not ordinary treasures and could not be destroyed by such an energy explosion. Luo Hai did not need to capture Yang Kai alive, he only needed those 2 treasures. Everything within a 10,000 kilometer radius was cleared, but what made Luo Hai pale slightly was that not only was there no trace of Yang Kai's vitality, but even the auras of the origin essence crystal and emperor artifact were nowhere to be seen. Is he really not here? Luo Hai's face sank as his mood sank to the extreme. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked towards a certain direction in the void. In that position, there seemed to be something being driven away by the violent energy impact and flying away rapidly. Luo Hai frowned, somewhat puzzled. His attack had already destroyed everything in the vicinity. What was this? It was actually able to survive. No matter what it was likely something extraordinary. Seeing this, Luo Hai was about to chase after it. However, when his eyes turned to the location of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai knew something was wrong. Hurriedly greeting Xia Ning Chang, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth and rushed out of the sealed world bead. In the next moment, Yang Kai appeared in the starry sky. Without caring about anything else, he put away the sealed world bead and rushed into the void crack. "You're still here!" Luo Hai shouted as he turned into a bolt of lightning and hurriedly chased after him. However, Yang Kai soon disappeared, and by the time Luo Hai sensed his aura again, Yang Kai was already 5,000 kilometers away. Has his use of the Tao of space improved again? Luo Hai paled slightly as he did not dare to neglect and rushed in the direction of Yang Kai. Yang Kai soon discovered this as well. Now, he could actually escape 5,000 kilometers by tearing space, and, this was not his limit, he was still able to do so with ease. Being chased by Luo Hai and constantly tearing space to escape seemed to be of great help to his cultivation of the Tao of space. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The space force around his body fluctuated as he stretched out his hands again and tore space, stepping into it. When he reappeared, Yang Kai silently calculated the distance he had moved this time. 5,500 kilometers. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with ecstasy as he couldn't help laughing. He suddenly realized that this was an opportunity to push himself to the brink of death. Standing in place, Yang Kai waited for a moment until Luo Hai was within a certain distance of him before tearing space to leave. 6,000 kilometers. 6,500 kilometers. 7,000 kilometers. Little brat, you've gone too far. What kind of character was Luo Hai? How could he not guess the intentions of Yang Kai's actions? This little brat was actually using him to suppress his potential and cultivate the Tao of space while escaping. For Luo Hai, this was simply a great shame. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was really difficult to deal with. If it were any other second-order origin returning realm cultivator, they would have already died without a complete corpse. But Yang Kai was actually playing a game of cat and mouse with a master like Luo Hai. Luo Hai's face was livid as he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. When had he ever suffered such an insult? In Star's territory, besides those old fogies, he was the strongest. Wu Dao had even evaluated him as the most promising origin king in Star's territory to break through to the Third Order. This was a supreme honor. Such a master being unable to do anything to an unknown little brat, Luo Hai almost went mad with anger. Chapter 1624. Seeing Yang Kai leave from a position not far from him again, Luo Hai suddenly came to a stop, his face terrifyingly calm, as if a storm was about to arrive. He released his divine sense and locked onto the position where Yang Kai appeared, his deep eyes piercing through space as he stared in that direction. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hai shouted, "I am the Star Master, Green Mountain Stars, heed my command and transmit your star force to me." As soon as these words fell, Green Mountain Star, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, suddenly shook and an incredible energy beam shot out from Green Mountain Star, crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in an instant and bombarding Luo Hai's body. Luo Hai's already extremely powerful aura skyrocketed and reached the level of a third-order origin king. At the same time, in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Old Biyao and the other origin kings all paled in horror and stood up. Star Force Blessing. The old woman surnamed Lei's withered body trembled as an astonishing light burst from her seemingly turbid eyes. It's actually the Star Force Blessing. Master Luo Hai actually used the source strength of Green Mountain Star. As a Star Master, no matter where he is, as long as he is still within the territory of his star, he can mobilize the source strength of stars. What kind of danger has Brother Luo Hai encountered? Someone actually managed to force him to such an extent. Who is he going all out against? The 7 or 8 origin kings looked around blankly, none of them knowing what had happened to Luo Hai that had actually forced him to mobilize the source strength of his stars. One had to know that even for a star master, using the source strength of a star was not a simple matter. Star masters were closely related to their stars and shared honor and disgrace. Once a part of a star's source strength was extracted, it would be impossible to restore it in a short period of time. This was even more serious than if a star master was injured. Whether this battle was won or lost, the loss of Green Mountain Star could not be made up for within 1,000 years unless Luo Hai could break through a minor realm and reach the Third Order within 1,000 years. If Luo Hai had not been forced to do so, it would have been impossible for him to do so, but in this world, how many people could force Luo Hai to do so? Could it be that he had provoked some kind of reclusive top master? Old Biyao and the others had ashen faces. Although they were origin kings, they were all first-order origin kings. The second-order origin realm was an unreachable existence for them, let alone the elusive third-order origin realm. Everyone realized that something was amiss. After Luo Hai extracted a trace of Green Mountain Star's source strength, the world energy aura of Green Mountain Star seemed to weaken slightly. This subtle difference wasn't too obvious, but it had indeed become weaker. This was the direct result of drawing the power of the star's origin. It was said that in ancient times, there was a great battle between stars that used the origin of stars. In the end, both sides suffered great losses, and the stars owned by the two star lords went from extremely rich to extremely poor. Even now, they had not been able to recover from Yuan Qi. Inside the star territory, Luo Hai's aura soared as he stared at the position where Yang Kai was. Opening his mouth, he sent out a stream of white qi towards the distant void. 10,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end as a sense of extreme danger filled his heart. Although he didn't know what had happened to Luo Hai, he understood that Luo Hai was definitely enraged, so he didn't dare to neglect and stretched out his hand to tear at the space in front of him. Tearing space had always been successful, but this time, something was wrong. The place where Yang Kai was standing seemed to be imprisoned by something, and no matter how he tried to tear, the void crack in front of him was only a meter long and couldn't expand at all. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk a sharp sound rang out all around. Before the white light sword chi had even arrived, the murderous intent it exuded made Yang Kai feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt as if he was standing on the summit of a snowy mountain and the wind was like a sharp blade, cutting through his skin painfully. Not good. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he watched the white light sword chi get closer and closer. Not daring to remain in place, he desperately pushed his Saint Chi and flew to the side. But just as he moved, the white light sword chi slashed at the spot he had just been standing. The void seemed to have been split in two, and a huge void crack appeared where the sword chi had struck. Luo Hai didn't understand the Tao of space, but his blow had affected the stability of the surrounding space. The aftermath of this attack sputtered in all directions and a clanging sound rang out from Yang Kai's body, as if metal was colliding with metal. In an instant, Yang Kai's clothes were dyed gold by his golden blood and hundreds of tiny holes appeared on his sturdy body. From these holes, a terrifyingly powerful qi drilled into Yang Kai's body in an attempt to destroy his meridians and physique. If the aftermath of this attack was so powerful, Yang Kai estimated that if he had been hit by the white light sword qi just now, he would have immediately been crushed to pieces. His face turned slightly pale, but he didn't bother to check his injuries. Desperately pushing his Saint Qi to suppress the qi that had drilled into his wounds, Yang Kai once again used his space force to tear open a void crack. Just as he left, Luo Hai arrived. "Let's see how long you can run." Luo Hai's expression darkened, seemingly not having expected that his attack with the support of Star Force wouldn't be able to harm Yang Kai. His already bad mood instantly worsened as his figure flickered and he continued to chase after Yang Kai. One chased while the other fled, but unlike before, Yang Kai was going all out this time. Luo Hai's strength had inexplicably soared, and Yang Kai guessed that it had something to do with the beam of light he had just seen. Perhaps it was the legendary Star Force support. This old dog is really willing to go all out to deal with me. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He knew what the consequences of using the source of stars were. After escaping from death again, Yang Kai's expression became ugly. Luo Hai, who had the support of Star Force, was completely different from before. Yang Kai estimated that once he exhausted his divine sense again, he would really be powerless to resist. The sealed world bead had been exposed once, so it was impossible for Luo Hai to be easily deceived again. Using the sealed world bead in this empty star territory was no longer advisable. He could only go to a star. On a star, there were countless living beings, so even if Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star's star master, it was impossible for him to act too presumptuously. Only by reaching the nearest star would Yang Kai have the opportunity to use the sealed world bead to hide himself again. Yang Kai's eyes became firm as he immersed himself in his knowledge sea and summoned his soul avatar. Looking up at the sky, Yang Kai determined his position in the vast star field and searched for the closest one. With this star, he could see a miniature star territory, so finding a star was not difficult. A moment later, his eyes lit up and his soul avatar flew out of his knowledge sea, turned around, and continued to flee. In front of him was a star-filled storm that was strong enough to overshadow the sun, but Yang Kai was not afraid and directly rushed into it, releasing a burst of five-colored light around his body as his five elements indestructible sword chi protected him. Luo Hai, who followed closely behind, was naturally not afraid of this star-filled storm, so while spitting out white sword chi from his mouth, he leisurely walked into it. Wherever he passed, the star-filled storm seemed to be disturbed and took the initiative to part to make way for him. After a quarter of an hour, Luo Hai safely walked out of this star-filled storm. But looking around, where was Yang Kai? That little brat had disappeared at some point, leaving behind only a trace of his space force in the nearby void. Troublesome. Luo Hai was in a bad mood as he turned his head to look at a huge colorful star a few 100,000 kilometers to his left and squinted. You want to hide there? Good, this king will see how long you can hide. He quickly speculated on Yang Kai's intentions and determined that he was definitely hiding on that colorful star. Because once he hid there, it would be impossible for him to find him easily. A star was different from the dead stars in the star field. A dead star could be destroyed at will and no one would blame him, but if one destroyed a star, it was likely that everyone in the star territory would hunt him down. At that time, even if Luo Hai hid back on Green Mountain Star, he would likely die. Under the premise of not being able to destroy a star, trying to find someone who was deliberately hiding was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even Luo Hai was powerless. After all, this was not his Green Mountain Star, so he could not use the star source to spy on everything. This is Scarlet Wave Star, right? Luo Hai soon arrived 10,000 kilometers above the star and glanced around, realizing that he had been here before. Coldly snorting, he said, "Good, let's go see that old dog Chihua first. I haven't seen him for 1,000 years, I wonder how his cultivation has progressed and whether he has broken through to the second order." Saying so, he walked off in a certain direction. Among a barren mountain range, a river ran from north to south, and somewhere in the middle of a stream, under the silt, the sealed world bead lay quietly. The mountain was called Blue Mountain, and the river was called Blue River. Yang Kai passed through the storm in the star field and successfully escaped Luo Hai's divine sense tracking. The first thing he did after arriving on this star was to find a secluded place to hide the sealed world bead before diving in. He believed that Luo Hai would definitely not dare to act recklessly on this star, so he was safe for the time being. Appearing in the loft of the sealed world bead, Xia Ning Chang's tears fell. Yang Kai's situation this time was much more serious than last time. Last time, he had only exhausted his spiritual energy and was a little tired, but this time, he was covered in wounds. These wounds were so thin that they could not be seen with the naked eye, but Xia Ning Chang was keenly aware that there was some kind of hidden energy in these wounds that was slowly destroying Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper. "Don't worry, I'll be fine after a short retreat. It may take some time," Yang Kai told Xia Ning Chang before sitting down cross-legged and beginning to dissolve the qi that had invaded his body. Xia Ning Chang walked out of the loft silently, glancing back worriedly before silently standing guard outside. But soon, she seemed to remember something and took out a large number of herbs and monster beasts' monster core, sat down cross-legged, and began to perform alchemy with a calm expression. She felt that she was too weak and hated that she couldn't help Yang Kai. On Tongxian realm, she was not aware of any dangers because there, as long as she wanted to, she could sweep the entire world by herself. But since Yang Kai brought her out, she had truly experienced the wonders and dangers of Tongxian realm's territory. She truly understood just how weak she was. If she was strong enough and could fight side by side with junior brother, perhaps he would not have been injured. Xia Ning Chang began to perform alchemy desperately. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.